Chapter 1. August 11th, 2013, 1:16 a.m. Emily Hart pushed through the burning pain in her chest and thigh muscles, convincing her legs to run faster. She dodged a park bench before jumping over a homeless man lying under a pile of cardboard. Her mind's eye could see the gunman aiming his sights at the back of her head and squeezing the trigger, sending the bullet out of the barrel and downrange with supersonic intent. She leaned to the left, letting the round whiz past her 15-year-old body. It took out the headlight of a cement truck parked across the street near the alley behind Glassford Street. The flickering specks of blue light were fading in her vision. It wouldn't be long before she turned normal again. She would then be unable to see through the gunman's eyes or sense the cold blackness of hate she could sense in his heart. She bent forward at the waist, using a low-profile running pattern, hoping she'd make it safely to the alley. She ran through the grass at the edge of the park, over the sidewalk, and hit the asphalt, racing across the empty lanes of the street. More gunshots rang out, one after another in quick succession. She couldn't see where the bullets were headed, telling her the link with the shooter was broken. Bricks and mortar exploded all around her as the hailstorm of rounds missed her. They hit the side wall of an old warehouse covered in spray paint and gang signs. She turned right just before the cement truck and ran down the alley. "Don't lose me," she yelled at Junie, who was sprinting in front of her, a book bag bouncing on the back of her rail-thin body. Emily was falling behind, unable to keep up with the speed and endurance of her 12-year-old friend from the homeless shelter. A minute later, she heard another round of weapons fire erupt as she was nearing the far end of the block-long corridor, plinking and ricocheting off the walls around her. She felt the wisp of a bullet fly through the strands of her flowing red hair. It took out the painted window on the wall ahead of her, shattering it into a million shards of colored glass. She looked back and saw the gang leader standing at the entrance to the alley, changing the magazine in his weapon. His crew came running into view, just catching up to him. She made the corner and ran further down the passageway, which stank of garbage and sewage. She hurdled a pothole, then flew over a garbage can laying on its side, almost losing her balance in the process. But she managed to keep her feet under her while her shoes pounded the pavement ahead. "Faster," she told herself. "Faster!" She pushed her feet to their tripping point, trying to draw more blood and oxygen than her teenage body could deliver. Her legs wanted to quit, so did her lungs, but she wouldn't let them. She pressed on, looking ahead, trying to spot Junie, but she couldn't see her anymore. She turned another corner and saw a scrawny, dirt-covered leg sticking out from behind a pile of stained mattresses leaning against the wall. She ducked in and grabbed her friend by the shoulder, dragging her 80-pound frame forward. "Run, baby, run! Don't stop! One more corner and we're there! It's on the left!" Emily had learned over the past 2 years of living on the streets of Phoenix that the blistering summers were endless and miserable, and so were the nights, keeping most of the normal people indoors. She knew that nobody was watching, and nobody cared. There would be no rescue. Not at this time of night, and not in this part of town. It was up to her to get Junie to safety before the shooter and his crew killed her. She felt a familiar tingle start to grow at the base of her spine when she turned the last corner. "Oh no, not now, not again," she cried, trying to steady her nerves as she caught up to Junie, who was squeezing her skinny body behind the dumpster. She couldn't let it happen, not so soon. She'd barely recovered from the last time. She needed to focus all her attention on Junie and let the balance of her emotions run dry. It had only been 4 days since she met her fiery companion in the homeless shelter, but she felt a strong connection with this girl, even though she barely knew her. She didn't know why, but something inside of her told her to protect Junie. She was important somehow, not just another homeless girl with a deadbeat mother nobody cared about. She followed Junie behind the garbage bin and into the hidden doorway. Darkness engulfed them. "Down the stairs, and stay quiet," she told Junie in a whisper, locking the door behind her. "But I can't see." "Go slow, and use the handrails. There are 12 steps. Count them as you go." They made it down the steps and through another doorway that led into a basement storeroom. It was piled high with junk and old restaurant equipment that had been mothballed by the owner. Emily knew this place well, spending at least one night a week there in recent months. It was her secret hiding place where she could escape the insanity of the city. An emergency exit sign hung over the inside of the door that she'd just entered, showering an eerie redness over the scene. On the wall to the left stood another door. It led to a flight of stairs that rose up to the kitchen of a high-end Italian restaurant. Emily had made friends with the 18-year-old busboy, Parker, who was also a volunteer at one of the local shelters. When he was the last one to leave for the night, he'd push the red dumpster close to the door as a signal to Emily that the door was unlocked and she was welcome. She'd swoop in around midnight and lock the door behind her. "Over here," Emily said, gesturing to a huge metal cabinet with rusty hinges that was standing next to a stack of styrofoam coolers. "I think we lost them." Junie's chest heaved in and out as it worked to recharge her lungs after the long run. "How do you know?" "I can't feel them anymore," Emily replied, equally as winded. Emily quickly opened the white cooler sitting on top and put her hand inside, pulling out a cellophane-wrapped peanut butter and jelly sandwich and a banana. As usual, Parker had left the food for her in the top cooler with a chilled Pepsi acting as ice to keep the contents from spoiling until she arrived. She tore the cellophane off, split the bread down the middle, and gave half of it to Junie. "Here, eat while you can," she said, before stuffing the sandwich into her mouth, chewing it with abandon. Junie did the same thing, smiling, with peanut butter stuck to her teeth. "Seafood," she said, with her mouth full. Emily laughed. "We have a banana for dessert." She popped the Pepsi open and waited to see if the contents would bubble up. It did. She sucked the cola off the top of the can until the carbonation settled down, then gave the soda to her friend. Junie guzzled several swigs before giving it back to her. Emily swished the can around in a circle to test its volume. Only a quarter of the liquid remained. Emily finished her half of the sandwich, then washed it down with the last bit of Pepsi. They plopped down against the wall beside the cabinet. Junie wrapped her arms around her knees, keeping the dual-strap backpack sandwiched between her thighs and flat chest. "Junie, that's not yours. Where did you get it?" Junie hesitated. "I took it." Emily sighed, feeling disappointment spread across her body. "What's in it?" She shrugged. "I snatched it from those boys right before you showed up. Let me see." Junie gave her the backpack. Emily unzipped it and peered inside. "Uh-oh," Emily groaned. "We're in big trouble." She tipped it to the side and opened it wide so Junie could see the money inside. Lots of it. Bundles and bundles of wrinkled $100 bills, each wrapped with a blue rubber band and a slip of notepaper with a 4-digit number written on it. Outside, the group of West Side locos that had been pursuing the two street girls were becoming agitated. Their leader, Flaco, was becoming more than agitated. He was pissed. The chase had taken them several blocks outside of their home turf and into enemy territory. He knew it was only a matter of time before a member of the Glassford Gatos noticed their trespass. His crew was light, no match for a full-out fight with a 24-strong gang. The crew stood in a loose bunch on the sidewalk at the far end of the alley where the girls had disappeared. Flaco was sure that the girls couldn't have made it all the way to the end before his crew rounded the corner. They must be hiding in the alley somewhere. "Where'd they go?" he yelled at his lieutenant, Nesto, shoving him against the wall, his gun pointed up under his chin. "El stupido! You let that street chica snatch the buy money?" Nesto shoved him back hard. "Get the fuck off me," he yelled. "I didn't do anything. She was already there. It was your dumbass idea to set up the buy at the rec center. Back the fuck up." Flaco backed away, lowering his gun. He looked down the alley, the way they had come. "Okay, they have to be in this alley somewhere. No way they made it all the way through here before us. Split up. You two, this side. You two, that side," he said, gesturing down the alley. "Search everywhere. Garbage cans, dumpsters, everything. We gotta get it back. Nesto, go back to the other end and keep eyes. I got this side." The crew split up, following his orders. Flacco knew that if they didn't find the money, he was a dead man. His uncle would kill him without a second's remorse. He'd trusted him to make this drop with the Russians, the first really big one since he'd decided to quit high school and join the family business. He paced back and forth, trying to find a way out of the situation. He was about to give up on the search when one of his crew whistled from down the alley. It was the new kid, barely 14 years old. What was his name? Derek? Kid didn't look Latino, but he swore he'd grown up in Hope Gardens on the west side. Not that it mattered. His uncle told him to take him along and break him in, so he did. "Do as you're told, and don't ask questions," was a phrase that he knew all too well. The new kid was waving at him to come take a look at something. Flacco ran down the alley at full speed. "What you got?" "Doorway," Derek replied, pushing the dumpster away from the wall. He pointed at the doorframe where a torn shred of clothing was hanging on a nail. "Check it out. Wasn't the older girl wearing a blue t-shirt?" Flacco smiled. "We got him. Good eyes, new boot." Flacco heard a cry from Nesto, who was running toward them in a full gallop. "Policia! Policia!" A police cruiser came screeching to a halt, blocking the alley at the end where they'd originally entered. The cop gave the siren a quick double blast and then called over the loudspeaker. "You there, stop where you are, on the ground, hands behind your head." Flacco and his crew took off running in the opposite direction, but another police cruiser with lights flashing and engine roaring skidded into the mouth of the alley, trapping them. "This way!" Flacco yelled, instantly reversing direction. He ran a few feet, then veered and kicked in the door that the new kid had found. He ran into darkness, not expecting the ground to disappear from under his feet. He yelled as he fell down the void face first. He bounced and flipped, cracking his head on one of the steps on the way to the bottom. Emily's spine tingled again, deep down at the base, but the tingle was stronger than before. She knew it was coming, and she wasn't going to be able to stop it this time. The gunshots must have started the countdown. Guns always sent her mind into a blur and her heart racing, charging her body with a rush of uncontrolled emotions that seemed to act as a trigger for the blue light. Gunfire and gangs were two things that she had fought hard to avoid during her time on the streets. The jump was coming, but she couldn't leave Junie to fend for herself. She needed to think of something. She usually had 17 minutes from the first tingle until the blue light consumed her and she'd vanish. The pre-jump process used to proceed like clockwork, but lately it had been different. The lead time was now 10 minutes tops from the first indicator to the last moment. Barely enough time to find seclusion before it happened. She didn't understand why the timer suddenly decided to change. It just had. Now that she had a friend in tow, she couldn't slip away into the shadows and let it take her, not with Junie depending on her. "This is why you never break the rules," she scolded herself as she reviewed the list in her head. Her mind highlighted rule number 7 in bold. Never get involved. Nothing good ever comes from it. Junie was babbling on, trying to explain what she was doing on the playground next to the shelter in the middle of the night, and why she'd stolen a backpack from a bunch of West Side locos. "I was sitting in my secret place under that little arbor thing, in the corner by the bathrooms. I was waiting for some drunk to finish his dump and leave so I could wash up. I heard the locos coming up the walkway through the trees by the picnic tables, so I hid. I knew the bag was important because they were arguing about it. Then they all turned their backs and kept yelling at each other. English mostly, but some Spanish sprinkled in. They just left it there sitting on the picnic table. I thought I could sneak up and grab it and get away, then sell whatever was in it. I hate living in that shelter, Em. Too much touching. I don't like all those hugs and people wanting to give me a bath all the time. They think they have to help me just because Mom leaves me alone for an hour to go out and get high. Plus, it smells like vomit all the time." The tingle in Emily's spine crept up to her shoulder blades, confirming what she already knew. The countdown had started. "Shh," she said, covering Junie's mouth with her hand. "I hear voices outside. Are they coming in?" "I don't know. I can't sense them. The walls must be blocking." They listened. There were muffled voices just outside the door, at the top of the stairs where the dumpster had hid their escape route. Emily's pulse started to pound even more, thumping in her eardrums. The tingly feeling shot up to her neck. She took a deep breath, trying to focus her thoughts away from the ticking bomb inside of her. She had to do something with Junie, and fast. She only had minutes. "We have to get out of here," she whispered. "We can sneak out through the upstairs. It's a restaurant, and they close early. I doubt anyone is there this late, but we'll probably set off the alarm when we leave." "Alarm? Do you remember my friend Parker that I told you about, the busboy?" She nodded. "He disabled the sensors on the back door so I can sleep here whenever it's raining, or when he leaves food out for me. Nobody ever comes down here except him when he takes the trash out, so he leaves food for me whenever his boss leaves early. I never go beyond this basement. That's our deal. But we don't have a choice this time. Just stick close and we'll be fine. If I run, you run. Got it?" Junie's eyes widened. She looked scared, but she nodded. They got up and made their way across the room as shouting rang out from the alley above. They froze. Emily heard a police siren chirp twice, then an amplified voice that sounded like it was coming over a loudspeaker. Shit. Cops. Definitely cops. Thump, thump, thump. "The locos are trying to kick the door in," Junie said. Thump, thump, crack! The door at the top of the stairs to the alley slammed open, and one of the West Siders came tumbling down head over heels. He fell through the door at the bottom and landed on his side in a heap just inside the entrance of the storeroom. His eyes were closed and his head was bloody. He started to moan. Junie screamed. Emily covered her mouth. "Flaco!" a Latino voice called out from the top of the stairs. "Flaco, you okay?" Emily held a finger to her mouth, reminding Junie to be quiet. The same voice spoke again. "Send Derek down to check." A few moments later, footsteps pounded the wooden steps, getting louder with each beat. "Run!" Emily whispered in Junie's ear, shoving Junie across the room toward the door that led to the kitchen upstairs. Junie opened the door and ran up the steps. Emily was about to follow her friend, but stopped when she heard another person breathing heavily behind her. Something told her to turn and look at him. It felt like curiosity, but it was more than that. He was young, too young, maybe a little younger than she. The red glow of the exit sign made it difficult to be sure, but his spiked hair looked to be jet black with triangle sections cut down to the scalp above his ears. His eyes were either blue or green. She hoped blue. Tattoos covered both of his forearms like a sleeve, and a single gold earring hung down below his left ear. She didn't recognize its unique shape. Maybe it was a symbol or something that he'd made. He was 2 inches taller than she, with high cheekbones that perfectly offset his narrow, aquiline nose and full lips. Emily couldn't help herself. She stared into the eyes of the pretty boy. A thought came unbidden into her mind. He's way too cute to be a part of this. "Damn, girl, you're smoking," he said, with a voice much lower than she had expected. His eyes moved down across her figure, then back up. She smiled when he made eye contact with her again, sensing that he wasn't going to shoot. He was calm and quiet on the inside. There was no malice in his thoughts, just a growing feeling of desire that excited her. He lowered his gun. She relaxed. Then a voice came flooding down the stairs, as did more footsteps, breaking the calm. "Derek!" Derek bolted across the room at her. Emily came to her senses and lashed out with her right foot, just like Master Liu had taught her. The lightning-fast front kick struck him in the groin, and he fell back to the doorway and landed on top of Flaco, temporarily blocking access for the rest of their crew. Emily ran upstairs and shut the door behind her, jamming a metal garbage can under the doorknob to slow the gang down. Junie stepped out of the shadows in the dimly lit kitchen. She was holding a stainless steel skillet cocked by her ear, ready to brain whoever came up the steps. "It's me," Emily hissed, taking the weapon from her friend. She put it on the counter next to the prep station. "Hurry, out the front, this way." She ran past Junie through the double swing doors where the dining room of the elegant restaurant was waiting. Lights from the street cast shadows across the empty chairs, wooden tables, and the bubbling lobster tank. The tables were covered with white tablecloths and folded linen napkins, wine glasses, and elegant cutlery. The floor was spotless and shiny, and there was a fresh scent of pine in the air. Emily felt a tremor rise up through her body. What had begun as a tingle in her spine was now an overwhelming full-body sensation. She felt electrified and alive, like she always did right before a jump, meaning that her senses had now been supercharged, allowing her to have visions of the immediate future. Normally, she would use this ability to know where to hide until the jump came and she could disappear. But this time, she couldn't just use her abilities to protect herself. She had to make sure Junie would be okay before she vanished. She knew that another thug was about to start kicking at the door to the kitchen behind her and then bolt through it and find his way into the dining area, where he'd start shooting his machine gun. She could sense his plans and felt the anger boiling inside his chest. It wasn't the pretty boy that she'd kicked in the basement. This one was itching to kill. She waited a few seconds for what she knew would come next. It did. The extra strength that hard-charged her muscles, allowing her to become stronger and faster, but only for a short time. It would fade from her body the moment time began to slow down, which was the last step in the process, right before the jump. She scooped Junie in her arms like a rag doll, ran across the dining room in a flash, and dove over a low wall that separated the foyer from the dining room. Junie sat in a ball, clutching the backpack to her chest, holding onto it for dear life.
"You know they don't serve peanut butter in a place like this,"
Junie mumbled.
"What?" "My mom used to be a hostess, so I know. Your friend must have brought it from home. I think he likes you."
She took Junie's head in her hands and looked her in the eyes. "Listen to me. We don't have much time. As soon as I'm gone, wait for the glass to break on the front window. Then go through it and run outside. Hide the backpack somewhere safe and go find the cops."
"Cops? We don't like cops."
"This time we do. They'll protect you. They're holding back now, but they'll be here in a few minutes."
"When do I run again?"
"After I'm gone. You'll hear gunfire, but don't be afraid. The bullets won't be coming at you. A man will scream and then glass will break. That's when you run. After the glass breaks. Got it?" Junie gulped as tears began to flow, but she seemed to pull it together. She sniffed and nodded.
"Thank you, Em."
"You should use a tablecloth so you don't get cut," she said, helping Junie put her backpack on.
"When will I see you again?"
"It might take me a while, but I'll find you. Now cover your ears and don't scream when you hear gunshots. He won't be aiming at you. Just wait for the glass." Emily heard the double doors swing open and smash against the walls on either side of them. Emily took a breath and steadied herself for what she was about to do. The closer she got to a jump, the more it happened. Time got slow and she got fast, but only for about 15 seconds of her time immediately preceding a jump. She felt the blue energy rise up through her body, telling her that it was time to act. She sprang over the wall and ran at the gunman in a cloud of blue. She could see 3 bullets just leaving his gun, hanging in midair, with smoke trails behind them. She touched the bottom of each bullet with her finger as she zipped past them, then grabbed the wrist on the man's gun hand and added a twisting force to it. She turned her attention to the second villain, who had been frozen in time, stepping through the double swing doors. There was another man in the kitchen behind him, but she didn't see the pretty boy, Derek, anywhere. She grabbed the second man's shoulders and spun him around so that his gun was facing the third man, who was not far behind. She gently touched the trigger finger of the second gunman, then moved to the third loco and did the same with his trigger finger. She dashed out of the kitchen and into the dining room, where she applied pressure to the underside of a table built to seat 8 people, calculating the trajectory of its flight in her head. She knelt on the ground, then curled herself into the fetal position and waited for the last second of the countdown to tick by. It did. The jump pain hit her as her body began to sizzle with blue lines of energy, like tiny lightning bolts crisscrossing her skin. A searing bolt of agony shot from the back of her skull to the center of her forehead, just as she was consumed by the blue fire and vanished. Junie heard things happen just as Emily had described. First, there were 3 shots of gunfire that tore through the ceiling panels above her, then a man screaming in pain, then more gunshots, then more screaming, then glass breaking, and a second after that, the alarm system began to wail. She took a deep breath and ran to the front window, seeing a man on his knees holding his wrist and two bodies a little further back lying on the floor, bleeding from their chests. She snatched a tablecloth, stepped on the wooden chair closest to the broken window, spread the tablecloth over the bottom of the frame, and climbed out. She heard sirens coming from the right, but she decided to go left instead, running as fast as her feet could take her.
Hey, it's Emily. I really need a favor from you. If you are enjoying this video, please like and subscribe to this channel to help support the author and allow him to keep posting more of his audiobooks for you. Please, just do it. Now, all it takes is a couple of clicks. It'll help feed me and Junie too. Okay, I gotta run before they catch me.
Chapter 2. August 11th, 2013, 4:23 a.m. Emily woke up after her time jump from the restaurant, feeling as though her entire body had been squeezed through a sausage press and stuck in an oven. Every inch of her skin was burning from the inside out, and her bones ached. The pressure inside her head was intense, making her skull feel every thunderous beat of her racing pulse. She licked her lips and tried to swallow, but there was no saliva to force it down. A twinge of pain hit her stomach, highlighting the endless flip-flops going on inside of it. She wanted to vomit, but didn't. She held it together, somehow. The aroma of freshly turned soil, pine needles, and her own sweat filled her nostrils. The time jumps were always accompanied by a massive adrenaline dump, which left her completely spent, as if she'd just run a marathon. Jumps also left her naked. She'd learned quickly that the blue fire consumed whatever clothes she was wearing and sent only organic living matter through the time travel process, adding to the misery of it all. Then there was the issue of her spotty, irregular period that she assumed was caused by the genetic changes taking place inside her body. Only twice had she been in the middle of it when a time jump occurred, but somehow jumping through time put an end to the menstrual flow. This revelation confirmed what she'd already suspected. Time travel was the result of a biological transformation process and not a technical achievement. On those rare occasions when she needed to deal with it during normal time, most of the homeless shelters provided the necessary hygiene products. She felt hard-packed dirt and pebbles digging into her side, and her head was resting on something rough and scratchy. She took a couple of slow, deep breaths, consciously trying to lower her heart rate using the breathing control exercises Master Lu had taught her years ago in a previous time period. She'd learned the hard way that it's best not to rush herself right after a jump. Never sit up or try to walk right away, not if she wanted to avoid the puking and a day-long migraine. Breathe, center your thoughts, get your bearings, and go from there, one step at a time. She peeled her eyes open, rolled to her back, let her arms flop out to her side, and enjoyed the beauty of the night sky, knowing that it would take time to let her body acclimate. Far above the pink glow of the city lights, thousands of stars twinkled in a rhythmic pattern, partially obscured by the low-hanging branches of an evergreen tree. Had she come out in another park? The odds of that were low, with stellar drift involved in the equation, constantly changing the destination point of each jump. However, her last couple of jumps had been different than all those that had come before. Each of the recent jumps featured shorter times forward and smaller distances covered, as if the jump process was winding down, heading for some type of fundamental change. But what? The pain was getting worse too, which told her that as the jumps got shorter, the pain escalates in reverse proportion to the lesser time traveled forward. The fact that she had landed at night was good, though, not just because it protected her from the blistering daytime heat of Arizona, but because it's much easier to come out unnoticed under the cover of darkness, especially when you're naked. She closed her eyes and slowed her breathing, focusing on each thump of her heartbeat. She knew this would help taper the pain and get her moving sooner. Emily had been jumping for almost 2 years in her timeline of days. For the rest of humanity, for the normal people, it had been decades. The first jump had been terrifying, a bad ending to an even worse 3 days that ultimately took her mom, her childhood, her friends, and her future away. One moment, she'd been living the relatively normal life of a teenager in high school. Then, in a flash of light on the eve of Easter in 1985, it was all taken away. When it first happened, she'd jumped 2.5 years forward in time. She woke up in the middle of the day, naked, scared, and alone, curled in a ball in the parking lot at the edge of Metro Center, a bustling shopping mall in central Phoenix. Now, that same shopping center was a ghost town, covered in gang signs painted on its cracked, aging walls. Nothing more than a distant memory for those wide-eyed investors who'd built the place. She'd been through 15 excruciating jumps, covering almost 30 years of calendar time for the normals. She was an unwitting expert, memorizing every detail of the process and every nuance of pain. The process started out predictable, like clockwork. She could bank on the pre-jump process and its countdown, knowing the order and timing of each step exactly. But now it was changing, leaving her to rewrite the protocols she'd grown to depend on in order to keep some level of sanity in her existence. Granted, none of this was something that she wanted to learn, but she had no choice, not if she wanted to survive another day. Her mind drifted past the pain as she lay still, thinking of the first time that she had come out of a time jump. October 11th, 1987, 2:41 p.m. Emily woke from her first jump in a daze. She had no idea what just happened. She was lying on her right side, feeling dozens of sharp objects digging into her body and dizzying pressure all around her. Her skin on the left side was cooking. She was incredibly thirsty, and she smelled tar. Tar? The previous 3 days had been something out of an episode of The Twilight Zone. The nightmare had started on Easter Sunday, when she and her mom were walking to midnight mass at their local church, and then, she could barely bring herself to say it, abduction, torture, pain, her life twisted inside out and sideways. "Hey, kid, you all right?" A male voice penetrated her mental fog, and she felt something kicking at her ribs. A foot. Someone was nudging her in the ribs with their booted toe. She opened her bleary eyes and saw a spider crawling up the base of a small tree that had been planted only a few inches from her face. Beyond that was a concrete border and the silhouette of a man. The sun was blazing behind him, but she knew by the silhouette that he was in some kind of uniform. A cop? She said with a weak, trembling voice. I don't know. She tried to move, but her muscles wouldn't react. "You need help?" She hadn't gathered enough strength to answer. "Listen, I don't know what's going on here, but you can't sleep here. Not in the parking lot, not without clothes. There are laws, young lady, and the sun is going to burn you to a crisp." Emily looked at her body and discovered that she was, in fact, naked. Not a stitch of clothes. The revelation sent a charge of adrenaline into her system. She squealed, sat upright, threw up, then hugged her knees to her chest. She looked around, trying to gain control of her senses. It took a minute, but it worked. She was in a 6-foot-wide landscaped area with a concrete border around it. Inside of it was a tree, a neatly trimmed bush with red berries on it, a layer of pink-colored rock, a smattering of gum wrappers, a crushed soda can, and a few cigarette butts. Beyond that, there was an acre of black asphalt with painted lines stretching all the way to a multi-story building that was painted in a southwestern theme. There was a small collection of parked cars near the building, where a crew of men with ladders and a crane were lifting a sign off of the building. It said, "Falconio Fashions." Her eyes were stinging, making it difficult to focus for more than a few seconds. She got to her feet with wobbly knees. She threw up again, and her head started to ache. "Here, take this. the cop said, handing her an ugly yellow poncho. I don't know why they give us these, because it hardly ever rains, and never for very long.
Thanks.
She took the poncho in her shaking hands and slid it over her head and pulled it down over her breasts, then let the garment slide down past her thighs. It took some effort to take a step to the edge of the jagged landscape where there was no rock, but with the help of the man, she managed.
Where am I?
Metro Center, he replied, with his powerful arm wrapped around her waist. Never in a million years did I expect this, not on my first day.
Where?
Metro Center. It's a mall. You know what a mall is, right? She nodded. Her eyes came into focus, and she started to make sense of her surroundings. The man standing with her was not an actual cop. He was a mall security guard in his early 20s. He was about 6'2", slender, with cocoa skin, an easy smile and friendly eyes. His short afro was trimmed in a neat, flat-top fade, with a shooting star design worked in on the left side of his head. A 3-wheeled vehicle was parked 10 feet away. It looked like a modified Vespa scooter with an enclosed driver's area over the front wheel and a small flatbed cargo area in back that was carrying 3 stacks of orange traffic cones. He helped her over the concrete border, where her feet found the pavement to be boiling hot. She jumped back onto the landscape rock. Shit, he said, running to his scooter. He got in and fired its engine. The triangle-shaped vehicle puffed blue smoke out of its tailpipe as he pulled it around to her. He hopped out and then removed the orange traffic cones from the flatbed, tossing them next to the tree. Hop on, let's get you inside. She hesitated, unsure of what to do. She gave him a blank stare. Like I said, I don't know what's going on with you, and frankly, I don't want to know. But we need to get you inside. I have a niece about your age, and I know if someone found her like this, I'd want them to help. No cops, she snapped, darting her eyes everywhere. If she'd had shoes and the energy, she would have taken off running. He held his arms out, palms up. Calm down, no cops. I promise, just you and me. Alejandro is at lunch, so you can rest in the security office. He won't be back for at least an hour, okay? Let's see if we can't find you some shoes and clothes and then maybe something to drink. Then you can go on your way. How does that sound? Emily knew she shouldn't trust anyone, but she had a good sense of people. She could tell he was sincere. His kind face and soft hands reassured her somehow. Deal, she replied. My name's Dwayne. I'll tell you later. He laughed. Whatever you say, Red. Come on now, let's go. He picked her up by the waist with his hands and carried her 2 feet across the hot pavement, sitting her butt on the vehicle with her legs dangling off the back. Dwayne started the 2-stroke engine, and they puttered off, crossing the mostly empty parking lot as they headed toward the far end of the mall. August 11th, 2013. 4:58 a.m. Emily dug through the donation boxes in the basement of the Irish Cultural Center, only a 10-minute walk from Glassford Park, where she had jumped to from the restaurant shootout several hours before. She drifted into her thoughts, letting her hands switch to autopilot, while an intense vision of Pretty Boy's face took over the video player in her thoughts. She decided that Derek's eyes were blue, not green, once she adjusted for the color shift of the exit sign in the storeroom. The feelings inside of him were unique, like the gold earring hanging from his ear. They were something she'd never felt before, and she'd taken a read on hundreds of people ever since she came back after the night of the taking. His smile may have been slight, but his inner brightness was full, lifting her heart to a place it had never been before. She didn't believe in love at first sight, but figured that's what most people would say she was experiencing. There was no denying she was attracted to Derek, but love at first sight? She laughed. A silly concept. She convinced herself the gift of second sight was to blame for everything she was feeling. It had allowed her a brief but profound look inside the mysterious boy. That level of deep emotional connection with another human being would probably change a girl, she decided. That's what it was, not love at first sight. She'd captured a glimpse of him, the real him, and was attracted to his gentle and kind spirit. She smiled, knowing the explanation was based in logic and not part of some ridiculous fantasy. But why was he in that gang? Was it a dare? Was he desperate like her, just trying to survive another day on the streets? Maybe he owed the gang money, and this was how he needed to repay it. She was sure there was a reason, a valid reason. There had to be, something everyone would understand and forgive. No, she told herself, he wasn't a criminal like the rest of them. He didn't want to hurt people. He had to be a good person. She felt it stirring around inside of him, bubbling just below the surface of his fake gangster facade. The streets can do that to a person, make them pretend to be someone they're not. Since she'd only jumped 3 hours ahead this time, a fact that she'd confirmed on the digital calendar clock upstairs, it meant she could go looking for him. He was probably close, since she'd only jumped a short block away from her launching point. She continued rummaging through the endless stacks of clothes, thinking about the parameters of the last jump. She was concerned that the process was getting shorter in distance traveled and in time forward. Shorter jumps meant more blue energy and more pain, with a greater possibility that it wouldn't be an effective escape maneuver. Things were changing, things she couldn't control. First things first, she told herself, returning her focus to the task at hand. She ran through the post-jump checklist in her head: clothes, food, and a place to crash. Once she had those covered, she could spend time trying to figure out why the jump scenario was shortening. Later, she thought, focus, Emily, focus. You got this. She knew that the old Irish ladies held clothing and food drives at the center once a month. They kept everything in a downstairs storage area until they were ready to hand it out at one of their quarterly charity events. She'd befriended them after her last jump and found that they treated her like a long-lost granddaughter. She assumed that they took a shine to her because of her ginger looks, probably reminding them of some of their family members who also had red hair and freckles. "Bingo," she said, stopping her frantic search. "Perfect." She pulled out a faded maroon-colored Arizona State University t-shirt with gold letters and a pair of orange board shorts. She held them up to gauge their size, then quickly put them on. She always felt a little out of sorts until she found some clothes and enjoyed a good night's rest. Some food and water didn't hurt either. The shorts and top that she found were a little loose, but that was fine with her. She didn't like showing off her figure, since it drew too much attention and always seemed to get her into trouble. She played with the fit of the clothes, then nodded. Better to blend in and not get noticed. She kept searching the boxes, knowing that donations had patterns to them. You could look for hours and not find anything in your size or style, and then, all of a sudden, you'd come across a goldmine of stuff that looked like it was left there just for you. She figured that when people pulled items from their closet, they'd naturally jam it all into the same container, keeping everything separate and organized by default. A big guy would donate big guy clothes, which of course were no good to her. People with toddlers would donate toddler stuff, and so on. Or maybe people subconsciously kept similar items together just in case they changed their minds on the way to the drop-off point, turned the car around, and took their stuff home. Either way, donations had patterns. She just needed to find more of the right boxes, hopefully donated by a teenager who was roughly her size. She couldn't afford to be picky, as long as the clothes kept her warm and weren't too small. Baggy was better than skin tight, especially when living on the streets. Baggy gave you more places to hide stuff underneath and helped keep the creeper's eyes in check. "What's this?" she asked the empty room, finding what she could only describe as a girly stash. 4 big boxes that looked like they had been donated by a sorority of conforming girly girls. Yuck. Or maybe a family with several teenagers who idolized Britney Spears. Double yuck. The next 2 boxes held a trove of adult-sized t-shirts, low-rise blue jeans, and sweatshirts that said, "Love Pink." Triple yuck. They were all too big for her, and they'd be too embarrassing to wear in public anyway. The next box was filled with a stack of low-cut, sexy tops, a few ultra-short shorts, and some nicer dress-up-and-go-out items. She rolled her eyes, thinking about her mom trying to squeeze her into the revealing clothes, especially the stylish little black dress with the slit up the front. The only way she'd be caught dead in a dress like that would be if she ever had the chance to go out on a date, a real date, like for the prom. She thought of Derek again, this time with his arm around her waist, his strong fingers caressing, walking her through the entrance to the dance where all her old friends from high school were waiting with eyes wide and mouths gaping. She'd wear her best makeup and find a matching pair of shoes that made her look tall, refined, and elegant. She'd need some pretty lace panties just in case she decided to let him see them, maybe even let him remove them. Then she snapped back to reality. Not likely, she reminded herself. That life's not for you.
Rule number 1, no close friends. Rule number 10, no boys.
Her heart ran cold. The third box was the money, clothes that might have belonged to a tomboyish sorority sister, a small fraternity brother, or a teenage boy. Sports-themed t-shirts, soccer shorts, jeans that might just fit her properly, a couple pairs of khaki pants, and even a few button-down shirts that weren't too worn out. She smiled. She was set for a while, until the next jump. She cast her eyes around the room and found what she needed. A smallish Nike gym bag sat in the corner. It was filled with infant onesies and what looked like 100 pairs of tiny socks. She dumped the contents out and put them into a partially filled box of adult clothes that she'd passed over. She began to pack the gym bag with all her new stuff. The tiny socks reminded her. Shoes. They were the hardest thing to find and the most sought-after thing on the street, other than drugs and cigarettes, and probably the most asked-for donation item. The good Irish ladies must have already separated the shoes out of this round of donations and taken them to the shelters, because there were absolutely no shoes in any of the boxes. All she could find was a pair of flip-flops that were way too big, covered with some type of disgusting white crust, and about to fall apart. The crust worried her, but they would have to do until she snagged some from Payless Shoes later. She didn't like to break in and steal, but her feet had to come first. She planned to leave the owner of the shoe store something of value or clean the place for him. Then it wasn't stealing. Next up, food. Emily crept out of the closet and down the hall to the base of the stairs. She paused and listened carefully. It was too early for anyone to be in the center, but you could never be too careful. Everything seemed quiet upstairs. She counted to 100 just to make sure, then walked up the steps and found the kitchen. She loved the Irish Cultural Center. Everything was laid out perfectly for her. After she'd helped herself to some cold potatoes from a Tupperware container in the refrigerator, a can of corned beef from a box on the counter, and several glasses of apple juice, she noticed a schedule pinned to a bulletin board on the wall. She studied it carefully. Nothing was happening in the center until bingo at 4 o'clock that afternoon. No events, no cleaning scheduled, nothing. Nice, she thought. She had the place to herself for a while. Emily did a sweep of the building, totally empty of volunteers, though she did find a half-empty bag of mini candy bars, like the kind parents gave out on Halloween. She took 3 of the Milky Way bars and put them in her pocket. It made her think of Junie, wondering how she was doing, and if she'd followed her instructions and gotten out of the restaurant safely. She must have, she decided, because her visions were never wrong, and she sensed that Junie was still alive, somewhere, probably back with her deadbeat mother, snuggling next to her in the shelter. Emily decided to wait a few days before she'd go look for her, let things cool down a bit first. Time to lay low. She returned to the kitchen, flicked on the small TV set in the corner, sat down, and put her feet up on a footstool. She planned to zone out for a while and think about why her time jumps were changing and what it meant. She looked at the clock on the wall. 5:15 a.m. Time for the morning news and talk shows. Good. Something boring and mindless. She gave herself until 6:15, then she'd head out. 2 minutes later, she sat upright when something caught her ear. The talking head on the news, Angela Grimes, with heavy makeup and hair that never moved, intoned in her most dramatic voice. A fierce gun battle broke out last night with police in an upscale Italian restaurant in downtown Phoenix, leaving 3 members of the West Side Locos street gang and 2 veteran officers dead, and 1 young girl missing. The missing girl, June Wright, whose picture you see on the screen right now. Emily was horrified to see Junie's smiling face, cute little pigtails and all, in what must have been a school picture from the previous year, before her mother and she had been evicted from their apartment. Was the temporary resident of a nearby children's shelter where she lived with her mother, Abigail Wright, who's shown here talking with detectives. The mother declined to be interviewed on camera, but did seem agitated and overcome with grief, saying that she had no idea why her little girl was inside the restaurant when the after-hours burglary took place. Police are also looking for this young woman in connection with the incident. She almost fell out of her chair when a 2-second grainy video clip showed her and Junie running across a section of the upper screen. Based on the angle and direction, it must have been from when the 2 of them ran into the seating area from the kitchen to find a place to hide. The bottom of the screen showed a pair of point-of-sale computer terminals sitting on a pedestal desk near the double-swing doors on the back wall. Parker never mentioned that the restaurant used surveillance, so she never thought to look for cameras. Maybe he didn't know they were in use. She worried that there might have been additional cameras, and if so, they may have captured her culpable activities as she arranged the scene so the gangbangers would shoot themselves and Junie could escape. A spokesman for the Phoenix Police Department did say that the restaurant's video surveillance system malfunctioned before the shootout with police started, leaving them with more questions than answers. Police ask that anyone with any information at all about this young woman and her whereabouts contact them immediately. She's 5'6", around 125 pounds, with long red hair, blue eyes, and freckles. She was last seen wearing a blue t-shirt and baggy green cargo-style shorts. "I'm screwed," she said. "This is why you never get involved, Em." Chapter 3. August 11th, 2013. 5:17 a.m. Jim Miller fell out of his chair when Emily's picture flashed across the screen, tumbling to the kitchen floor along with a full cup of hot coffee, a plate of bacon and eggs, and a brand new computer tablet he'd just removed from its packaging and was trying to figure out how to use. "Damn!" he yelled. "Ugh! Crap! What the—" He tried to simultaneously survey the wreckage that was now his breakfast nook and watch the news report. Not possible. He checked to make sure his tablet was undamaged. It was. The mess could wait. The picture he saw on the news could not. It was a big deal. Big for him, at least. He picked himself up off the floor, brushed scrambled eggs from his pants, and gawked at the television set. Police ask that anyone with any information at all about this young woman and her whereabouts contact them immediately. She's 5'6", around 125 pounds, with long red hair, blue eyes, and freckles. She was last seen wearing a blue t-shirt and baggy green cargo-style shorts. Jim had plenty of information about the girl on the TV screen, none of which he was willing to share with the police. She'd been a personal conundrum of his for almost 20 years. 10 years ago, he'd tried to bring the story to the police, but they'd laughed him right out of the precinct. He wasn't about to go down that road again, not in a million years, not with retirement still 20-plus years away. He still had to earn, and that couldn't be done if they throw you in the nut house. His career had stalled recently, but he was still motivated to cover the story of a lifetime. And this girl was that story. He knew it was a major gamble, but as a former Marine, he was used to taking risks. Risks got his blood pumping and helped him focus, pushing him to succeed even though the quote under his high school yearbook picture from 20 years earlier said, "least likely to get laid or paid." His answer to that humiliation was to enlist in the Marines the day after he graduated magna cum laude. It was a bold move that surprised everyone, even himself, when he scored off the charts in nearly every assessment the Corps threw at him. "Fuck 'em," he said, thinking of his classmates. Emily Hart was his holy grail, the story of all stories, the missing red-headed girl who hadn't aged in decades. He grabbed his remote, hit rewind, waited until he found the image of the girl, and then pressed pause. He picked up the phone and called his 19-year-old nephew, Andy, who he knew would still be asleep in bed after his late-night men's hockey league game. The phone buzzed for 30 seconds, then a groggy voice answered. "Hello? Mom, is that you? What's the matter?" "It's not your mother, Sunshine. It's Uncle Jim. Wake up, I need your help. Tell me how to save a screenshot from the TV onto my new tablet." "You need what?" "I need to know how to do a screen capture of something on the news and save it to my tablet." Andy yawned. "Why don't you get one of the geeks from the newspaper to help you? It's their job, not mine." "That might be a little difficult." "Why?" "Well, technically, I don't work there anymore." "You got fired?" "I quit. They wouldn't let me cover the stories I wanted, so I walked." "Not that Emily Hart nonsense again. You need to let it go already." "Look, I know you and your mother think I'm nuts, but I'm telling you, there are things in this world that defy explanation. I've seen it with my own two eyes, like this girl. She's real. As a matter of fact, she's on the news right now. That's why I'm calling. Will you help me or not?" "Not now!" Emily screamed at herself, fighting back a wave of panic as she watched the TV news in the Irish Cultural Center. Her body wasn't ready for another jump, not yet. She did a quick breathing exercise she'd learned from Master Lu, a kind and enigmatic kung fu teacher she'd met back in the beginning, between her third and fourth jumps. It worked. She averted the adrenaline rush that would have pushed her over the top, triggering the countdown. A sense of dread chilled her bones when various street reporters and the talking heads at the news station discussed the shootout and took turns theorizing what might have happened. In the end, what did all of their conjecture matter? The facts were clear. A little girl was missing, and 2 policemen were dead. She hated cops, but didn't want any of them to die. They were only doing their job. She just wanted them to leave her alone. She knew that if the cops ever got their hands on her, they'd eventually discover who she was and where she was from, bringing her time jump ability to full light. Once they knew her secret, they'd lock her up at some black site government lab where there'd be endless experiments, blood samples, CT scans, and God knows what else. She'd be studied and dissected like a rabid dog. Then her mind latched on to the broadcast while the anchorwoman mentioned the 3 dead gang members. Wait a minute. 3? The 2 in the kitchen she could understand, but who was the 3rd? Was it the asshole that she had given the broken wrist to? He could have picked up the machine gun with the other hand and used it when the police showed up. "Damn it," she said, wishing she'd hurt him worse than she did. Then the officers would still be alive. A thought popped into her mind. "Oh my God, Derek!" Her heart was hit with a sharp pain that nearly split it in half. Did Derek decide to join his pals and shoot at the police? She couldn't bring herself to accept the possibility that he might be casualty number 3. It would mean that everything she had sensed about the pretty boy in the basement was wrong. Was she losing her ability to read people and sense their intent? Jumps were getting shorter, so maybe her gifts were fading too. And what about Junie? Where did she go? The only explanation Emily could come up with was that Junie had heard the shootout with the cops and took off running instead of enlisting their help. That's what Emily would have done if she'd been there and seen the situation spin sideways. She returned her focus to the screen when someone else on the broadcast started talking about rumored connections between the Locos gang and a Russian white slavery ring that had moved into the area. They reported that the older female accomplice may have escaped the shootout, absconding with the young girl to complete the sale. Older accomplice? Absconded? What? Her mouth dropped open. They just accused her of kidnapping Junie to sell her. Sell her? Disgusting, she mumbled. Emily was furious with herself. I only have myself to blame. I broke rule number 1, no close friends, and rule number 7, don't get involved, and look what happened. She put her head in her hands, thinking only of Junie and her tiny smile. She's missing and alone, and it's all your fault. Now the police are after you. So much for blending in. Dumb, Em, dumb. She had to come up with a plan, fast. She needed to think, but she wanted to cry. Had anyone seen her? Would they know her whereabouts? She'd bumped into one homeless guy in the park after her jump, but he was totally out of it. She doubted that he even knew what was happening. Ugh, she didn't know. She hated not knowing. She was a mess, and when she was a mess, only one thing really worked. Master Liu's meditation. His words echoed in her mind. No thoughts, Em. No emotions. No extremity. Return to center. Embrace the moon. Find the calm within. She stood up and put her arms over her head, stretching from side to side. She let her arms fall to her sides and rolled her shoulders 7 times, each with more rotational force than the previous. She sat on the floor, cross-legged, and followed the steps Master Liu had taught her ages ago. He was long dead, just a pinpoint in the distant memory of history for the rest of the planet, but it was only a year ago in her time. She missed him. She needed him. Breathe, Em, breathe. Lean forward, lengthen the spine, relax the shoulders, center the head over the sacrum. Cup the hands together, palms up, just in front of the lower belly. Cradle the lower dantian. Expand your diaphragm as you breathe in. Relax as you breathe out, letting all external thoughts fade to black. Emily closed her eyes and followed her breath into the shadows of calm. Okay, bud, got it. Thanks. I owe you one, Andy, Jim Miller said before hanging up the phone, ending the call with his nephew. He walked out of the kitchen to the closet in the hallway, where he kept a box filled with all his spare computer cables. Andy had told him exactly how to grab the image from the TV and transfer it to his computer. Not too complicated after all. He'd cleaned up the mess in the kitchen while listening to the instructions. He returned to the kitchen with what he thought was the right HDMI cable, plugged it into the side of his tablet, and was about to run it to his flat screen when he heard the police scanner on the coffee table begin to crackle. All units, all available units, Code 2, Irish Cultural Center, possible 1029F from Code 187207 last night, downtown disturbance. Repeat, all units, all available units, Code 2, Irish Cultural Center. Repeat, possible 1029F from Code 187207 last night, downtown disturbance. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. Could it be true? Could it be her? The redhead who didn't age? Code 2 meant urgent, proceed to location without lights or siren. 1029F meant suspect wanted in a felony. 187 meant homicide, and 207 meant kidnapping. Jim threw on some clothes and then decided he didn't want to take the new tablet along. He wasn't sure how to operate the new recording software, so he grabbed his smartphone instead. Its video resolution wasn't as good, but the battery was charged and it would be enough to document scenes and tape interviews. Reporting sure had changed, he thought. It wasn't like the old days of pad, pencil, and mini cassette recorders. Technology was a wonderful thing when it worked. Scratch that. It was a wonderful thing when it came with a set of instructions written in true English, not those wafer-thin, microscopic manuals that start out written in Japanese, then get translated to German, then to Swahili, and then finally into some form of English that's missing all the important stuff. Good God, the insanity of it all. He ran out the door and hit the sidewalk in a full sprint. The Irish Cultural Center was just 5 blocks away from his refurbished Glassford Park bungalow. Emily opened her eyes after her meditation trance in the Irish Cultural Center. She had made a plan. Step 1, get the hell out of downtown. Any suburb will do. At this point, even Glendale by the Cardinals Stadium, where all the hookers and pimps hung out, would be better. Step 2, find a drugstore, snag supplies. Step 3, find a bathroom, cut hair short, dye it black. Step 4, find shelter. Step 5, lay low. Step 6, repeat number 5, don't get anxious. She loved Master Liu's meditation. She would go in a total wreck and come out completely put back together, just like this time. She was confident she could handle this situation. She'd been through worse. It's all gravy, Em. Just avoid the cops long enough to change your look. She grabbed the gym bag and stuffed as much food as she could into it. Dried goods and canned food kept the best, but they were heavy. She took a can opener from one of the drawers. Clutch. A can of food was no good if you couldn't open it. She was tempted to get another bag and fill it with food too, but she had to keep it light. She might have to run at any moment. Stay fast, she told herself. She slung the bag over her shoulder and checked the clock on the wall. 5:47 a.m. Good, she thought. The streets will still be mostly empty. She could walk out the front door and act like she was supposed to be there and on her way to school. Blend in, stay calm, don't make eye contact, don't run. She ran downstairs and snatched a weathered Arizona Diamondbacks baseball cap she'd seen in one of the boxes. She pulled it low over her eyes and managed to stuff most of her hair into it. She took the steps 2 at a time on the way back up. The infusion of activity had cleared her head even more. She felt normal. Well, normal enough. The front door was a bad idea. She let herself out the side door into the rose garden that led to North Central Avenue, right by the park. As soon as she stepped outside, she saw cops everywhere. On the sidewalk by Central, in the park past the garden right in front of her, and coming around the side of the building to her left. There were squad cars parked in the middle of the street at both ends, blocking traffic at those weird cop angles that only cops know how to pull off. "That's her, man, right there," yelled a homeless guy wearing a long, tattered overcoat, baggy blue pants that hung well past his feet, and a pair of thick-rimmed glasses. He was standing on the sidewalk with a group of 4 cops, not 50 feet away from her. "See? I told you I saw her. Now where's my $50? She turned and tried to go back into the building, thinking she could confuse them and leave from a different door. No luck. The door had locked behind her. The 2 cops that had been coming around the corner of the building to her left started running with guns drawn. "Stop! Right there!" they both shouted. "Down on the ground! Now! Hands behind your head!" She ignored them, knowing that they couldn't shoot an unarmed girl. She sprinted across a patch of grass and vaulted herself over a low, green-painted wrought iron fence that led to the park. The gym bag caught on one of the narrow iron caps sticking up past the top rail of the fence. She spun, off balance, and fell to the ground on her back, knocking the wind out of her. She gasped for breath as the baseball cap fell off her head, releasing her hair into the grass. The 2 cops were on her in a heartbeat. One of them dug a knee into her lower back, grabbed her right arm and twisted it behind her, then slapped a handcuff on her wrist. He grabbed her other arm and repeated the process. She felt like a twisted pig being hogtied for slaughter. He pulled her to her feet and got in her face. He had an ugly, sunburned bulldog face, pushed together like a twisted mashed potato. His beady brown eyes were filled with anger, and his breath smelled awful, like stale coffee and cigarettes. "Where's the girl?" he demanded. "Is she inside?" "She's my friend. I didn't kidnap her." "Where is she?" he yelled, pulling her arms up her back. She screamed in pain, worried that the cop was going to break her arms. "You're hurting me." "That's the point, Red. Tell me what I want to know before I snap them like breadsticks." She was angry, intensely angry, feeling her adrenaline kick in. She opened her mouth to say something, but thought better of it. She clamped it shut and held it in a tight, grim line. She was determined not to say anything. She let her anger build. Now she needed to jump, never mind the pain that waited for her on the other side. "You want to play it like that, huh?" he growled. He turned to the cops on the sidewalk. "Search the building. The girl might be in there." He turned back to her, running his hand over her butt. "Where are you going, little girl? They're gonna love this little ass every night." He dragged her into one of the waiting squad cars and shoved her into the back seat, face first. Her knees hit the edge of the seat, sending her flying across the back of the vehicle, hitting her head on the door on the opposite side. She turned over, sat up, and looked back at him. He slammed the door and snarled at her through the window. Blood trickled down her forehead. She couldn't hold back the hint of a smile that played at the corners of her mouth. She turned away from the ugly cop and looked out the window. A man was standing 6 feet away, holding a cell phone at arm's length from his body, half watching the screen, half watching her. He had obviously just videotaped the whole scene. Emily's spine tingled, deep down at the base. Finally, she thought, knowing that the countdown had started.
Hey, it's Emily. Sorry for the interruption, but I really need your advice. Should I make a big stink at the police station and file an excessive force complaint against the cop who just arrested me? Or should I just keep a low profile and not draw focus to myself? Let me know what you would do. Thanks. Now let's get back to the story.
Chapter 4. Jim Miller stood outside the Irish Cultural Center, letting the video on his cell phone roll as the police car made a U-turn and sped away. He couldn't believe his luck. It was her, the redhead, and now he had primary video evidence that he could compare with all the photographs that he'd collected over the past 18 years. If someone had asked him a day earlier, to be honest, he would have told them that he really never thought he'd crack this investigation. In the back of his mind, he'd always worried that he was wrong or that he was missing something obvious. He'd spent countless hours studying the face of the girl in the photographs, memorizing every line, every detail, and every curve of her budding beauty. He saw her face in his sleep, and he was consumed by the thought of finding her, knowing that if he ever spotted her again in a crowd or on the street, it would only be for a second, so he needed to be able to identify her instantly. But what if he was wrong? What if the girls in the photos were not the same girl? What if they were cousins, sisters, or maybe even mother and daughter, or just random lookalikes that his brain merged together and convinced him that they were the same girl? His moment of doubt passed. He was 100% sure. It was her. It had to be. What he wasn't 100% sure of was why the police car had turned around and headed north when the processing center was 9 blocks south and 3 blocks west, depending on how you counted the blocks on the grid. Maybe the cop was agitated and had gotten himself turned around. Maybe he wanted to take the girl for a ride and cool her off before booking her. Impossible to say. Either way, Jim knew exactly where he had to take her. He walked south, deciding to take the shortest route to West Madison, where he'd turn right and head over to wait at the entrance to the Maricopa County Jail. He knew they'd never let him inside to interview her, but there was nothing to stop him from poking around and asking a few questions. Freedom of the press was a wonderful thing. So was the new transparency initiative recently undertaken by the Phoenix police chief after what had happened 2 months earlier at a grade school only 4 miles away. So many senseless deaths, a misread by 2 of his rookie cops on patrol. He'd just crossed McKinley Street when a police cruiser passed him, speeding erratically down the street. Was it the same cruiser? He couldn't tell. He thought so, but the car was driving too fast for him to be certain. He watched the car swerve hard to the right, bouncing onto the sidewalk and taking out a trash can and a bus stop in the process. The car just missed 2 pedestrians as it careened again, this time to the left and back into the street. The driver overcorrected and fishtailed. The back of the car swung all the way around to the left, and the vehicle skidded to a stop in the middle of the road, facing the wrong way in the middle of the intersection, directly adjacent to the downtown post office. Jim took off running and was there in less than 30 seconds. The cop who'd manhandled the redhead into the back of the car was slumped over the steering wheel, not moving. Jim looked into the back seat of the car, expecting to see the girl either struggling to get out or incapacitated by injury, but he saw neither. What he saw was a black, smoking hole in the middle of the back seat. The redhead was nowhere to be found. He'd been watching the car the whole time. There was no way she could have escaped without him noticing. Where had she gone? Jim took out his cell phone and began taping the scene. A car horn blared frantically, and the sound of skidding tires brought Emily back to consciousness, if you could call it that, after her time jump from the back seat of the police car. She was in a mental fog, and her legs and arms were shaking, making it difficult to keep her hands wrapped around her throbbing temples. Every sharp noise from the city bustling around her sent waves of pain into her ears, landing in her temples. She heard another horn and more skidding tires, followed by a loud crash, metal on metal, and the sound of breaking glass, making her head feel like it was going to explode. A wave of nausea came over her, and she threw up. People were yelling, angry people, more horns blaring. She pried her eyes open. All she could see was asphalt and a storm drain. Then a pair of shoes stepped in front of her vision. She looked up.
"Hey, girl, what the hell are you doing? What's the matter with you? You trying to get yourself killed?"
A gruff, agitated voice said. "Shit," she snapped. "Where am I?" She struggled to her knees and looked up and into the face of a hairy, olive-skinned, middle-aged man wearing boy-sized khaki cargo shorts and a red and black plaid shirt. He had a thick mustache, a bulging belly, and a face that was covered with gray and black stubble. A lit cigar jerked up and down in the corner of his mouth as he talked. Behind him was a yellow taxicab with its engine running and a street sign that said Glassford Street. He kept talking, but her ears started to ring and she could no longer make out his words. She decided to stand up, but her legs weren't ready. She dropped to one knee, feeling her skin smash into the hot pavement. She tried again, and this time she made it, though her head was spinning, making it difficult to balance. She steadied herself and looked around. She was in the middle of a street, with traffic rushing by in the opposite lane across the median. Behind the taxi, one car had rear-ended another. The sun was pounding down on her from directly above. Noon, she thought. Lunch rush hour. A small crowd of people began to gather around her. 2 jumps in 8 hours. Not good.
"Going to call the cops? You must be crazy,"
the short, dark man said, throwing his hands up as he walked in a tight, angry circle with a cell phone stuck to his ear. No cops, she thought. Emily turned away, searching for an escape route. The man, he must have been the cab driver, grabbed her above the elbow and tried to spin her around. Emily reacted instantly. She pulled away from him, twisting her dominant hand into her body, then folded her arm at the elbow as she prepared to strike. She completed a 360-degree body spin, bringing her elbow around with enough force to make contact with the man, cracking his nose. She followed her elbow strike with another roundhouse maneuver, this time landing a blow with her foot into his chest. He fell to the ground in an awkward clump. "Compliments of Master Lu," she told him with attitude as her mind cleared a bit more. Her eyes began to focus normally. She looked at each member of the small crowd that had gathered around her. Their eyes were wide and full of astonishment. Or was it fear? She couldn't tell which. "Did you see that?" one of them said. "No, never," answered one of the others. "Back up," a third one told the rest of the group. Obviously, they'd never seen a naked, red-headed teenage girl take out a stout Greek cabbie with a wicked 2-blow karate spin in the middle of lunchtime traffic in downtown Phoenix. So much for laying low, she thought. Some of the dozen onlookers took out their cell phones and pointed them at her, and then aimed them at the cab driver who was on the ground, groaning and holding his face. She'd landed both shots perfectly, center mass, just like she'd been taught. Behind him, the cab's door was hanging open, its tailpipe still pumping pollution into the air. "Take the car," a female voice said from the crowd behind her. The voice sounded familiar. She replayed it in her mind. It was her mother's voice. But how can that be? "Mom," she said, spinning around to find her. But Candy wasn't there. Everywhere she looked, all she saw were men with their mouths agape and their eyes checking out every inch of her body. She covered up her breasts and pressed her legs together. She kept looking, but there was not a single woman in the crowd. But she couldn't give up. Not yet. "Mom, where are you? Mom! Mom!" "Someone call 911, one of the men said. "Already done," someone else said. "Cops are on their way." "Grab her! Don't let her get away!" Emily decided that it was time to disappear, and fast. She didn't know how to drive, but decided to try it. It was better than running down Glassford Street, especially in broad daylight and with no clothes on. It's pretty easy to follow the trail of a naked girl through the streets. You can't exactly blend in with your cookie exposed for all to see. She kicked the first man who approached her in the knee, sending him to the ground, then a firm jab to the next man's throat. The other men froze. She ran past the cabbie and through the growing crowd of gawkers who spread apart and made a path for her down the middle. Cell phones were out, and she knew she was being videoed by at least a half a dozen people. She hopped in the cab, slammed the door, grabbed the wheel, and pressed the accelerator hard to the floor. The engine revved wildly, but nothing happened. The cab didn't move. The people standing near the cab scattered in all directions. The cab driver got to his feet, ran to the driver's side, and began pounding on the window.
Hey, what are you doing? That's my cab. You can't take my cab.
She moved the shifter on the steering column to D and jammed on the gas again. The car lurched forward and sped south on Glassford Street with squealing tires and a fishtailing rear end. She figured she had 5 minutes tops before the police had the area cordoned off. Maybe only 3 minutes. She thought quickly. Where to go? She turned left on East Van Buren Street, then left again on North 12th Street. If she could get to the other side of Glassford Park, she knew a spot where she could ditch the cab and score some clothes. Then it occurred to her. She didn't have all the facts. She knew where she was, but she didn't know when she was. She'd assumed that this jump was like the last, only taking her 3 hours into the future, landing on the same day. She'd assumed the cops were still in the middle of their woman hunt, scouring the city for her after what had happened in the basement of the restaurant. She was in full-on panic mode, trying to think while driving a car for the first time, and at high speed, no less. She aimed the cab for the narrow entrance of a 4-story parking garage and went inside, stopping to take one of those ticket stubs from the machine. She waited for the security arm to rise, then jammed on the gas, hearing the tires spin and squeal on the slick surface beneath them. She was proud of herself for getting this far with the cab. She'd only hit one Toyota Corolla and a blue mailbox along the way, sending the outgoing mail high into the air. She passed 7 rows of parked vehicles and pulled around the back, picking a spot behind a bread delivery truck. She put the cab in park, took her foot off the brake pedal, and put her head against the headrest. She closed her eyes and took deep breaths, trying to deal with the tingle that had just started to take root in her bones. Breathe, Em. Slow. In and out. Let the stress melt away. Focus on your breathing. You're safe now. You escaped. Find your center. Find your calm. A minute later, the jump tingle washed away. A cell phone was sitting on the floor in front of the passenger seat, connected by a cord to a funky charger sticking out of the cigarette lighter. It was shaped like Bullwinkle. The device looked just like the fancy smartphone that Parker carried and had taught her to use when they first met in the shelter. His was an Android phone, and she assumed this one was too. Moment of truth, she thought. She leaned forward and pulled the phone to her hand using the charger cord. She touched its screen and found that the phone was not screen-locked. The display read 11:48 a.m., September 24th, 2014. Emily let out a sigh of relief. Over a year. A year! She was so happy she could almost cry. The cops must have stopped looking for her long ago. The pressure was off. Well, almost, she thought. She did just assault a few guys and steal some dude's cab. Then she remembered that cab drivers carry cash so they can make change for fares. She checked the glove box, but found nothing. She opened the visors overhead, but only found pictures of the man's wife and 3 small children, 2 boys and a girl, standing in front of Disneyland's entrance. Each of the kids had the man's pug nose and pinched face. She ran her hands along the underside of the dash and then around and under the passenger's seat. Again, nothing. She searched under the driver's seat and stopped when her fingers hit something. It was soft, 3 inches thick, and rectangular. She pulled it out. It was a leather wallet stuffed with money. She opened it and thumbed through the bills. All of them were $20 bills. 32 of them, to be exact. Nothing smaller, just 20s. He must have just come from the bank, she decided, because who carries around this much cash? Maybe he'd just cashed his paycheck. She pulled the wad of green out and put the empty wallet back under the seat. A faint voice called out to her. echoing gently like it was coming from the other end of the parking level. "He has a family to feed, Em." She recognized the voice.
Mom, is that you?
"Only take what you need." She flew out of the car.
Where are you? Mom?
"Do the right thing, Em." She looked at the money in her hand, thinking about how much it would buy. She'd never have to scrounge again, at least not for a long time. She could buy trendy clothes and shoes that actually fit, go find Derek, and take him out for a night on the town. She could rent a room in one of the flop houses that bordered the south side of Glassford Park and not have to sleep on the streets for months.
Mom?
She called out, hearing only the echoes of her own voice. She looked to her left and then to her right, searching the area for any sign of her mother. She didn't see anyone, just parked cars and the bread truck. She waited for the voice to answer her, but it didn't. She got back in the cab, took 2 bills out of the stack, and put the rest back in the wallet. She put the wallet into the glove box, figuring it was safer there than under the seat where she'd found it. It was time to search the rest of the vehicle. There was nothing in the back seat except empty food wrappers, an unwrapped condom stuffed between the seat cushions, gross, and a few squashed beer cans. She opened the trunk and found a lug wrench with a pry bar on the end of it sitting next to a black gym bag. She pulled the zipper to open the bag. Inside of it was a pair of running shoes, men's size 11, and a change of clothes. She stuck her face inside the tote and took a whiff. The stench was overpowering. The cabbie must have worked out a week ago and then left the clothes in the trunk to bake. "I don't need clothes that bad," she said, as her stomach growled, reminding her that it needed to be fed. She smiled, grabbing the lug wrench with the pry bar and turning her attention to the bread truck parked in the stall next to her. 4 hours later, Emily walked through the front door of the Burton Bar Central Library after she ditched the cab in an alley a mile from Glassford Park and snatched a pair of loose-fitting jeans and a long-sleeved white t-shirt off a backyard clothesline. She had bought a pair of fake Adidas running shoes for $10 from some cholo selling them out of the trunk of the car near the Five and Diner Cafe on Central Avenue. He had offered her the clothes for free if she'd blow him in the back seat, but she flashed him $10 and told him that she was jailbait and would scream if he didn't give her a good deal. He did, then started his car and sped off. The shoes were worth the hassle and the money. They felt great. She stopped at a 7-Eleven to pick up a snack, then walked to Bar Central Library. The Phoenix Public Library System had been a lifesaver over the past 2 years, and Bar Central was easily her favorite among the plethora of book depositories funded by the city. Bar was the only one that stayed open until midnight, and it was the busiest, allowing her to slip in and move around without too much fuss. The staff at the front desk never paid her any attention. They were always distracted greeting visitors and answering questions. She waited outside the main entrance for the right moment, then ducked in behind a group of elderly women as they waddled in and headed straight for the front desk, chatting and laughing like old women do. She veered off and went straight to the computers in the back, where she knew Sheldon would be working. She knew Sheldon's shift started at 4 and ran until midnight, and he didn't mind her having free access to the research computers for as long as she needed, provided that she brought him something sweet as payment. During the first few of her many visits, he had taught her how to use computers and the internet. Sometimes he would carry on a little too long about movies and superheroes, but she felt comfortable around him. She stood at the check-in counter, waiting for him to look up from his physics book. Sheldon was in his early 20s, 6 feet tall, skinny as a straw, blonde hair, always wore a bright-colored comic book t-shirt, and had the bluest eyes she'd ever seen. Almost an aqua color, deep and inviting. He was studying for his master's degree at ASU and reminded her of the captain of the chess club at her high school back in 1985. She had learned not to break his train of thought when he was buried neck-deep in a book. Otherwise, he'd snap at her and tell her to leave. There was a better way to get his attention. She put a 4-pack of Twinkies on the counter and removed the plastic wrap. Sheldon sniffed twice, then craned his neck to look at her. Actually, he was looking at the snack with a full smile on his lips. Golden sponge cake. I missed you too, Sheldon. Long time no see, Red. What's it been? A year?
Something like that, she answered, wanting to change the subject.
I'll bet if I had opened these at the front desk, you would have come running.
He walked to the counter, never taking his eyes off the yellow sweetness.
They are my favorite.
I know, you've told me like 100 times.
So you were paying attention.
She touched his hand and winked. I always pay attention to everything.
There's a special showing of The Butterfly Effect this Friday. Director's cut. Want to go with?
She didn't have the heart to tell him that she was only 15 or that she lived on the streets.
Can't. Busy.
Thought I would ask, he said, jamming a full Twinkie into his mouth all at once, then handing her an access card.
Station 9 is open. Been saving it for you,
he said with his mouth full, garbling all the words. He smiled, showing her a creamy river of white filling across his teeth.
That's a good look for you, Sheldon.
He bowed, smacking his head on the edge of the counter. He stood upright, rubbing his forehead. She laughed, then turned and walked to Station 9 at the far end of the grid of half-wall cubicles. She sat at the computer station and logged on to the internet, hoping to figure out exactly what had happened in the past year while she'd been traveling. She wanted answers. First, where was Junie? Was she okay? Second, was she still wanted by the police in connection with the restaurant killings? After that, find a quiet corner and sit down to figure out what was going on with her jumps. The protocols were changing, and she couldn't get a handle on whether the changes were good or bad. She focused on the computer, brought up a browser window, navigated to a search engine, and typed in Missing Girl Downtown Shootout Restaurant, August 2013. She leaned back, cracked her knuckles, and waited for the results. It only took her 5 minutes to discover that Junie was fine and back with her mother. She'd hidden in an abandoned warehouse for a day and a night because she was so scared. When she came out the next morning, she went straight to the police and told them the whole story, the locos, the bag of money, everything. Emily was relieved. She was off the hook. "Thank you, Junie," she mumbled, leaning back in the chair with her hands behind her head. She let out a moan, stretching her arms and hands out as far as they would go. She needed sleep. She closed her eyes, letting her mind float off into dreamland, thinking about her life before the taking. Chapter 5. April 6th, 1985, 11:47 p.m. Emily hung up the phone after a late-night conversation with her best friend, Stacy Hester, who lived 3 doors down. Stacy had called from a payphone at the mall, trying to convince her to sneak out of the house and come join her and the rest of the girls. Emily thought about climbing out of her bedroom window more than once during the call, but eventually she had to say no to Stacy, which brought about a quick end to the phone call. Emily looked at the clock and sighed. It was almost time to leave. She'd kept the hope alive all day that somehow she'd be able to wriggle out of going to midnight mass with her mother. She was 13 and would rather be out with Stacy and her friends, trying to meet boys at the food court, only to find that they'd been ignored by the pretty ones and pestered by the gross ones. It had become their routine on Friday and Saturday nights. Boys were of interest to her, but not because of some primal need or pubescent yearning. It was more out of necessity. It was one of the common interests she could share with Stacy's friends, who seemed obsessed with the idea. Emily didn't enjoy sitting around a table at the mall, spreading gossip about who cheated on whom or which girls lost their virginity that week. She didn't see the point. Hers was intact, and it hadn't been difficult to keep it that way. Emily loved Stacy and was thankful to have her in her life, so she put up with Stacy's friends and their pointless endeavors. Otherwise, she'd never be invited anywhere. She put the Michael Crichton novel she'd been reading on the nightstand next to an empty pint of Rocky Road ice cream and a plastic sleeve that used to be filled with a dozen Oreo cookies. She slid off the bed and walked to her TV stand, hitting the eject button on the VCR. The machine handed her the VHS tape that contained her favorite science fiction movie of all time, Runaway with Tom Selleck. She was still fascinated by the acid-spitting spider bots and the smart bullets unleashed by the antagonist, even after watching the blockbuster 11 times. She stacked the tape on top of her other movies, all of which were science fiction related. She grabbed her notebook from inside the top drawer of her dresser, turning to page 9. She added another check mark next to Runaway, which was number 1 on the list of her top 25 favorite movies. She flipped to the next page and wrote Popular Science Magazine at the bottom of her list of 10 things she wanted to try this year. It was number 8 on the list, right below Knott's Berry Farm and Kennedy Space Center. Emily loved the sanctity of logic and the mathematical precision of science, spending most of her private time learning about the latest breakthroughs in technology. She'd become a deep thinker, dreaming of what life would be like in the year 2000 and beyond. She couldn't wait to grow up and see who she'd become. She looked at the clock again and then stared at the bottom of her bedroom door, hoping not to see a pair of shadows break the uniformity of light. Anything but church again. Please, Mom, just this one time. No such luck. The shadows appeared, and then the triple knock came, right on schedule. You ready, Em? We need to leave now if we're going to get a seat. Meet me downstairs in 2. Okay, be right there. Tomorrow was Easter, and midnight mass was part of the drill. It was their tradition, something that she and her mother had started right after Dad walked out on them 5 years earlier. Emily had a deep respect for her mother's religion, but at around age 12, something changed inside of her. There were certain things that just didn't make sense. Take Easter, for instance. Was she actually supposed to believe in the resurrection? Transubstantiation of the flesh? Transmutation of souls? Life after death? Over the course of the last 2 years, Emily had become somewhat of a skeptic. Her thoughts and her beliefs had now become her own. She'd found a love for science and math and appreciated the perfection of both. They offered her clarity, a sanctuary for her beliefs, a perfect balance in an imperfect world, a world with so much pain and injustice. She didn't dare bring up her faith questions with her mother. Candy Hart would be mortified that her daughter was teetering on heresy. She'd freak out and become convinced that her only child was on the fast road to a fiery perdition. She had tried to open a discussion with her mother's favorite preacher 2 weeks earlier, shortly after Sunday brunch had finished and the men's club was clearing the tables. But he'd been so condescending that she wanted to puke. He patted her on the head, a 13-year-old girl, and told her what amounted to, "Don't you worry your pretty little head about things you can't possibly understand." Ugh. She had a right to ask. She had a right to think for herself. She needed answers, but there were none. How could she be expected to have blind faith when nobody listened to her? It was like she didn't exist. She loved her mother, and she loved the idea of religion as well. It was a beautiful premise and often moved people to perform glorious, selfless acts. She just loved thinking, too, and she felt like she should be able to question things and get answers. After all, didn't the greatest Christians in history wrestle with doubt? Mother Teresa, Martin Luther, Calvin? She stood up from the bed and headed for the door, wondering if her mom knew what she was doing. Not that she blamed her mother. Candy was still reeling and hurting ever since Dad left in the middle of the night and never came home. Not a peep from him since. Not a card on her birthday. Not a phone call. Nothing. He just disappeared from the face of the earth. She left her room and met her mom at the bottom of the stairs. "That dress looks nice on you, Em. You should really wear them more often. You're a beautiful young lady, and you can't hide behind your tomboy clothes forever," her mother said, tucking a white flower in Emily's hair. "This symbolizes your faith in God and your purity of faith. I want everyone at church to know that we are true believers." "Trust me, Mom, they already know. How could they not? We're always there, sitting in the same pew next to old man Brogdon and his creepy son. What's that guy, like 30, and he still lives at home?" "Don't judge, lest ye be judged," Candy said, leading her out the door. "Yes, Mom, I know, Matthew 7:1, but you're not the one who Leonard is staring at all the time. Doesn't he know I'm only 13? You look much older. So did I at your age. But still, he has a condition. A little compassion, Em?
I didn't know being a 30-year-old pervert was a condition. We should cut across the clearing to make sure we'll get there in time for the opening procession. Can't we just drive? These shoes aren't exactly designed for cross-country. I'm almost out of gas, and payday isn't until Wednesday. Besides, the exercise will do you good. You might want to think about cutting back on the Oreo cookies. They're starting to show. Emily rolled her eyes, following her mom to the clearing across the street. The undeveloped section of their neighborhood led to St. Thomas Church a mile away. Emily didn't see the big deal if they were a few minutes late. So what if they missed some of the really boring stuff? Who cares? If Emily had grumbled about it, her mom would have just turned and shushed her. She knew it was pointless to argue with her, so she decided to stop. Just make the best of it, she told herself. It's only an hour, and then it'll be over. They struck out across the empty field and were about halfway to their destination when Emily looked up at the stars and admired their beauty. Aren't the stars amazing, Mom? Don't you ever wonder what's out there, waiting for us? God is waiting for us. I mean, besides that, given the vastness of space and the sheer number of stars, mathematically there has to be something else out there. Otherwise, what's the point? Only God knows the answer to that. A gentle breeze blew in from the west, taking a slight edge off the warm evening. Insects chirruped and rodents scuffled about in the underbrush nearby. The pleasant odors of sage and earth comforted her. This was home. In an instant, the wind, the insects, and the rodent noises stopped. Everything was deathly still. Emily felt an awful tingling raising the hairs across the back of her neck. She touched her mom's arm, only to be met with a loud crack of static electricity. A horrendous humming noise was accompanied by an intense white light emanating from above, as bright as the noonday sun. She put her hands over her ears and looked at her mom. Candy spun around in an instant to face Emily, holding her body stiff like a soldier at attention. Emily wanted to scream, but her lungs didn't obey. She put her hand out for her mother to grab onto, but Candy never moved or blinked. Her eyes were glazed over, her platinum blonde hair blowing in every direction at once, whipping about her face like a tornado. Emily watched her mom float into the air as the light seemed to be lifting her to heaven. Emily wanted to help, but couldn't. She was too afraid and backed away from the light. She called out for her mother, but Candy didn't answer. Emily could see what looked like a black hole in the sky above her mother. It must have been the source of the light, a vent in the fabric of the universe, she decided. In an instant, her mother zoomed up and disappeared from sight. "Mom!" she screamed, but there was no answer. The light disappeared, and the desert clearing fell dark and silent, as if nothing had happened. Emily stood and stared at the sky where the black hole had been. "Mom," she said softly, fighting back tears, not wanting to admit to herself what her eyes had just seen and her heart had just felt. Then, the humming noise came roaring back, and the light, too. Emily felt the wind whip up around her, taking control of her body and straightening her like a pencil. She knew that whatever had just happened to her mom was about to happen to her. She felt her feet leave the ground as the wind continued to lash against her skin. She wanted to crane her neck to study the black schism in space, but she couldn't move a muscle. Up she went, feeling the air pressure change as she traveled higher into the night sky. The noise grew louder, and the light intensified as she floated closer and closer to the source. Then she felt a charge of electricity build along her spine as the pull of the earth seemed to fall away. She zoomed into the nothingness above. The blackness had her. Chapter 6. September 24th, 2014, 8:36 p.m. Emily opened her eyes to find that she had fallen asleep at her internet station in the library. Her mind shifted into analysis mode, realizing that two things were off. One, she hadn't dreamt about her mom in over a year, and two, there was a red and white tabby cat curled up in her lap, purring gently. A cat? In the library? That was a new one.
The gentle vibration against her belly was one of the most soothing things she'd ever felt in her life. The kitty looked up at her and let out a high-pitched meow that caught the attention of the computer users in the cubicles next to her. "Sorry," she whispered to her neighbors, stroking the cat's neck and ears to keep it quiet. Jim Miller looked up from a book that he was reading when he heard a cat's meow break the silence in the library. He stood up and tracked the source down to one of the computer stations on the other side of the book stacks that separated him from that area. He moved a couple of the books on the shelf, allowing a better look. He saw a red-headed chick sitting at one of the computer stations facing him, not 20 feet away, petting a tabby cat in her lap. He did a double take when he looked at her face, nearly jumping out of his skin. "Holy shit, she's back!" Emily stopped rubbing the feline and turned her head when she felt a pair of eyes wash over her. "Be careful not to look up," Emily told herself. "Just act normal, like nothing is wrong." She didn't want to tip off whoever was watching her, and she was sure someone was watching her. Probably from beyond the bookshelves to her left. That's where she'd do it from, stand behind the stacks while looking through a crack in the row of books. Emily arched her back, easing out the stiffness that had accumulated during her slumber in the chair. She could see through the windows on the 5th floor from her position and was struck for the 100th time by the beauty of the nighttime view of Phoenix and the desert beyond. Her cat purred louder, as if the animal could sense her astonishment. Whoever was watching was being careful. She couldn't see or hear anyone near her, but she could feel the weight of their eyes. She knew it wasn't Sheldon. His stare felt different. She couldn't sense the stalker's thoughts, probably because the person on the other side of the eyes wasn't focused solely on her, or they weren't close enough in proximity. She got up slowly, cradling the cat in the crook of her arm, but the cat woke up, meowed at her, then swung its head around and hissed at the stacks. It leapt out of her arms and disappeared around the corner in the hall by the drinking fountain. Schrodinger's cat, she remembered from a physics book that she had skimmed a few weeks earlier. She recalled the theoretical basis for the thought-provoking experiment proposed by the renowned physicist to explain the indeterminate nature of quantum particles. She played some words in her mind, a random melody to help her make sense of the moment. Now she's here, all soft and red. Is Kitty alive, or is she dead? "Dear little Schrody, my cute little kitty who's trapped in a box today, will you jump ready, or let the poison take your breath away?" She walked nonchalantly down an aisle of books, coming out facing the balcony that overlooked an enormous and breathtaking open space, 5 floors of etched glass installed in opposing angles that ran down to the indoor koi fish pond on the ground floor. 5 glass elevators were directly across from her. 3 cars were stopped on level 1, but one was leaving the 2nd floor, heading up. Another was coming to a stop at the 3rd floor. She circled the elevator entrance, trying to survey as much of the 5th floor as possible. There were a couple of people in the wide-open reading room that faced the south windows, preoccupied with their books and laptops. She made sure they weren't paying attention to her, then ran to the door that led to the stairs and elevators, opened it, and slammed it shut. She scampered around a corner and waited. She peered from her hiding place, trying to catch someone rushing to the doorway to see which way she'd gone. Nothing. No one. Whoever was following her was very sneaky indeed. She counted to 100, just to be sure, then walked casually through the door that she'd slammed and took the main staircase down to the ground floor. First, she needed to get to the shelter before they ran out of available beds, and second, she had to do it without being followed. The first was easy. The second, not so much. Not yet. Not without knowing who was following her. She still had a trick or two up her sleeve, though. She came to the bottom of the stairs, turned right, then quickly turned right again, heading to the south end of the building. She passed a string of wooden study corrals, an empty librarian's desk, and 3 rows of towering bookshelves before ducking into a doorway. She looked over her shoulder to see if anyone stood out. No one did. Just 2 people gathering their things, getting ready to leave together. She ran down a narrow hallway past a pair of meeting rooms, then snuck through a door on her right and through a service stairwell to an external door near the southeast corner of the building. If everything was the same as it had been a year ago, she'd find the door hidden on the outside by an out-of-control vine crawling up the wall. 10 feet beyond that, there'd be a chain-link fence with a section missing in the middle of it. She slipped through and surveyed the scene outside. Yup, all the same. She ran across an RV-sized patch of concrete, past the trash dumpster, and hid behind a disabled UPS truck sitting on jacks with a tire missing. She waited, not bothering to peer out from behind the truck. She stood still and listened instead. 2 minutes later, she heard the door from the library open. Her pulse quickened. She picked up a loose piece of concrete from the ground to her right, small enough to handle, but big enough to do some damage if it came to that. She listened, but all she heard was the sound of footsteps, a dragging noise, and then the unmistakable metallic screeching as someone opened one of the swing doors on top of the dumpster. More noise, a grunt and a muffled cascade of smaller sounds as someone emptied a garbage can into the dumpster. Faint footsteps headed away, then the door opened and closed, then nothing. She couldn't be absolutely positive, but she thought she'd made it out without being followed. A second later, she almost jumped out of her skin when she felt something moving against her leg. She looked down. There was the tabby cat from the 5th floor. Schrody, she thought. An impossible cat in an unlikely place. She reached down to pet her new friend, but the cat was already gone. Oh well, she thought. A quick glance around the corner of the van confirmed that no one was lurking in the shadows. She couldn't shake the sense that she was being watched, though. The feeling of it had changed. Up on the 5th floor, there had been a sharp curiosity. Now, the eyes watching her felt as though the person was amused. If her 6th sense was a gift, it was getting in the way of living a normal life, whatever that meant. It had been so long she'd forgotten what her life was like before the taking. 1 minute she was sitting in the library, and the next minute she was hiding next to a disabled UPS van simply because of a feeling that she couldn't confirm or identify. She realized that it wasn't always a good thing to sense what people around you were feeling or intending to do to you. She ran to a brick wall standing 100 feet away from the library on the opposite side of the street, climbed to the top, then dropped down to the ground and rolled like a commando to hide in a stand of orange trees, the citric scent tickling her nose. Sometimes, she thought, you need to be a total ninja. Not always, but sometimes. A quick dash across an open grassy park on the south side of the library, and she was walking down North First Street, cool as a cucumber. Jim Miller let out a slow, soft whistle from his spot in the shadows on the east side of the library. He was impressed. The redhead was better than some of his fellow jarheads had been. Her moves inside the library were almost textbook, yet he was sure that she'd never received any formal training, certainly not in urban close quarters escape and evasion. She was smart, damned smart, and calm under pressure. He'd been able to beat her to the punch with instinct and experience. He knew the layout of the library and had memorized every escape route over the years. It was a byproduct of his covert training. When he saw the direction she was headed after she came down the stairs, he played out the possible choices in his mind and selected the one with the highest degree of probability, given all he had learned about this girl over the years. He then calculated an intercept vector and ran outside, positioning himself in the shadows near the service door on the southeast corner of the building. 5 seconds later, she came out the door, bolted across the concrete area, and hid behind the teetering UPS van. Her patience and self-control was off the charts. She didn't look out from behind the vehicle. She waited and listened, then made her move like a trained operator. Pretty damned cool for a teenager, he thought. He certainly wouldn't have been able to play it that smooth at her age. But then again, he thought, how old is she really? She never ages, so she could be 70 for all he knew. She did act with the experience of someone with a lifetime of tactical training, practiced and honed like a regiment commander in Spec Ops. Emily spent the next half hour looking over her shoulder while taking a circuitous route that crisscrossed downtown. She went from the library to past the courthouse, then over to Roosevelt Row, then back beyond the library to the Japanese Friendship Park, and finally to Glassford Park, right across from where she'd started. She was planning to spend the night at the biggest homeless shelter in the city, known to the local urban outdoorsmen as Central, a few blocks north of the library. But her last move was in the opposite direction. She headed back to the courthouse again, then slipped into an alley and sprinted to the other end, making her way north, sticking to side streets and the shadows. By the time she rounded the final corner and had the entrance to the shelter in her sights, she was ready to collapse. There was no way anyone could have followed her. She'd done it. She smiled to herself and slowed to a walk, breathless. She was almost there, half a block away, when she felt someone step out of a doorway behind her. She turned. She didn't know how she knew, but she did. The man's eyes were the same ones that she'd felt watching her at the library. How had he beaten her? "Don't run. I'm not here to hurt you," the stranger said. Chapter 7. Emily felt her entire body tense as the precursor to an adrenaline rush mounting inside of her. Sure, she could run from the stranger, or she could lash out with a back kick aimed low between his legs. Nothing was stopping her from getting away. But then, she heard her mother's soothing voice telling her not to run, not to fight. There was no reason for any of it. She felt his intentions and realized there was nothing malicious hiding inside the stranger. Not a speck. His mind was filled with curiosity mixed with excitement, like a kid on Christmas morning waiting to open the first present. Or maybe it was curiosity mixed with satisfaction. Hard to tell the difference with her heart pumping at a full gallop. She took a moment to read his eyes. They were brown, kind, intelligent, and compassionate, an old soul trapped inside a middle-aged body. She exhaled and let her shoulders relax. She was safe with him. Good thing, too, because she didn't think she had any more fight left in her, or the energy to run. "What's your name?" he asked in a soft, friendly tone filled with expectation. "Emily. Emily Hart?" "Maybe." He smiled and nodded, as if her name just gave him validation for something. He stood with a posture that showed that he meant her no harm. Hands up, held back close to his shoulders, palms out. He was doing his best not to threaten her. He stood a couple inches taller than 6 foot, judging by the height of the standard-sized doorway frame behind him. Slender, but strong. He had the air of a trained athlete, but didn't radiate arrogance like most jocks did. He had a deeply tanned, clean-shaven face and faint smile lines that ran from outside of his nose down to his jawline. She guessed that he was in his early 30s, but he dressed like a college student. He wore a pair of khaki shorts, a white t-shirt that read Cartoon Network in black lettering across the front, and Nike running shoes with no socks. To finish off the college look, he carried a black book bag slung around his shoulder with one strap. "You a cop?" she asked, trying to sound tough. He didn't really look like one, but the question jumped out of her mouth before she could stop it. He let out a laugh, then smiled. She waited for an answer with one eyebrow raised. "No," he laughed again. The lines on his face deepened, and a pair of crow's feet appeared in the corners of his eyes. "I'm no cop." He hesitated. The smile faded from his mouth, but didn't leave his eyes, which narrowed as he cocked his head slightly and stared at her intently, scrutinizing her. She revised her assessment. Early 40s. Lines like that only come from the wear and tear of life, like her mother's. He kept staring at her with that same look on his face, like, well, she didn't know what it was like. She was out of descriptors. No one had ever stared at her like that before, not unless they wanted something from her or were looking to hurt her. "What?" she asked. "What do you want from me?" "I just want to talk, that's all. I don't talk with strange men, or normal men for that matter. It's one of my rules, number 10 to be exact." "I'm sorry. How rude of me. My name is Jim Miller. I'm a writer." He extended his hand, but she ignored it, keeping her eyes trained on him, waiting for his facade to wither and reveal something else. "Forgive me if I don't want to hold hands," she said, mirroring his cocked head, narrowed eyes, and scrutinizing gaze. He dropped his hand. Just then, a group of 3 homeless people brushed by them, 1 woman and 2 men, heading to the shelter. They were late and probably weren't going to get in once all the beds were taken for the night. But Emily realized something. Even though all 3 of them glanced at her, she couldn't sense what they were feeling. She looked back to Jim. She could still sense what he was feeling, anticipation, but not in any negative kind of way. "Okay," he said. "Emily Hart, tell me if I'm wrong, but you look hungry. Why don't you let me buy you something to eat, and I'll tell you anything you want to know." Emily's instincts were in conflict with her stomach. It was gurgling and hissing at her like her missing cat. Rule number 1, no close friends. Rule number 7, don't get involved. Rule number 10, no men. But something about Jim seemed right. She didn't want to trust him, but she already did, and that was a problem. She was hungry, more than hungry, and that, she decided, was the most pressing need, more so than the exhaustion pulling her eyes closed. She could figure out where to sleep later. Right now, the need for stomach fuel won. "I'm not that hungry, Jim, but I'll let you buy me some dinner. I'd hate to be rude, but no funny business or I'm gone like your last paycheck. Agreed?" "Okay, Miss Emily, you're in charge here. You call all the shots, okay? How about something down in Evans Churchill? Nice new places down there." "Fine," she replied, trying to contain her rumbling stomach. "We can walk. You lead the way." "Fine," he replied, using the same tone as she just did. He headed south, back toward the library. She couldn't help but get a little excited. It had been far too long since she'd had an actual sit-down meal in a restaurant. Her stomach bubbled again. It was about a 20-minute walk to Evans Churchill if they weren't in a hurry. She hoped Jim didn't mind a little peace and quiet. She wasn't in the mood to talk just yet. It had been a long, tough 24 hours. She reviewed it all in her mind. She'd arrived at the shelter early in the morning, way after hours, planning to sneak in and find a spot to curl up for the rest of the night, when she saw Junie out in the playground by the rec center, cornered by a group of locos. She'd reacted on instinct. She had to protect Junie. She'd found a late-model car on the street next to the playground and sat down hard on the hood, setting off the alarm on purpose. She ran across the playground toward the group, waving her arms and yelling, "Cops! Cops!" In the ensuing confusion, she swooped in, grabbed Junie by the hand, and took off running, which led to the shootout in the restaurant, which led to her first jump. Then she woke up in Glassford Park. Then she went to the Irish Cultural Center. Then came the police and her second jump the same day, taking her forward another year. After that, she'd come to in the middle of the street, freaked out, beat the crap out of some ugly cabbie and a couple of wannabe Good Samaritans, stole the cab, and broke into a bread truck. Yeah, she thought, a long day. She could use a real sit-down dinner and some peace and quiet. An hour and 15 minutes later, Emily and Jim sat in a secluded booth in the back corner of the 4th Street Cafe and Eatery. Jim said he knew the owner, a claim which was verified by the fact that the entire staff seemed to know his name and treat him like an old friend. Maybe he's just a good tipper, Emily thought. She put her fork on the plate, pushed it away from her, leaned back, and belched like a sea-weary sailor on shore leave. She'd just wolfed down a triple cheeseburger, a side order of cheesy fries, half a baked chicken with mashed potatoes smothered in brown gravy, 2 servings of steamed broccoli, a side salad with ranch dressing, another order of fries, and half an apple pie. Jim started to say something, but Emily beat him to it. "You should see me when I'm actually hungry. Next time I think we'd better call ahead and make sure they have enough food on hand." The server arrived and cleared away the dishes. Emily waited until he was gone. "Okay, Jim, what do you want from me?" Jim reached under the table and pulled a battered old leather document satchel out of his backpack. The case was soft and looked very old. Emily had seen that same style briefcase being carried by law students who seemed to spend more time in the library than she did. It was big enough to hold stacks of legal documents, folders, and even a few small books.
I'm lucky I had this with me. I was at the library doing some research. On you, as a matter of fact.
On me?
Well, on your case, actually. Your mother's name is Candy, am I correct?
Have you been following me? Are you some kind of creeper?
I told you, I'm a writer. I've been looking for you.
He undid the rawhide thong that held the case closed and removed a thick manila folder. A picture slid out the end and onto the table. He set the folder down over the picture, but Emily was sure it was a picture of her. He opened the folder, leafed through its contents for a moment, then took out a piece of printer paper with a photograph color-copied in the middle. He placed it on the table, facing her.
Exhibit A, the 9th grade yearbook picture of one Emily Hart, Dysart High School, 1984-1985.
He took out a newspaper clipping attached to a sheet of cardstock with a pair of red paper clips and placed it on the table beside the first photograph.
Exhibit B, he continued without looking down. It's about a girl named Emily Hart and her mother who went missing on Easter weekend in 1985 from a sparsely populated neighborhood in northwest Phoenix.
He pulled out 2 more articles from the Sun City newspaper and put them on top.
That very same night, dozens of reports came in about strange colored lights shooting at the desert in the same area. One report even mentioned some type of an explosion.
He took out an official-looking piece of paper and set it next to the newspaper clippings.
Exhibit C, a police missing persons report about the same incident. It looks like your mom's friend Angela, he said, picking up the report and glancing at it. Angela Montgomery was worried when Emily and Candy didn't show up for Saturday night Mass before Easter or any of the planned church events on Easter Sunday. The report is dated April 8th, 1985.
Emily was getting nervous, and her mouth started rambling. Just because I said my name is Emily Hart doesn't mean it's true. I could be anyone. Maybe I'm someone she met, someone who decided to start using her name. Why would I give my real name to a stranger? Would you? There are a lot of redheads in the world, and I'm sure there are lots of Emily Harts right here in Phoenix. It's a pretty common name. There are, 4 million people living here now? How can you really be sure of anything, especially all that alien nonsense?
I never said anything about aliens.
Well, the lights in the desert. Aliens, right?
There's more, he replied, tilting his head as if he found her answer annoying. I'm not anywhere near the most interesting part of my story yet, not even close. And actually, there aren't as many true redheads in the world as you might think. It's a relatively rare phenotype. That means, genetics, Emily shot out. A set of observable characteristics in an individual resulting from the interaction of their genotype and the environment. Don't patronize me.
Jim raised his eyebrows at her.
You're full of surprises, Ms. Emily Hart. May I continue?
Sure, if you have to, but stop calling me Ms. Emily Hart. It makes me want to puke.
Okay, I won't, he said, pulling out yet another piece of cardstock, this time with a picture stapled to it. He handed it to her. Exhibit D. This is a still photo taken from a mall video camera in a parking lot back in 1987. Again, it looks just like you. Emily looked at the picture. She was stunned. It showed her in the back of that weird scooter thing at Metro Center Mall with Dwayne, the nice security guard who'd helped her out. It seemed like so long ago. It wasn't a high-resolution shot by any stretch, but it was her. She would never forget that day. She couldn't believe it, but there it was, right in front of her in black and white.
How did you get that?
You have no idea what a pain in the ass it is to transfer VHS to digital. Total hassle. He smiled at her. She didn't get it. Oh, he said with a proud voice, I have a good friend who still works security at that mall. His name is Dwayne. She gave the photo back to him. So you have a friend. Big deal. In fact, I have lots of friends, all around Phoenix.
Jim, I don't know what you think you're proving, but none of these girls are me. I mean, come on. That girl, this Emily Hart character that you keep showing me?
She picked up the yearbook photo.
She was in the 9th grade. When? Like 30 years ago? How could I possibly be her? That's insane.
My point exactly. How indeed. But don't interrupt me. I'm just getting started. Emily looked past him to the main dining room of the restaurant.
The staff was beginning to put the chairs on the tables and sweep up. "I think this place is closing. I think we need to go." "Don't worry about that. You know how I said I knew one of the owners? Well, I wasn't being entirely forthright. I am one of the co-owners of this place, a silent partner type deal, so we're okay, I promise. Shall I go on?" "If you insist," Emily said, feeling her back slump into the booth. Jim insisted. He went on for another 20 minutes. He had pictures of her from multiple sources, security cameras mostly, but he'd also managed to find a YMCA ID card and a library ID card, both with her picture, but neither with her name. They were from 2002 and 2005 respectively, after she had learned to start using aliases. Taken en masse, he had documented most of her time-jumping experience over the past 2 years of her life. She was amazed. 2 years in her time, just under 30 years of normal time. How on earth had he done it? When Jim finished, he leaned back and crossed his arms behind his head. "Well, dear Emily?" She rolled her eyes. "That's worse. How about just Emily? Would you care to tell me how it's possible that one girl can show up over and over in all these pictures in and around Phoenix for almost 3 decades and not seem to age at all?" Chapter 8. Emily was at a loss for words, which didn't happen very often. Up until this moment, she'd assumed she was the only person in the world who had any idea of what she'd been through over the past 2 years, or almost 30 years. She wasn't sure which definition was more accurate. She'd have to do more research in the library to figure that question out. Now, right in front of her, someone she'd never met before in her life had almost her entire journey organized and stacked inside a satchel that he carried around with him like a squirrel with an acorn, though he'd missed a few pieces along the way, and she sure as hell wasn't about to fill him in either. The restaurant manager came to the table and stood a few inches from Emily's shoulder. He spoke to Jim. "I'm ready to close up, boss." "We're not done here. I'll lock up for you before I leave." "Be sure to kill the lights and set the thermostats to 85. "Will do." "Oh, and the alarm," he said, staring down at Emily before he walked away. The look made Emily feel gross inside, not like your typical creepy old man checking out your ass kind of gross. She actually felt the blackness surrounding his sickness. It oozed out of him and crawled across the space between them, seeping into her skin, making her want to throw up. Okay, she thought. She was starting to understand her gift. She was right. The sixth sense only works when someone is focusing directly on her, and only for that moment, like a flash on a radar screen. It didn't work with random people she passed on the street, or with people sitting in a booth across the restaurant. She couldn't sense them because their attention was focused elsewhere, not solely on her. Jim looked at Emily and was about to say something. "You know that guy's a total pervert, don't you?" she asked before he could start talking. "Who, Rob?" "Whoever that guy is. The manager? He's bad news. He's a sick bastard." "I'll admit, he can be a little gruff at times, and he needs to mouthwash more often, but he's basically harmless. He's good at his job. But I know some of the female servers don't really like him much. They don't like him because he's gross, all twisted inside." "How do you know?" "I just do. All women know when a total douche is too close to them. I call it creeper radar." Jim paused. "Interesting. Anyway, back to the topic at hand." He took a sip of his water and then continued. "I didn't become aware of you, of Emily Hart, until 1995. He picked up a picture from a drugstore security camera. I'd just gotten out of the Marines, and I was a journalism major at ASU. I was helping a cop friend of mine with an odd case that he was working on. A girl had disappeared under unusual circumstances while she was being held for shoplifting at a Walgreens. She was in the security office at the store when, all of a sudden, the electronics in the entire place went haywire. The video feed from the security office went blank after the camera shorted out. Luckily, we were able to still view the tape up to a certain point. When I saw this picture," he said, holding up a still photo of her, sitting handcuffed in the office, looking nervous, I remembered the story from back in '85. I was only a kid at the time, but I remembered how sad it made me feel that a mom and daughter had vanished on their way to Mass. Poof, and no one could figure out what happened to them. I remember seeing pictures of the two of you in the papers. Your mom had bleached blonde hair, right? A Marilyn Monroe type look? I did some digging, and I found the original newspaper picture. Then I put the two pictures next to each other, the one from the drugstore and the one from the newspaper, and I thought, well, that's odd. They really do look the same. So I made a file. And over the years, Emily Hart, kept popping up here and there, always in the middle of something and caught on camera. I found pictures of you in all kinds of places. Homeless shelters, alleys, drugstores, 7-Elevens, you name it. Same girl, same city, same age. The time span started out at 10 years, then 12. He picked up another photograph. Then 15. He pointed to a photocopy on the table. Then 17. He held up the YMCA ID card. Then 20. He gestured to the library card. It became a hobby of mine. Well, maybe more of an obsession, I have to admit. Figuring out how a girl could stay the same age for all these years. Wouldn't you want to know? Wouldn't you be curious?
Well, yeah, Emily replied, finally finding her voice. I would. But, Jim, maybe I'm a vampire. Did you think of that? Right now, maybe I'm biding my time, waiting to feed on you. Or maybe I'm some type of ghost or alien from outer space. They do exist, you know.
Maybe. He surprised her. Anything is possible. But for one thing, I have photographs of you in direct sunlight. I've seen you in direct sunlight. He held up a photo taken on his cell phone from outside of the Irish Cultural Center a year ago. And anyway, I don't think vampires eat cheeseburgers. Neither do aliens or ghosts.
But you don't know for sure, do you? How could you?
No, dear Emily, I don't know for sure that vampires don't eat cheeseburgers. Besides, everything we've ever heard about vampires might be total bullshit. But I don't think you're a vampire. Are you a vampire? Or a ghost?
Well, if I was, you wouldn't know it until it was too late. I sure as hell wouldn't just tell you first, she said. And stop calling me that.
Emily was stalling. She didn't know what to do. The only other person who might have known there was anything unusual about her was Master Liu. She'd studied Wing Chun Kung Fu with him for almost 6 months, during one of her longest non-jump periods since it all began. One night, after leaving his studio, she'd been attacked downtown by a lecherous asshole that she was actually trying to help. She fought him off, but her adrenaline kicked in and she jumped 4 years into the future. A few weeks after that jump, Master Liu saw her on the street and stopped her. He acted like no time had passed, and he made no mention of the fact that she looked exactly the same age as before. He told her to come back to the studio. She was wary, but she did anyway. She managed to remain in time for 3 months. Then something happened and she jumped again. That second stint with Master Liu was different. He accelerated her training and started teaching her meditation, breathing, and a whole range of stuff he called Qigong, Chinese energy work, he called it. She went to his studio almost every night. He'd finish up the regular class, but ask her to stay after. He worked with her for hours on end, sometimes well past midnight, drilling her over and over on various techniques that were specifically designed to allow a small, relatively weak fighter to take on bigger, stronger opponents. He taught her how to fight multiple attackers and how to use anything at hand as a weapon. Sometimes they trained until dawn, never stopping to take a break. She had no idea how Master Liu did it. He had to be at least 70, if not older. She knew she was getting something special from him. One night, she asked him why. "Because you are lost and in need, dear Emily," was all he would say. His words were etched in her brain. If someone attacks you, or if you know for certain someone has ill intent and they're about to cause you harm, then they've forfeited their right to safe passage. Your responsibility is to yourself first, and use whatever is at your disposal to incapacitate them. Do not hesitate. Do it hard, and do it fast. Be decisive. Be merciless. Jim's voice cut into her memory. "Emily?" She was peering over his shoulder, eyes glazed over and unfocused, completely zoned out. She snapped out of it. She brought her eyes to him. He had that scrutinizing gaze again. Scrutinizing, but not judgmental. He was seriously intent on figuring her out. "Sorry, I was thinking about someone."
"No problem. It's getting late, and I stopped you from getting into the homeless shelter. All the beds are probably taken by now. Do you have a place to stay tonight?"
"I'll figure something out."
He laughed. "I just live 2 blocks from here, in a house on Roosevelt Row. I have a spare bedroom. It's yours if you want it."
"Forgive me if I don't want to cuddle just yet."
He guffawed. "Dear Emily, you're quite a funny young lady, and you know that's not what I meant."
"I asked you not to call me that."
"So what's it going to be? Do you need a place to crash, or will you let me give you some cash for a room somewhere?"
"I'm not sure yet. Let's leave, though. Either way, I'll let you walk me to wherever it is I decide. I don't feel like dealing with street urchins tonight. I'm tired."
She stood up from the table. He did the same and started to walk away. She grabbed his arm.
"Aren't you going to leave a tip?"
"For who? There's nobody here."
"That doesn't matter. Someone served you and deserves a tip. It's only right."
"I am the owner."
"So?"
He pulled 3 $1 bills from his wallet and tossed them on the table. "Happy?" She smiled.
"Yes, now it's my turn."
"For what?"
"To ask questions."
"Such as?" They walked through the empty dining room toward the front door.
"What's your deal? You keep files. What kind of writer are you? What do you write about exactly?"
He pulled out a set of keys, then opened the front door of the restaurant. "You go ahead. I need to set the alarm." He walked at a fast pace to the adjacent wall of the dining room. She waited outside at the top of the steps leading to a porch just beyond the entrance of the restaurant. She looked at the sky. Everything was peaceful, and she could see the Big Dipper. For a moment, her mind took her back to a time when she was standing in the desert, looking up at the stars, when the great shadow came and took her away. She took control, snapping herself out of that nightmare. She brought her eyes down to the street. A dark-colored Chevy lowrider with fancy rims and 2 primer spots along its hood cruised by slowly, the beat of its music sending out a rhythmic series of thumps that she could feel hitting her chest. She couldn't see inside. It was too dark, and the windows were tinted black. It stopped for a moment directly across from the restaurant. The rear window on the driver's side rolled down 2 inches, then stopped. Emily could feel 2 sets of eyes on her and a strong sense of curiosity emanating from the passengers in the vehicle. The window rolled up a few seconds later, then the driver gunned the engine and sped away. Looking for someone, she thought. Obviously not me. Jim came out the front door, turned the lock with a key, and joined her on the steps. His hands were empty.
"Aren't you forgetting something?" she asked.
He looked down at his body, then back at her. "What?"
"Your files, or should I say Emily's files."
"I locked them in the safe in the office. You never know when someone who knows Emily might want their contents to disappear. Forever."
"Good point."
"Let's walk," he said, gently resting his hand on her back. The front yard of the restaurant, which was actually a repurposed house, was surrounded by a wall 6 feet high. Between the porch and the wall was a nice garden. They walked down the stairs and along the garden path, heading for the sidewalk at the bottom. "I'll tell you what my deal is on the way. It mostly has to do with some seriously weird paranormal shit that I saw on the battlefield when I was in the Marines. I did a tour in the Middle East. You wouldn't believe what goes on in the night sky over a combat zone. I think my background might be able to help you. At least, I think it can."
"Help me? Why do you think I need help?"
The moment they stepped onto the sidewalk, 4 gang members appeared out of nowhere to surround them. Their guns were drawn. "Hello again, Rojo. Been a long time," said the shortest one of the group. He touched her hair. She knocked his hand away. "You think I'd forget or something? I never forget a face, especially a bonita face." The light from the lamppost highlighted his face well enough for her to see detail. She studied him closely. Something was familiar about him. Then she had it. He was the same gangbanger who had fallen down the steps in the basement of the Italian restaurant right before the shootout started. Her eyes went wide. "That's right, puta," he snarled.
Now you remember, don't you? Let's see if you remember this. Where the fuck is my dinero?
Emily's mind turned in on itself, deciding to replay the events from April 1985, shortly after she and her mother were taken by the light in the desert. Chapter 9. Emily could hardly breathe as she watched her mother scream in agony while lying on the razor-thin platform that was hovering in the middle of the room. The telescoping robotic arm of the great machine positioned itself over her mother's terrified face, then extended 4 writhing snake-like tentacles, each tipped with a 6-inch-long gleaming needle. The needles spread themselves apart like a hand, reaching for her mother's face, headed for her mom's eyes and ears, just like it had done so many times the previous day. Emily guessed that it had been 24 hours since the light in the desert had appeared and taken them into the void because of how hungry she was. If she was correct, then today was the day after Easter. She actually had no idea how long they had been held captive, or whether it was day or night, or where on Earth she was, if she was even on Earth. There were no windows or doors in the room, and she couldn't see movement of anyone else other than herself and her mother. She figured she was inside some type of test chamber, plastered in a spread-eagle position against a vertical wall. The semi-transparent, stretchy material that was holding her down gave a bit when she tried to move, but only an inch or so before it snapped back. She felt like an insect trapped on a specimen board, ready to be dissected and torn apart at the whim of a demented scientist. The chamber was about 20 feet across, octagonal, with a high ceiling which sloped down to meet the walls about 8 feet from the floor. In the middle of the ceiling was a black circle with 8 beams that looked like lasers radiating outward from it like spokes. The beams glowed with a pulsing blue light, giving the chamber a medieval glow as they danced around the room, but didn't reflect off any surface. The black, featureless floor seemed to suck the light energy into its molecules, showing circular echoes of the light penetrating its surface before it disappeared. The wall surrounding the chamber was divided into 8 equal-sized panels that were situated between the glowing spokes of the ceiling. The panels were fully articulating and able to adjust their position on either axis, depending on what type of advanced technology emerged. Sometimes the panels morphed into an iris with overlapping sections that would expand or shrink to control its center opening. Other times, a snake-like apparatus would emerge from within that section, like the one hovering over her mother right now, and sometimes the panels would simply slide back to allow more room for the angular robotic arm to move about the chamber. Whoever or whatever designed the space seemed to have an equal fascination with sharp, clean angles and flexible serpentine appendages that, at first glance, seemed to move in chaotic, random directions. But they always managed to land with absolute precision somewhere on her mother's body, usually inserting themselves in her eyes, ears, nose, or spine. A metallic pedestal was attached to the floor in the center of the room, clearly the central focal point of everything that happened in the room. Emily could only guess at the true purpose of the complex array of machinery that the room was capable of generating at a moment's notice. The logical assumption was that this was some type of human experiment, one designed to inflict massive amounts of pain for some unknown purpose. Her mom was still screaming, and Emily knew that the procedure and the screams wouldn't stop for at least another hour. She could close her eyes, but that wouldn't stop the bone-rattling screams of her mother. Candy Hart lay naked on her back, held to a paper-thin, rectangular slab that resembled a metal table. It was floating 2 feet above the floor pedestal, with intense flashes of static electricity shooting back and forth between the underside of the platform and the pedestal. Emily assumed that her mom was on an examination table, but it was no ordinary table, and the material couldn't have been metal, at least not any type of metal that Emily had ever seen or heard of before. It was capable of contorting itself in any and all directions, depending on what technology was currently active in the room. It could bulge upward from its center to raise her mother's midsection up to meet a probing set of implements, or it could raise the top half of the table, bending at its midpoint to lift her mother into a sitting position. Several times, it turned itself upside down and opened holes in its surface to give access to her mother's spine. The holes would seal themselves as soon as they were no longer needed. When the room was dormant, all of the wall panels remained smooth, a clean, unbroken gunmetal gray that was waiting to morph again at someone's beck and call. The pulsing blue light from the spokes in the ceiling gave the panels a purplish tinge that was both comforting and terrifying. Comforting because Emily loved the color purple, and she'd never seen a shade quite so beautiful, but also terrifying because she knew that it was only a matter of time before she would hear a deep humming noise and then feel vibrations in the wall behind her. They signaled the start of another round of injections and tests, meaning the screaming would start again and she'd have to watch the machines hurt her mother. Twice the previous day, 2 sections of the far wall had become see-through after the overhead beams were energized to full intensity and crisscrossed, spreading out and catching the wall panel at just the right angle. For a flicker of a moment, she could see a crowd of large heads on the other side of the wall, watching the proceedings in the room. The worst part of the nightmare was when her mom would disappear near the end of the procedure. The vanishing immediately followed a predictable pattern of mechanical steps. The table would flip over, and she'd be injected with something multiple times along the length of her spine. Then the platform would right itself, and she'd be injected in her ears and then her eyes. The painful series of injections, spine, eyes, then ears, were always followed by a wave of extreme sound vibrations that shook the room and rattled Emily's teeth. Seconds later, the intensity of the light pulsing from the spokes in the ceiling would increase the speed of their strobe effect and continue to do so until each light reached a constant stream. Then everything would go dark except for the blue glow of her mother's body. The first time Emily saw it happen, she tried to scream, but no sound could escape from within the transparent cocoon holding her to the wall panel. She had thought the procedure was over, but it wasn't. Speckles of blue energy played across her mother's skin like miniature lightning bolts shooting out in a spiral pattern that originated at her belly button. When the vanishing moment was near, her mom's back would arch and hold for 10 seconds. Then her body would tuck itself into a fetal position right as the energy bolts stopped pulsing and turned a solid color, covering her mother in a glowing blue light. An instant later, she'd disappear, leaving the chamber silent and empty. Next, there'd be a loud crack and a flash of light that seemed to wash out the black in the featureless floor. The bottom of the chamber would energize into what she could only describe as a transparent movie screen, revealing a patch of desert and cactus roughly 20 feet below the room. Her mother would then materialize somewhere on the surface below, but not as her present self. Sometimes she was younger, in her 20s, and other times she'd be a much older version of herself, elderly, in fact, with a face full of wrinkles and age spots. But regardless of her age, her mother would always look up, seemingly to make eye contact with Emily, right before a chirping sound would ring, like an alarm. Then the room would begin to fill with a hazy vapor. Eventually, the fog was so thick that Emily couldn't see her mother through the transparent floor anymore. A minute later, one of the panels would open, and the fog would be removed from the chamber, like a vacuum sucking the smoke out, leaving candy lying on the floating table. Each time she returned, she'd be the same age as she was before she disappeared. 15 minutes later, the entire process would start over, with slight variations in the order and timing. For about 10 seconds at the start of the process, a vertical array of red lights would appear over her mother's body and change their appearance and location, like a scoreboard or a scene marker for a movie. Then it would start. The injections, the humming, the vibrations, the light, the agony, the shooting lines of energy leading to her mom being encased in the blue fire before she'd disappear. Silence, a loud crack, a flash of light, the chamber floor flashing transparent, her mother looking up at her, then the haze before Candy was back on the table. Emily watched this happen over and over again, so many times that she'd lost count. Hour after unbearable hour passed, all the while her mother screaming and writhing in pain once the injection started. Each time her mother appeared on the table after the fog, she seemed skinnier, a little more fragile, like she was being eaten alive by the pain. Her skin eventually became drawn, her face pinched and frail. She looked like she would crumble into pieces if touched, or blow away in a cloud of dust if someone whispered in her ear. Emily knew the end was near. Her mother couldn't take much more of this. Candy hadn't eaten or drank anything for hours, if not days, and neither had Emily. Finally, after one trip to the surface, her mother didn't come back. There was no loud crack, no flash of light, no fog, and no more Mom. Emily's nightmare had gone from the unimaginable to the incomprehensible. She had held on to the fact that they were together as a family on that ship until that moment, but now that comfort was gone. She was alone, trapped and starving. Her lips could barely pry themselves apart from each other. She needed water. She needed help. Emily could hear the chamber humming and vibrating differently than before. The flat, rectangular object that her mother had been lying on floated across the chamber toward her, with the electrically charged pedestal remaining directly beneath it as it moved. The wall panels on either side of her swung open. 4 mechanical arms reached out and took hold of her arms and legs just as the stretchy material dissolved, freeing her body from the wall. Emily was surprised. The arms felt gentle, almost delicate. She knew what was coming, though. She knew what was next, and it wasn't going to be gentle or delicate. There had to be some form of intelligence behind the actions of the machines. Something or someone must be controlling them. Then she remembered the flashes of the big heads in the crowd that she'd seen on the first day. She tried to call out to them to stop what they were about to do, but she was too weak and her lips too dry. She waited, resigning herself to the same fate as her mother. She floated across the room on the rectangle, hoping to die before it began. Mechanical arms removed her clothing, tearing them into strips. The table was cool against her skin. A few silent moments passed. The chamber hummed, and the array of lights appeared overhead, marking the start of the procedure. The lights turned from red to blue, a new development that she hadn't seen before. She felt a slight warming beneath her and knew it was beginning. Her body felt heavy, as if it were glued to the table. She had expected to see the robotic arm with the needle tentacles working its way toward her face to inject her, like the process had started each time with her mother, but she didn't. The platform slowly rotated until Emily was facing the floor. She didn't feel it happen, but she knew a hole was appearing in the table directly over her lower spine. She had expected a terrible pain to follow, and was surprised when she felt only the tiniest of pinpricks. The table flipped back to its original position, and she watched the telescoping robotic arm descend and position itself above her head. The 4 serpentine, needle-tipped tentacles appeared and snaked their way to her eyes and ears. Emily was prepared to scream when the pain hit, but she barely felt a thing when the needles pierced her eyes and ears. Something was different, much different than her mother's time on the table. Maybe the order of the experiment had been changed, or maybe this was a different experiment. The arms receded, and she stared at the ceiling of the chamber, waiting for whatever came next. Emily's spine tingled, deep down at the base. Slowly, the tingle crept up between her shoulder blades. Her pulse started to quicken. The feeling crept up to her neck and transformed into an intense, throbbing pain. She was overcome by an adrenaline rush, the intensity of which she had never experienced. Her body began to sizzle with electric blue lines of energy. Tiny lightning bolts crisscrossed her skin. A searing bolt of agony shot from the back of her skull to her forehead. The containment grid of energy let go of her body just as she curled into the fetal position and was consumed by blue fire. She couldn't help but focus on the pain, a single, agonizing point between her eyes. She felt like she was floating, disconnected from her body. She had no idea how long she was floating, but it seemed like a lifetime. 2 lifetimes. No, more than that. An eternity of pain and darkness focused on a single point between her eyes. A blackness so intense that she never wanted to see black again. The beautiful night sky, yes. Regular darkness, yes. But empty voids of blackness mixed in with pain? No. Then she heard a loud crack. A bright light blinded her eyes. Once again, she felt her body. The pain faded and was replaced by numbness, then coolness against her skin. She didn't have to open her eyes to know that she was back in the chamber and lying on the hovering platform. She flexed her hands and feet, then her legs and torso, realizing that she could move. The containment field hadn't begun to cover her yet. It was now or never, she thought. She gathered all her strength and leapt from the table, running blindly to the wall panel that had opened each time to let the hazy vapor rush out. She'd seen the sequence so many times that the dimensions of the chamber were etched permanently into her mind. She dove headfirst, praying she'd gotten it right, hoping that her assumption was correct and that the open panel led outside where the fog was being released. She half expected to slam her head into the wall and break her neck, but she didn't. She felt a rush of cool air hit her face as gravity and the laws of physics took control of her body. She began to fall, smelling desert flowers and sage along the way. The moon was nearly full, just like the night they were taken. The moonlight provided enough light that she could see the desert floor 20 feet below her. She hit the ground hard, landing on the right side of her body, knocking the wind from her lungs with a thud. She gasped for breath, waiting for her lungs to recharge. They did after at least 30 rapid breaths. She rolled over, expecting to find a broken bone or some other damage to her body. She didn't. She'd made it out in one piece. She stood up and looked around, trying to get her bearings. She needed to run, but wasn't sure which way to go. She heard a roar that sounded like a powerful jet engine, and then a massive shadow slid over the top of the area and blotted out the moon and stars, leaving only darkness and cold. A beam of white light shot out of the bottom of the hovering shadow and made contact with the desert floor a dozen yards in front of her. It began to move in a grid-like pattern, swinging from one end of the area to the other. She knew they were searching for her. She took off running in the opposite direction from the light, but stopped when the light turned off. She couldn't see more than a foot without the moonlight to direct her. She figured that she was in for a repeat of what had happened when she and her mother had first been taken. Then, hundreds of bright red beams of light shot out of the shapeless shadow above her, each with their own origination point, striking the earth in random locations. Columns of dirt, cactus, brush, and rock erupted from the ground wherever the beams pummeled the surface. The red beams were everywhere, and getting closer. Emily knew she couldn't escape. There were too many. She was hemmed in on all sides. Then, one struck her in the stomach. She had expected to double over in pain, which never happened. The redness bounced off of her and struck the dirt 20 feet in front of her, sending surface material into the air like a mortar shell hitting a structure. More beams hit her skin, but they didn't seem to harm her. Instead, they ricocheted off in crazy directions, making geysers of debris all around her. An idea came out of nowhere and landed in her brain. It was a crazy idea that didn't make sense, but somehow she knew that it was the right thing to do. She faced the dark shadow looming above her and put her right hand above her head and waited with her palm turned up, facing the sky. A red beam struck her hand, and she adjusted her wrist so that her palm was perpendicular to the dark shadow above. It worked, but not exactly as she'd planned. Instead of striking the shadow above her and then disappearing, the red stream stuck to the object. Whatever was floating above her was now tethered to her hand by the beam of red energy. The red grew wider and brighter as the impact area began to glow the same color. Emily's mind lit up with visions that told her things she couldn't possibly know. They were like snapshots of thought, mini flashes of knowledge. The object above her was a ship. She assumed it was an alien ship. She could see their faces looking at each other inside the ship, much clearer than before. Their big heads were covered with boils and lesions. They were all sick and looking for answers. Some disease was killing them, consuming their flesh, one painful cell at a time. Two thoughts kept popping into her mind over and over. The creatures wanted to go back to fix something, and humans were at fault. Invaders was the name they called us. It didn't make sense. These creatures invaded our planet, not the other way around. She could sense the visitors' panic, trying to stop her and the beam that was now connected to their systems. Somehow, their experiment had changed her genetic structure, allowing her to seize the power of their beam and turn it around and use it against them. The visitors didn't plan for this to happen. It was a lab accident or a side effect of the experiment that they were running on her. The creatures thought that they had perfected the process when they started it on her, but they were wrong. She could see flashes of their emotions, feeling their hatred toward humanity growing inside them. The beam continued to get thicker and crackle with a power that Emily felt connecting to her bones. It seemed to charge her entire body like an energy matrix. The ship began to rattle and hum. Emily grew stronger with each passing second, like the beam's power was healing her somehow. She was no longer hungry, thirsty, or tired. She felt invigorated and more alive than ever before. Her palm began to glow a brighter red. The ship started to shake violently, making the stars and moonlight shine through in short bursts, like seams in the ship were cracking open and letting the starlight through. Whatever was happening was not hurting her, but she could sense that it was hurting them and their ship. She could feel the fear in their minds as they scrambled inside their ship, trying to end what she sensed was some form of energy feedback loop. Time to get even, she decided, as her mind took control of the communication link and she sent flashes of thought to the occupants of the ship. You kidnapped my family. You ran horrible experiments on me and my mother. You tortured us. You hurt us. You had no right to try to turn us into something else. You killed my mom. You need to pay for what you've done. You need to die. A few seconds later, the ship exploded on one side, then shot to the heavens in a flash. Time slowed down as dust, rock, and shards of black material from the ship began to swirl around her in a vertical column, moving in ultra-slow motion as if her body had been polarized with a force field, keeping the debris away from her. Suddenly, all the broken pieces of the ship stopped moving around her, hanging in mid-flight for a few moments. Then, they winked out of existence in speckles of blue light. She felt the red energy leave her body and dissipate into the air around her. Time resumed. The dirt and rock stopped spinning around her and fell to the ground. She stood alone in the moonlight, trying to make sense of what had just happened. A faint breeze blew across her face and brought the pleasant aroma of cactus and sage into her nose. It reminded her of home. All her thoughts turned to her mother. A tear dripped from her eye and ran down her cheek. Then her spine began to tingle, deep inside its base. She could feel it moving up her back and growing stronger. She didn't know what it was, but something was coming. She could sense it. But it was coming from inside of her. She wasn't the same Emily. Her captors had changed her more than she initially thought. She decided to call out just in case she wasn't alone.
Mom? Mom? Are you here? It's me, Emily. Mom? Mom! Please, Mom, answer me. I need you.
She waited, then called out over and over again. There was no answer, just the sounds of the desert night. She fell to her knees, and the tears came, lots of them. More tears than she thought could ever be in her teenage body, streaming down her face and flooding off her nose. She just wanted to go home and hug her mom. She wanted to go to Mass with her mother just one more time, to sit next to her and hold her hand when the priest spoke, to sit in the wooden pew and lean her shoulder against her mother's so she could feel safe and loved.
Mom!
She screamed as loud and as long as her lungs could manage, but there was no answer, no movement, no hope. The tingle swelled to her neck and then shot to her forehead. Blue light covered her body, and she felt dizzy. Something was about to happen. Chapter 10. September 25th, 2014, 12:01 a.m. Emily's mind snapped back to reality. She was standing next to Jim, with her eyes focused on the barrel of the gangbanger's gun. Panic churned deep in the pit of her stomach as she locked eyes with the shortest member of the Locos gang. It was clear that he was their leader based on his attitude and motions. A tingle ignited in her spine, signaling the start of the countdown. She smiled, knowing that these banditos would never see it coming.
"What are you smiling at, puta?"
the leader asked, reaching out to touch her shoulder. She swatted his hand away. "Just your ugly face." Jim Miller pulled her close to him. "Tell us what you want." Emily felt his hip, which was about the height of her rib cage, nudging her toward the street. 2 cars were parked nearby, about 3 feet apart from each other. An old, cream-colored Toyota Land Cruiser with a smashed windshield and missing bucket seats, and a black Monte Carlo that had been lowered on its suspension to the point that its undercarriage was only inches from the pavement. Emily decided to play scared and dumb. Stall, she told herself. Stall long enough to let the jump process happen, then take them all out when time slows down. She stammered. "I don't know what you're talking about. I think you have me confused with someone else. Money? You want money?" The leader laughed, flashing his single gold tooth. It looked odd next to the rest of his teeth. Gold and dirty brown didn't mix, not on any color chart that she liked. Emily noticed an ugly scar running from the corner of his mouth all the way to his ear. It wasn't there when she'd seen him that night in the basement over a year ago, or at least she hadn't noticed it. Maybe it happened when he fell down the stairs, but she didn't remember seeing any blood on the floor. Then she remembered the pretty boy that she had kicked in the nuts. She remembered every detail of Derek's beautiful face. She checked the rest of the men in the gang. He wasn't there.
"Yeah, you stupid little puta," he spat. "I want the dinero you stole from me."
"That's right, puta," chimed in one of the thugs behind them. "You took money from the Locos. Flaco, show chica what we do to people who steal from the Locos." Flaco's eyes darted to the man who just spoke.
"Shut up! No names! How estúpido are you?"
She felt Jim nudge her again, ever so softly, pushing her toward the street. She sensed what he wanted, to work her between the gap in the 2 cars. She glanced at him. He was cool and relaxed. None of this seemed to bother him. His demeanor took her panic away, easing the adrenaline rush, which was not what she wanted. She tried to force her emotions to restart the jump process, but the tingle in her spine continued to fade. She wasn't going to jump. She decided to take her act to a higher level. She sniffled and let her lower lip tremble, letting her eyes squint for a cry. Please don't hurt us," she told Flaco. She turned to Jim. "Daddy, do something. Give them what they want. Give them your wallet. Just make them go away." She threw her arms around Jim and began to sob into his chest, hoping that her acting job appeared genuine. He wrapped his left arm around her. She felt his other hand slide to the waistband of his shorts. What was he reaching for? He wasn't carrying a gun. She would have been able to feel it with her arms hanging onto him. Jim finally spoke. "You guys are complete fucking idiots." There was silence from the locos. She realized that the gang members were stunned. Jim's attitude wasn't what any of them had expected, certainly not with 4 guns pointed at Jim's face. Flacco moved a step closer to Jim, tilting his head back with attitude.
"Seems to me like you're the fucking idiot who just got caught with his pantalones down in our territory. Isn't it past your bedtime, old man?"
The other 3 brutes laughed. Flacco continued.
"Why don't you leave the chica with us? We'll take really good care of her. Time for you to go nighty-night, Grandpa."
Jim turned slowly, shifting Emily across his body from his left side to his right, guiding her behind him. He freed his left arm, but kept his right on her, as if he were holding her in place to shield her from the gunman. She looked back, glancing over her shoulder. They were almost to the curb, with the parked cars only a few feet away. Emily knew Jim was about to do something. She could sense it, but wasn't sure what he was planning. His movements were calm, measured, and calculated. She realized that he'd shifted both of them to a position where he could see all 4 of the thugs at one time without turning his head in either direction. She'd read in a defensive tactics manual at the library that you should keep your enemy in sight at all times and not allow them to outflank you. Then work yourself into a defensible position with escape routes identified and accessible. That's what Jim was doing, following his military training. The gang didn't seem to notice that he was slowly moving himself and her to the space between the cars. Jim yawned. "As a matter of fact, I am a little tired. Been a long day. But before I take my nap..." Emily felt his right forearm tense. There was something in his hand. Somehow she hadn't noticed it before. "I'd like to teach you boys a little something about proper ambush tactics."
"Quit fucking stalling,"
Flacco yelled, stepping forward and extending his right arm, pressing the muzzle of his gun against Jim's left temple.
"The only thing you're gonna do, old man, is shut the fuck up and give us the chica. I'm not leaving without her or my fucking money."
Jim made sure the triangle blade that he had pulled from the hidden pouch sewn into the lining on the back of his waistline was firmly in hand. He slid the mini knife between his knuckles with the razor-sharp edge sticking out. He was ready. It was now or never. He took a deep breath and launched his plan, using a series of lightning-quick moves. First, Jim said as a distraction, pushing his hips hard, sending Emily between the 2 parked cars. Jim turned his head, allowing Flacco's gun to slide off his temple and slip past his face. He brought his right hand up and buried the knuckle blade into the back of Flacco's right arm just above the elbow, severing the triceps tendon instantly, while reaching over Flacco's now useless arm to snatch the gun with his left hand. "Your lines of fire are all wrong." Flacco screamed in pain as his arm fell sharply to his side. Jim whipped his left elbow back and smashed Flacco in the face, breaking his nose with the blow. He sidestepped and wrapped his right arm under Flacco's armpit and across his upper chest and neck, supporting him so he didn't fall. He held Flacco's gun in his left hand, pointing it at the remaining bandits to let them know that he had them covered. He brought the bloody tip of the blade in his right fist up until it pressed into the soft area on the side of Flacco's neck, slicing into the skin a 1/4 inch. He held Flacco's frame tightly against his body, using him as a shield, as blood streamed out of Flacco's nose and the wound in his neck, running down Jim's forearm. "Second, never set yourself up in a conflicting crossfire like that," he added, pivoting on his right foot while turning left. His left foot lashed out and struck the bottom of the wrist of the killer to his left. The gun in the man's hand flew into the air and landed 10 feet away. "If any of you had fired, you probably would have hit each other." Jim took 2 steps back, dragging Flacco with him until he was standing a foot from Emily between the 2 cars. He aimed the gun back and forth in a tight arc, making sure the gangsters knew they were each in his sights. The men twitched nervously, shifting their weight side to side, glancing at each other, and then back to Jim. They seemed confused, unsure of what to do. The two men with the guns wrapped and rewrapped their hands around the grips, both with their index finger resting on the trigger. Jim could see fear swelling in their eyes, making them even more unpredictable and, potentially, desperate. But he also knew that he could turn their fear against them. "Third," Jim said calmly, "know your enemy." He gestured to the man he'd just disarmed. "Hands up where I can see them." The man stuck his chest out and raised his chin, but his hands never went into the air. "Fuck you. Know your enemy, punk. Nobody tells the locos what to do. This is our territory. Something wrong with you? Are you loco or something?" He spoke to Emily over his shoulder through the side of his mouth, never taking his eyes off the three men. "You okay, sweetie?" "Can we leave now, Daddy? I want to go home," Emily called out from behind the hood of the car. "In a minute. Daddy's almost done here." "Kill him!" Flacco yelled to his men, still bleeding down Jim's arm. "Not so fast," Jim said, flaring his eyes to get the other men's attention. He pressed the blade a little deeper into Flacco's neck, making Flacco call out in pain. "All I need to do is press this blade a little deeper and I'll sever his carotid artery. He'll bleed out in seconds." Wait! Flacco yelled. "Put the guns down, gentlemen, and walk away." "Fuck you, cabron!" one of the men yelled, turning his gun sideways before shouting more insults. 51, Jim snapped, breaking the barrage of words. "Gay?" the unarmed bully asked. "That's the number of ways I can kill each one of you right now. 51. That's 51 for those of you who know habla. And that's without a knife or gun. Imagine what I can do after I take those guns away from you. Trust me, boys, you're way out of your league here. Uncle Sam spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on my training, and all of you will be dead before the first one of you dumb fucks hits the deck. Let me assure you that I was tops in my class. I eat mutts like you for breakfast." He waited 5 seconds, but the men ignored his demand. He was prepared to fire, but wanted to give the armed men one more chance to comply. "Now listen, I don't want to kill you, and you don't want to be dead. So put down your guns and back away. That's all you have to do to walk away with your cojones still attached. Otherwise, your man Flacco draws his last breath. Then each of you follows suit. I won't even break a sweat doing it. In fact, I'll enjoy it. Been a while since I got to kill me some gangsters." "Just do what he says, and let's get out of here," Flacco said. "This pinche culero es loco." Jim shook the gun twice. "Now," he said more forcefully. "Vete a la verga," the one closest to Jim said. "West Side locos don't back down to nobody." "Just do it," Flacco yelled with a mouthful of blood. "We'll handle this cabron later. Quit fucking around. I need medico." The two ruffians bent forward and put their guns on the cement. They didn't seem too happy to do it. "Fourth, and finally," Jim said, with all the anger missing from his voice, "choose your ground wisely. You guys say you are locos? West Side locos? Then you must be lost, because I know these streets too. You're outside your home turf. This is the wrong place for you to pick a fight, not with the Glassford Gatos ruling this area. Now back up." He gestured down the sidewalk, past the guns lying on the ground. They did as he asked. He walked them 20 feet away from Emily, past the guns, then shoved Flacco to the ground at their feet. He kicked his former captive in the ass. "Go on, get before I change my mind about letting you breathe." Flacco crawled to his crew, holding his hand over his bloody face. "You have not heard the last from us." "Tell El Padrino that Jim Miller says hello. Tell him that this area is out of bounds and that the redhead is off limits. If he has questions about any missing money, then he can come see me about it. Now get the hell out of here before I bend all three of you over my knee." Emily stood next to Jim. She was holding a machine gun. He looked back. Only 2 guns remained on the sidewalk. He put his hand out, pushing down on her arm. She lowered the weapon. "Keep it downrange. That way you don't accidentally shoot your foot off, or mine." She nodded. A second later, the same dark-colored Chevy lowrider with fancy rims from earlier careened around the corner, half a block west, with its tires squealing and engine roaring as it flew up the street. It skidded sideways to a stop directly across the road from the parked cars.
The doors flew open, and 4 tattooed, muscular men wearing wife-beater t-shirts and yellow bandanas over the lower half of their faces emerged with automatic weapons in hand.
"Gatos!" Flaco yelled.
The gatos opened fire, spraying the area with lead. Chapter 11. Emily pulled the trigger without thinking, shooting the cement in front of her. The gun recoiled hard when at least 10 rounds shot out of its barrel, sending her arm up wildly. The sound of gunfire was so loud that all she could do was release the trigger, drop the weapon, and cover her ears. Jim pulled her down behind the Monte Carlo on the curbside as the gatos continued to shoot from the middle of the street at the locos who were sprinting away from them. "We should run," Emily said, feeling a strong tingle building inside. The countdown had restarted. She could feel a jump swelling deep within her, and she knew that this time she wouldn't be able to stop it. "They're not here for us. It's the code of the gatos. Civilians are off limits." "How do you know?" "I'm a beat reporter, remember? It's my job to know everything there is to know about the streets of Phoenix. Plus, I'm friends with several members of the county's gang task force. 2 of them were in my unit in the Marines." One by one, Flaco and his men were hit, sending hunks of tissue and spurts of blood flying from their bodies. One was hit in the shoulder, another in the leg, and 2 in the back. Each man dropped to the ground and skidded across the sidewalk like a skier wiping out on the slopes. The gatos ran to their enemy's position and pumped round after round into their bodies until all movement had stopped. Then they turned their attention to Emily and Jim, walking toward them while changing the magazines in their machine guns. "Stay low and crawl to the other side of the car," he said to her in a normal tone. Normal, but directive. Well, utterly abnormal considering the situation. "If it starts, I need you to run away as fast as you can and don't look back. Understood?" "What about you?" "I'm trained for this. Now go." His confidence-filled words cut through the chaos, and she knew that he was in total and complete control. Her heart was pounding so hard, she thought it was going to crack through the front of her ribcage. She could feel the jump clock moving faster, building with intensity with each passing second. Jim's fierce little knife had disappeared from his hand. He snatched the automatic that she had dropped earlier, then grabbed one of the other guns that the locos had tossed. He turned to face the gatos with a gun in each hand, both pointed down and away from his body. He didn't crouch or flinch. He didn't hurry. He looked like a robot on a mission, walking straight into the fires of hell without a speck of fear. Emily heard police sirens in the distance, and they were getting louder. They only had minutes to finish this and get away. The gatos broke apart from each other and swung wide, aiming their guns at Jim. They opened fire just as he lowered his right shoulder and rolled his body into a low-profile shooting position along the ground, bringing his guns to bear. He squeezed off several short bursts of his own, sending a thundering barrage at his enemies. A second later, all 4 gatos fell to the ground. "Holy shit," she thought. "Who is this man?" The tingle was now sliding up her back and moving fast. The police sirens echoed off the nearby buildings, making it sound like even more of them were closing fast. "I hate cops," Emily said. Jim stood up and walked to the gatos' position. He stood near them for a minute with his guns trained and ready to fire. One of the gatos moved, raising his gun at Jim, but Jim fired first, putting more slugs into the masked man. He walked to the next victim's body, rolling it over with his foot, never taking his eyes or his weapons off of the body. A handful of squad cars flew around the end of the street with their lights flashing, laying rubber as they flew up the street and parked in what seemed like random locations across the area. A pair of uniforms came out of each vehicle and took up positions behind them, aiming their guns at Jim. None of them were looking at Emily, so she moved to the far end of the Monte Carlo, keeping her head down and moving slowly so they wouldn't notice her. It seemed to work. "Drop your weapon," they started yelling at Jim, using different variations and intensities of the same sentence. Some added, "Do it now," or "asshole" on the end, but it was difficult to know who was saying what, with all of them jacked up on adrenaline and shouting at the same time. Jim held his gun over his head and turned around slowly. He dropped the gun to the ground and bent one knee to lower himself to the ground. Just then,
One of the gatos that Jim hadn't checked for life signs aimed his gun and opened fire on the police from his position on the ground. The police instantly erupted with a maelstrom of return fire. Emily saw Jim take 2 rounds in the leg and 1 in the back, spinning him around as he fell. The gang member stood up and limped on one leg while holding his shooting arm up with the other. He was already covered in blood from Jim's attack, but he kept firing at the officers. He staggered each time he was hit. Once, twice, 3 times. Emily lost count, but the masked man kept advancing on the officers, shooting and swearing. Her eyes returned to Jim, lying in the street, motionless. She was overcome by anger. It coursed through her veins and boiled her blood. He was one of the good guys, and they'd killed him. She had finally found someone who was going to help her, but now he was gone. She felt the thick swell of black anger inside of her turn into pure energy as it pushed through her veins and energized her body. She knew this feeling, though it had been a while, 2 years to be exact. 2 years in her time, just shy of 30 years in calendar time. It was back when she'd stood in the desert and faced down the hovering ship after escaping from their torture chamber. Then, words came to her mouth. She didn't know why, just that they had to be set free. She opened her mouth, and out they came. "Stop! Everybody, just stop!" An intense, high-pitched ringing sound flooded her ears and then faded out slowly. She looked to the streets. Bodies covered in blood, lying across the cement like motionless duffel bags. In front of them were the cops and the crazed gato firing at them. All of them looked frozen in the moment, caught in mid-action, not moving. She stood and moved closer to inspect. She could see all of them clearly now, their eyes focused down the barrels of their guns, their faces contorted in emotion, fear, anger, confusion, and even joy. A bullet casing hung in the air next to one of the cops, ejected from the chamber of his Glock semi-automatic a second before. She saw 3 bullets and smoke trails from the cops caught in mid-flight on their way to the gunman, who seemed to be stuck halfway between standing upright and doing a belly flop on the pavement, with blood trails sticking out like icicles from his body. Time had stopped. Emily figured the creatures were close. They had to be. It's what happened the last time that time had slowed down like this. She looked up, figuring the creatures had found her. She always knew they would, that they'd come back for her and seek their revenge or to continue their heinous tests. She waited for the sky to darken and the ship to hover overhead. Seconds turned to minutes while she arched her back and held her palm above her head, facing the sky, ready to unleash her fury. But nothing happened. The ship never came. She realized that this event wasn't the same as before. It was something else, something new. She was changing again. Her anger was fading. Then she felt the energy drain from her body, allowing time to resume. The cops' bullets took off, resuming their course for the gunman, whizzing past her and hitting the man in the forehead and cheekbone as he fell. More blood, more tissue. A moment later, his body hit the pavement and didn't move. "Where the hell did she come from?" one of the officers asked. "Hands in the air!" another one shouted. Emily put her hands over her head and let her knees buckle, hoping that the cops wouldn't shoot her. They didn't. Moments later, she was surrounded. "Why is she naked?" an officer behind her asked. She looked down at her chest and legs. Her clothes were gone. What? Had she jumped? If so, why hadn't she gone anywhere? Where was the blue light? Did the process change? "Wait a minute. I recognize her," the same cop said. "She's the naked Glassford girl, the one who's wanted for assaulting the cab driver in Grand Theft Auto." She sighed as the last bit of energy eased from her body. There was nothing else to do but look at the night sky. The beauty and elegance of the Big Dipper soaked into her soul as law enforcement manhandled her, wrapping cuffs around her wrists and dragging her to her feet. They wrapped a blanket around her and hauled her to the back of a police van where 2 officers were waiting. They opened the doors and dragged her inside, spinning her around until her butt was planted on the bench. Someone else was sitting across from her, handcuffed with his head slumped down. "Who the hell are you?" she asked the criminal. He craned his neck and made eye contact with her. It was Derek, the boy she'd kicked in the basement of the restaurant. His hair was the same as before, but his gold earring was missing. He gave her a sly smile. "Hey, gorgeous." Chapter 12. September 25th, 2014, 12:31 a.m. The horn on the police van blared, and the vehicle swerved hard to the right, sending Emily Hart flying into the lap of the handsome criminal sitting across from her. The handcuffs around her wrists hit the boy in the neck, making him gasp in pain. The beat of Derek's heart pounded at her chest as she slid down his body and plopped on the floor of the paddy wagon. She adjusted the blanket covering her naked body, making sure to conceal everything before he looked down. His hands were cuffed behind his back, but hers were in front, put there by the cops before they shoved her in. The officers were originally going to use their standard behind-the-back cuffing procedure, but she pleaded with them to keep her hands in front, otherwise she'd never be able to keep the blanket closed. They agreed. Derek stood up, spun around, and bent down to help her off the deck. Her butt found the aluminum bench on her side of the transport and slid into place. Derek turned and sat across from her. "You okay?" She nodded, enchanted by his chivalrous act. How many boys, or men for that matter, would have done what he just did with their wrists immobilized? Not many, she decided. 2 heavy thumps rang out along the wall separating the back of the van from the 2 cops in the driver's section. "Anyone hurt back there?" one of them asked. "What the hell is going on?" Derek answered. The access window slid open between the 2 compartments, and a poorly lit cop's face appeared. "City bus almost T-boned us. Are you two all right?" "Barely. You seriously need to think about installing seatbelts back here. Hate for us to die before you lock us up and throw away the key." "Check behind you, Einstein. See that safety strap? Use it or lose it," he said, before slamming the window shut. "Ladies and gentlemen, I give you Phoenix's finest," Derek quipped. Emily laughed, though she didn't think his remark was all that funny, but time jumping can warp your sense of humor. She had been traveling through time for 2 years, ever since she was 13 years old. That's 2 years in Emily time, though it had been spread out over almost 30 years for the normals in real time. Her BFF, Stacy, was now on the other side of 40 and probably didn't do much squealing anymore, except maybe in the bedroom with whatever man was smart enough to have pinned her down with a wedding ring and a house full of kids. She sighed, thinking about her future and what it could never be like. Her condition wouldn't allow it. She ached inside, knowing that she'd never have a family of her own, let alone date, fall in love, and get married to the love of her life. She couldn't track Stacy down for a reunion either, not with her best friend having aged normally for all those years while Emily hadn't. There was simply no easy way to explain it to a normal, not without that person calling the grabby men with the straitjackets and rubber rooms. Derek flashed his thick, full eyelashes at her, sending a charge throughout her body. She gazed into the eyes of the pretty boy that she hadn't seen in over a year, not since the chance meeting in the basement of that high-end Italian restaurant. The overhead dome light in the van flickered twice, but that didn't stop her from memorizing every curve of his perfect face. She didn't believe in love at first sight, but figured that's what most people would say she was experiencing. There was no denying that she was attracted to Derek, but love at first sight? Hell no. It was a silly concept. Stacy used to talk about it relentlessly, but that was long ago, back before the night of the taking. Stacy was a true believer in that single magical moment in a young girl's life when she meets the boy she's going to fall in love with and marry. Stacy was an emotionally charged girl, seemingly waiting for that life-changing event to happen with every age-appropriate boy she met. Emily knew it to be nothing more than fantasy, brought on by endless hours of wishful daydreaming. She knew better. Dreams were for normal people. Her life was just the opposite, an abomination to all things human. Then again, here she was, feeling a tsunami of emotions for a boy she'd barely met. She convinced herself that her gift of second sight was to blame for everything she was thinking and feeling, in her mind, her heart, and her body. It had provided her with a profound look inside Derek, absorbing all he was in the blink of an eye. That level of emotional connection with another human being changes a girl. She knew him, the real him, not the gangster facade that had been baked on like a ceramic shell for protection. Even if she tried, she couldn't stop herself from being attracted to his gentle and kind spirit. It was something she'd rarely encountered since being abducted and genetically altered against her will, at least not from a boy who was her age and beyond drop-dead gorgeous. But she also knew they could never be together, not with her time-jumping condition. Any sudden burst of emotion could trigger a cascading event that would send her naked and alone to some random point in the future. Relationships are filled with thousands of intense moments like that, meaning love and dating were things she could never have, not if she wanted to remain in the present. Just bad luck, she decided. Life sucked. Her life sucked. It wasn't fair, not on any level. And there was little she could do about it. "Focus on the now, Em," she yelled quietly inside. "Focus on what you can control. Everything else is a waste of time and energy." She also couldn't help that Derek was sitting handcuffed on the bench right across from her. He was close enough to sense, smell, touch, even kiss. Yet, that was all it could ever be, infatuation from a distance. She let the tantalizing thoughts fade away. They weren't meant for her, not with her entire world having just been turned upside down, inside out, and sideways. And all of it happened in the last 10 minutes. She knew she had jumped 10 minutes ago because she'd ended up naked on the street in the middle of a 4-way shootout between the Phoenix Police Department, her new friend and beat reporter Jim Miller, and 2 violent street gangs, the Glassford Gatos and the West Side Locos. She knew Jim had been shot multiple times because she'd seen it happen in front of her. Then she'd been handcuffed and had her butt groped by a member of law enforcement before being tossed into the back of the van, wearing only her birthday suit and a blanket. Derek glanced at Emily again, sucking her in with those amazing blue eyes. Just as before, she was flooded with a surge of powerful emotions that showed her all that he was. She loved how his life force warmed her heart and brought her to a place of serenity, but she couldn't allow herself to remain there. Rule number 10 flashed in her mind. No boys. She fought the feelings back, not wanting them to cloud her judgment. However, each time she connected with Derek, the attraction grew tenfold. She knew she was fighting a losing battle. Emily needed time to formulate a new set of rules and a few more lists, something, anything that would give her the ability to regulate what was building inside. She probably needed to get away from him, or at least not look at him. Either choice would protect her from the effects of the psychic connection. She knew that was the logical thing to do, but her head wasn't making the decisions. Her heart was, and it was beating with a wallop. Everything she was feeling and thinking was a jumbled mess of chaos and contradiction. She couldn't breathe. She couldn't think. What was wrong with her? Why was she letting this happen? Come on, Em. You're stronger than this. The channels in her mind started changing, switching between logic and love and back again. Over and over they flipped, making every moment harder to control than the last. She was walking close to the precipice, dangerously close. The jump process could begin any second. "Aren't you going to say anything, gorgeous?" Derek asked, scrunching his eyebrows and tilting his head. Her mind was reeling. So was her body. There wasn't time to figure any of this out. Derek needed to shut up. He was making things worse every time he opened his mouth. But she didn't want him to stop. She wanted his attention, his admiration, his love. Wait. No, Em,
You can't. Get those thoughts out of your head. It's making you crazy. Nothing made sense. She was out of control. Her trusted logic was failing her. What the hell was going on? She felt like screaming. Maybe it would help. Maybe it wouldn't. She didn't know. She didn't care. Wait, yes she did. So much confusion and doubt. It was smothering her. Somebody, please make it stop. Then, everything switched again, and her logic returned. Thank God. She drew in 2 deep breaths and let the disgusting memory of the cop squeezing her butt play in her mind. It helped her flush the sexual tension from her system and lower her heart rate. But then, just as she was getting a handle on things, Derek spoke again. Okay, I get that you don't want to talk to me. How about a smile? Just a little one? It won't hurt, I promise. Come on, beautiful, just a little one. For me? The pressure in her chest tripled, and the passionate thoughts returned, crashing into the logic shield she had constructed in her head. Somehow, she found the strength to look away and beat back a smile that threatened to take control of her lips. He finally looked away. She relaxed and put her head back, resting it on the wall of the van. Her eyes closed and her memories took over, taking her back to the first and only time they'd met. It had been under another set of inauspicious circumstances, right before a fatal gang shootout in that Italian restaurant, when Emily had been protecting Junie and was forced to kick Derek in the groin and run. This time with Derek was going to be different, she promised herself. Just need to stay focused and in control. She cracked her right eye open, ever so slightly, figuring she could sneak a peek at the adorable boy whose mere presence was controlling the rhythm of her heart. She realized she'd been sitting in silence like a brainless zombie, staring into his sexy eyes for at least 5 minutes, all the while making it seem like she wanted Derek to beg for her attention. If he only knew what a total wreck she was inside. What a dork, she thought. Her, not him. She was furious at herself for not talking to him, thinking that he'd probably get annoyed and lose interest. Wait, should she care? No? Yes? She didn't know. Why can't she think straight? Urgh! The struggle raging between her heart and her mind was nearing its pinnacle. She needed to make a decision, and soon. She sat up and opened her eyes, pretending to be calm, cool, and collected. Derek looked at her and didn't seem upset. Maybe she hadn't messed it all up. She couldn't risk taking another read of him, so she decided to proceed like a normal. Play it cool, Em. Don't mess it up, she told herself. But then, something that she hadn't planned happened. She smiled at him. He smiled back, looking relieved. That's better. I knew you had one in there somewhere. Wasn't so difficult, now was it? She shook her head and wanted to say something, anything, but all she could do was grin again, this time even bigger, not knowing whether her reaction was out of nervousness or something else. The pressure in her chest intensified, and a massive knot in her stomach began to grow, making it difficult to concentrate. The van hit a bump, and they bounced up off their benches and then slammed back down hard, making her butt hurt. The van stopped briefly, then took off in a lurch, sending both of them off balance and smashing against the back door. They righted themselves, then slid forward along their respective benches to the front of the prisoner area. He watched her the whole time, and she watched him. Makes you wonder if a blind squirrel is driving this rig. She laughed. Do I make you nervous? She shook her head. Then why won't you talk to me? She shrugged, unable to think of a response. None of the word choices she came up with sounded good. Total dorkness. I don't bite, Derek said with a devilishly sly grin. At least, not on the first date. At that moment, Emily made her decision. She was going to fight through the tightness in her chest and the pain in her belly. It was time to give in to her feelings and talk to him. But when she opened her mouth to say something witty and coy, a wave of post-jump nausea came flooding out. She leaned forward and puked on Derek's expensive Doc Martens.
Hey, it's Emily again. Oh my gosh, can you believe it? I just hurled on his shoes. How freaking embarrassing. I just want to crawl into a hole and die. But of course, I can't. I'm stuck in this van with him. So what should I do now? Say something clever, or just ignore the spew I just unleashed? I could sure use your feedback in the comments below. Okay, let's get back to the story before I make an even bigger fool of myself.
Chapter 13. Jim Miller opened his eyes and glanced down across his crumpled body lying on the bloody street. He couldn't believe it. In all his time in the Marines, he'd never been shot. Sure, he'd been blown up, grazed by shrapnel, thrown from a chopper when it was hit by a rocket-propelled grenade while hovering 15 feet off the ground, but never once had he actually taken a bullet. Until now. He was in the middle of the street with two paramedics working on him at a furious pace. He couldn't see their faces, not with the halogen lights of the ambulance behind them, making their bodies look like nothing more than darkened silhouettes. A searing pain screamed from his leg. His back felt as though it had been hit repeatedly with a sledgehammer, and his head was pounding. His entire body was going numb, and a sharp ringing in his ears made it difficult to hear everything the paramedics were saying as they worked on him. 1, 2, 3, up, one of them said as they hoisted him onto a backboard, sending another wave of pain radiating across his body. Then the pain roared again, this time when they lifted the backboard onto a rolling gurney. The edges of his vision filled with black flecks and fuzzy globs. He was beginning to fade. He fought it, trying to stay conscious, not wanting the final curtain to close forever. He had to stay alive long enough to find out if Emily, the girl he'd been tracking for decades, had gotten away safely. Had she been hit in the gunfight? He felt protective of her, even though they'd just officially met. He knew there was something different about the young redhead, not just because of all the evidence he'd compiled over the years, but from their conversation in his restaurant. Emily was utterly and completely alone. She needed someone to help her, to protect her, someone who believed in the paranormal like him. He heard two new male voices chatting nearby as the paramedics wheeled him to the ambulance.
Never seen anything like it, Sergeant. 1 minute, it was just this guy and the armed perp from the Gatos, and the next minute, there she was, naked, standing in the middle of the crossfire. It was like she just popped up out of thin air. You must have been seeing things. Girls don't just appear out of nowhere, especially naked girls in the middle of a gun battle. I'm sure it was just your mind playing tricks on you. Happens all the time. The adrenaline from the shootout can do that. I know what I saw, boss. At this point, it doesn't matter how she ended up there, just that she did. It's a miracle she didn't catch a stray. You actually think she's the Glassford girl? We've been looking all over for her. It must be. She matches the description perfectly. But why show up now? Why here? I don't know, but she's obviously involved in all of this somehow. With the gang or with this guy? My money's on the gang, Sarge, since it wouldn't be the first time she's been involved with that element, but it's up to CID and the captain to decide, assuming she doesn't lawyer up after booking. Jim let out the breath he'd been holding in his lungs. Emily was alive. It wasn't great news that she was taken into custody, but at least she was unharmed. Naked, though? That didn't make any sense. Another jolt of pain overwhelmed him when the paramedics pushed the gurney into the back of the ambulance. He winced and slipped back into darkness. Emily straightened herself on the bench in the police van, feeling like a complete spaz for throwing up on Derek. He must hate me by now, she figured, feeling a drip of vomit swaying from her chin. She ran a quick swipe across her face with her cuffed hands, hoping to get it all. Sorry about your shoes, she said, attempting another smile. Then another wave of nausea came. She couldn't stop it. She leaned forward and heaved on Derek again, this time hitting his pants as well as his shoes. She looked up, trying to keep her stomach in check. It made a couple of somersaults, but finally settled down. No more nausea, no more puking. You okay? Derek asked, standing up and using his right forearm to wipe bile from her chin. His touch was electric. She felt it seep deep inside of her, almost like a jump precursor, but different. It was adrenaline mixed with something else that she couldn't identify, something that until recently she'd never felt before. Just getting a better look, she said, trying to sound cool as she checked him out.
Classic, low-cut 1461s. 6 eyelets. Sweet. Subtle. Not really standard issue for a West Side Loco, though.
Wow, you do remember me. Wasn't sure there for a moment.
Yup. How are your balls? She answered, wondering where those words and her attitude were coming from.
He pushed his legs together. Better now, thank you.
Too bad I can't say the same for the rest of your gang of street urchins.
They're not my gang anymore. I quit the Locos.
Really?
Yup, a year ago. It wasn't for me. I run solo now.
When Derek gave Emily a long, intense look that was followed by silence, her gift of second sight took her deep inside of him. She'd never felt such a powerful wave of emotion like that coming from another human being. What she felt made her soft and gooey inside. It was desire mixed with bliss, sending her mind to a place that it had never been before, to a place where the rest of the world no longer mattered. Her problems seemed to melt away. Derek looked at the blanket wrapped around her, then back into her eyes.
Listen, this is going to sound really corny, and believe me, I'm the least corny person you're ever going to meet. He cleared his throat. The time we met in that basement, it affected me. There was something about you, your eyes, your hair, the way you moved, the way you looked at me, the way I kicked your ass.
Well, that too, he said, as his cheeks turned a pinkish color.
Seriously, though, this is going to sound like complete bullshit, but that moment when we first met, I felt an electric charge through my body. Somehow, it changed my whole way of thinking. I no longer wanted to be in the gang. I wasn't sure why, just that I needed to walk out right then and there. So I did. I never went back. I'm embarrassed to say it, but I've been thinking about you ever since. I can't seem to get you out of my head. It's like you put a spell on me or something, and I don't even know your name.
She didn't know how to respond to his unexpected and frankly unbelievable confession, so she kept quiet. She waited for him to continue explaining how he felt, but he didn't. Instead, he leaned forward and kissed her full on the lips. She froze, partially due to his surprise advance, but mainly because she was waiting for him to taste the vomit and turn away in disgust. But he didn't seem to notice. Gross. Then his tongue met hers, and something in Emily clicked. Floodgates opened. Her entire body was on fire. Her spine was tingling, and her muscles felt supercharged. Everything she'd ever felt before a jump was now happening all at once. She knew that the countdown clock had just started and was ticking at warp speed. It had already crawled up her back and would soon call the blue fire. No, why now? Not now, she thought. Please, not now. She pushed him away and broke their kiss. Look, I don't have much time, so I need you to listen. Jim Miller, he's a journalist. Remember those 2 things. Find him. He's a former Marine who lives on Roosevelt Row. That's on Glassford Street. Tell him everything. Tell him Emily Hart sent you. What's wrong? Tell me, please, he said, sliding forward on the bench seat. The next wave of pain hit her, and she couldn't speak. A moment later, time stopped, as if she'd just pressed the pause button on the VCR. Derek's mouth was open, capturing his gentle lips and glistening tongue in the middle of whatever word he was going to say next, but she knew she'd never hear it. She waited for her pre-jump strength to rise up. It did, allowing her to pull her hands apart, severing the chain linking the swivels of each cuff. She tore at the metal remaining on her wrists, pulling the teeth of the ratcheted clasp apart. She tossed the broken restraints in the corner, then moved next to Derek and reached behind his back. She tore the handcuffs apart and hurled them to the ground. She slid to the far end of the bench to protect him from what was about to happen. She removed the blanket and threw it into the corner next to the handcuff pieces, then flopped her nude body to the floor by the rear doors of the van. She curled into a ball and waited for the pain to come for her. She gave Derek one last look, wanting to hold the image of his sweet face in her memory forever. 2 blinks later, the blue fire consumed her, sending her into a jump. Chapter 14.
Derek gasped in surprise, watching the smoke trails rise from the red-hot edges of the metal bench near where Emily had been sitting just a moment before. 1 second she was there, the next second she was gone. He took a minute to replay the events that had just happened, trying to make sense of the insanity. The police van had stopped and was idling when it stalled and lost power. Then, in an instant, no more Emily. Next, he heard the driver of the van curse, but when the cop turned the key in the ignition, it cranked back up like nothing had happened. But something had happened. The cute little redhead had vanished. Now, there was a black, smoldering shape on the floor and the wall of the van. The area was charred black, as if there'd been a powerful electrical discharge. He'd seen the same type of thing happen when energized circuits had blown, but never this big. This remnant was at least 6 feet around. Somehow, through it all, the cops in front hadn't seemed to notice what happened in the back. They must have been preoccupied with something else, Derek figured. He brought his hands around to rub his eyes, trying to rid them of the faint blue specks that were dancing in his vision. Had there been a flash of light? A moment of electric blue? A second later, he realized his hands were no longer restrained. His handcuffs were missing. Then he saw Emily's blanket sitting in the corner, crumbled in a wad. Next to it were bits and pieces of metal and chain, all the parts of a set of handcuffs. Check that. 2 sets of handcuffs. She must have freed him. When? There was only one explanation. He'd missed something big. Time had been lost. He felt an odd disconnect, as if he'd just woken up sluggish from a deep, restful sleep aided by a heavy dose of pharmaceuticals. He leaned back against the wall of the van, cursing his luck. He'd spent the past 13 months, 12 days, and 23 hours rehearsing what he'd say to the mysterious red-headed girl if he were ever fortunate enough to run into her again. But this particular scenario had never occurred to him. How could it? He shook his head after realizing that he'd laid it all out there for her, exposing his soul like an emotional preschooler, and then, poof, she disappeared. "Smooth move, dickhead," he grumbled. He examined the wall across from him. The edges looked brittle, and he could see patches of streetlight seeping in through the wall surrounding the charred circle. Just then, the brakes squealed and the van came to a stop. Derek was just given an opportunity, but it wouldn't last long. He stood up and kicked at the blackened area with the raised sole of his Doc Marten. It took 3 whacks before his plan worked, sending an irregular-shaped chunk of metal flying from the van. It landed on the street with a clanking sound. Derek crawled through the opening and hit the ground running. He heard the side door of the van open and close behind him, then a pair of footsteps in hot pursuit. He looked back through the night air and realized that he had a lead of 20 yards, and it was growing. Good thing he was sprinter fast, faster than an out-of-shape, belly-hanging 40-something cop. There was no way the officer would catch him on foot. Not without help or a change in tactics, as long as he kept running. So that's what he did. He checked his pursuers again. The second officer was opening the back doors to the van. "They're both gone," he yelled to his partner. "Burned a hole in the metal somehow." "Stop right there," the cop chasing Derek yelled. "Stop or I'll shoot." No matter how fast he was, Derek knew he couldn't outrun a bullet. Not if the officer decided to ignore regulations and shoot at an unarmed suspect. He changed his running style to use a zigzag pattern as he sprinted for the sidewalk across the street. It only took a few seconds to make it to the alley next to the AT&T cell phone store on the corner. He ducked into the alley, looking for something, anything to give him an advantage against an armed member of the carb lovers crew. He could still hear the cops talking to each other. "Then drive around and cut him off on the other end. What about the girl? She must be ahead of him. Grab them both." Derek snatched the lid of a trash can and plastered himself against the wall of the alley, waiting for the fat cop to appear. When he did, Derek swung the metal lid and hit him in the jaw, making a loud pinging sound. The cop staggered backwards and went down hard, smacking the back of his head against the pavement. The man's chest was heaving, but his eyes were closed. Derek heard the roar of an engine, then tires squealing behind him. He turned and looked. The police van and its high beams were rolling to a stop at the far end of the alley. A second later, the voice of the second cop rang out. "You there! Stop, or I'll shoot!" Derek took off before the second cop could fire, heading around the corner and back out onto the street he'd come from. He heard sirens chirping and blaring in the distance, coming his way. Shit, they must have radioed for backup. He saw a new building under construction in the corner lot across the street. It was next to a red-bricked, two-spired church that had been boarded up and fenced off. Derek figured if he went now, he could make it to the construction site before the second cop tore down the alley and found him on the street. He ran and jumped, catching the top edge of the makeshift plywood fence surrounding the construction site. He pulled himself up and tossed his body over it, landing on a pile of rubble sitting just inside. His feet landed at awkward angles, and out of instinct, he let his knees buckle and tucked into a commando roll to lessen the impact stress. His momentum took him skidding down the far side of the mound, coming to a stop with his face a quarter inch from a 2x4 stud armed with 6 rusty nails sticking out of it. He could just see the tips with the limited ambient light provided by the area's streetlights and advertising signs. He rolled to the side, moving his face out of harm's way. He lay on his back, still and silent, letting his lungs recharge while listening for signs that he'd been followed. He heard several police cars come skidding to a stop on the street, multiple doors opening and slamming shut, then voices. Jesus, that was fast. Must have been less than a block away. "What do you have?" a commanding male voice asked. "2 suspects, Sergeant. 1 male and 1 female, mid to late teens. We believe the female is the red-headed Glassford girl." "Glassford girl?" "She escaped before we were able to determine her direction. Male subject ran east from here. He's got to be close." "Spread out in teams of 2. Check everything and report back in 5-minute increments." "Somebody needs to go back and check on Dunham. He's still down." "Henderson, tend to Dunham. The rest of you fan out. I want them found. Now, damn it, now!" Derek knew he had to get moving. It wouldn't be long before they figured out that he was hiding on the construction site. He crawled along the ground, staying close to the fence. He made it to the corner of the construction lot and took a peek ahead. 2 squad cars with their lights flashing and headlights burning were sitting to the right near a black SUV patrol unit. The general darkness of the scene didn't allow him to see any of the officers from his position, but he could hear their voices originating from multiple locations. Some of them were getting louder. "You got anything over there?" "No, you?" "Nothing here." "He's gone." "No way, he was right in front of me. The kid's fast, but not that fast. He's got to be here somewhere." "Maybe you should try a Stairmaster, Gibbons, you pudgy bastard. My grandmother could outrun you, and she's been dead for 10 years. "Fuck you, Stan. I caught your wife, didn't I?" "Yeah, you wish. She wouldn't give you the time of day." "That's not what I hear." "Anybody check in there?" "Plenty of places to hide." "Not yet. Working my way there." "So what's this Glassford girl look like? Pretty?" "Oh yeah. Strawberry blonde type. Got a nice figure on her, too." "I'll bet." Another police cruiser hit the scene, skidding to a stop like the others. A car door opened and then slammed shut. "Report," a new voice asked. "I've deployed 4 teams, Captain. We're searching the area for a male and a female." "How did this happen, Sergeant?" "Probably best if Gibbons fills you in, sir. He was riding with Dunham when the suspects escaped." "Patrolman Galen Gibbons, Captain." "Get on with it, Gibbons." "We had the male in custody after we detained him for petty shoplifting, but other than that, we didn't have much on him. Dunham knew the kid and was planning to release him, but wanted to take him on a little ride first. Said he used to run with the West Side Locos and wanted to send a message. Then the call came in about the shootout and the Glassford girl. We arrived on the scene and took her into custody, then headed to booking. Somehow they managed to get a chemical accelerant of some kind past us and used it to escape." "Escape? How?" "Cut a hole in the wagon. Must have been the kid because the girl was naked when we found her, unless she had it stuffed up her twat. I'm guessing that's how they managed to escape from the restraints. I know we had them secure, so it's the only explanation." "If that's all you had on him, why escalate to felony assault?" "Nobody ever said criminals were smart." "Then he must have been into something bigger to pull moves like that. He was obviously well prepared." "Had we known, sir, we'd obviously have handled things differently, sir." "Damn, Dunham got jacked." Derek decided that the only way he was going to escape was by creating a diversion. He stayed low, crawling through the debris of the construction site. He made it to a stack of decorative cement pavers where he picked up a brick in each hand. He picked a target across the street, a cherry red Kia Sportage parked along the street in the opposite direction. He took aim and hurled the pavers over the fence, one right after another. The first brick missed its target, but the second one was spot on, smashing the windshield of the Kia. The vehicle's lights flashed and its alarm started blaring. The cops reacted, yelling and running to the vehicle with flashlights in hand, sending an array of battery-powered beams bouncing off the buildings along the way. Derek ran in the opposite direction, using the chirping alarm and the resulting confusion as cover for his movements. He passed a series of half-built walls, a concrete mixer, sheetrock piled on wooden pallets, 3 columns of metal scaffolding, and an assortment of other construction materials. He made it to the other corner of the lot, then stopped for a moment to listen. Their voices were faint, but he could hear them, thanks to the echoes glancing off the buildings lining the street.
No sign of them, sir. Must have been a diversion. That paver could have only come from one place. Shit, we were about to sweep that area next. Everyone move out. And where the hell is air support? I needed them down here 10 minutes ago. Sorry, Captain. Dispatch says ETA 7 minutes. Damn it. That's just not good enough.
Derek smiled, then slipped between a gap in the fence and ran 200 feet to the next street. He turned right and sprinted until he found the welcoming darkness of the alley behind Glassford Street. He didn't stop to look over his shoulder. He just kept going. He finally stopped running near a set of old mattresses leaning against the wall in the alley. He figured he'd put at least 2 miles between himself and law enforcement. He plopped down in a recessed doorway near an electrical service panel. His lungs burned from the cool night air pumping in and out. Even though he'd just escaped from custody, assaulted a police officer, and had run for his life, all he could think about was Emily's amazing kiss, and then her vanishing act. Chapter 15. A girl's piercing scream broke through Emily's mental fog as she woke up from her jump. Emily groaned, thinking of Derek and that sudden kiss in the back of the police van. She tried to move, but couldn't. Her body ached, her skin was on fire, and her head was pounding. The post-jump misery had her. Nausea, disorientation, dizziness. A girl screamed again. "Mommy! Mommy! Look!" Emily felt a cold surface against her skin. Music played softly in the background, a horrible orchestral version of one of her favorite songs, Nirvana's Come As You Are. The sweet fragrance of perfume assaulted her senses, and she could feel a wave of vomit ready to erupt. It did, flying out of her mouth with force. She could hear the liquid and chunks splattering across the floor in front of her. She opened her eyes and saw a pair of pink shoes with princess designs on them a foot beyond the puke. Then the tiny feet disappeared, lifting up and out of her line of sight. She followed them up and saw the face of a 20-something woman in heavy makeup and a frozen-in-place hairstyle looking down at her in horror as she pressed her 3-year-old child against her chest. "Security!" the woman yelled. "Security!" A square support column stood 10 feet behind the woman with a red LED digital clock on each of the 2 sides that she could see from her position. The time said 1:43 p.m. The date told her that the jump had taken her 2 days into the future. Emily felt the crowd of upscale women pushing in close to her. She swung her head around to make eye contact with them, hoping they'd get the message to back off. They didn't. Each member of the crowd looked like a cloned variation of the woman with the screaming child, caked-on makeup, ostentatious jewelry, and ugly hairstyles that had been held in place with too much hairspray. "Oh my God!" one of the women yelled. "What's she doing?" another one asked. "Mommy, why is she naked?" the little girl asked with a sweet, inquisitive tone. "I don't know, honey, but look away." Emily struggled to her knees and covered her breasts with her arms, taking in the scene around her. 2 of the women reached for Emily, probably thinking they needed to help, but she didn't want it, swinging a fast elbow at the legs nearby, convincing them to back off. There were 2 rows of glass and chrome display cases filled with hundreds of items: lipstick, rouge, eyeliner, blush, in all the colors of the rainbow. Stools were placed at even intervals in front of the circular mirrors on top of the display cases that had been marked as makeover stations. The customers and employees had stopped what they were doing, all of them staring at her with their mouths agape. A department store? No, with her luck, it's probably a mall. I hate malls, she said, thinking of where she'd landed after her first jump in 1987, the blistering hot parking lot of Metro Center Mall in Phoenix.
Make way,
a male voice yelled from behind the crowd of women.
Built-more security coming through. Make a hole, ladies.
Oh, thank God you're here. That awful girl over there just scared my Kenzie half to death.
Emily saw racks of jeans and bedazzled t-shirts to her left. A forest of clothes. Good cover. She pushed to her feet just before the security guard made his way through the buzzing gaggle of ladies. A moment later, he grabbed Emily by the right arm and pulled her next to him. The guard used his radio.
Boss, I need you down here in cosmetics, quick. I've got a situation.
The man was standing too close for a full-on punch or roundhouse kick. That left Emily with only one option. She swung her left elbow up, catching the man firmly under the jaw. Jailhouse rock was the term used by her kung fu teacher, Master Liu, to describe the inside move. Whatever it was called, it worked. The guard rocked backwards and fell into the gawking soccer moms, sending them screaming and running. She took off, sprinting between the clothing racks to her left, pulling them down as she went, sending clothes and hangers flying behind her. Emily ran another 50 feet before reaching a mauve-colored wall plastered with slinky lingerie advertising posters, then turned right and followed it until she ran into a set of escalators. She climbed the steps of the escalator, running into a dozen shoppers as she worked her way to the next floor. She took a quick look around when she made it to the top. Rack after rack of designer women's fashions in every direction, except where the sales counter stood in front of her. This was the motherlode of swanky clothes for those pretentious Scottsdale types. High-end stuff. A raised letter plaque attached to the front of the cash register told her where she was, Saks Fifth Avenue.
There's a first time for everything, she mumbled
before hearing a commotion behind her. She turned in a flash and looked down the escalator. A stocky security guard wearing his cap was just starting the climb, but his path appeared to be blocked by the people she'd knocked down with their bags full of purchases. A faint voice called out from her from the shadows. It was her mother.
"Parking lot, Em. Hurry. There isn't much time."
She could just make out a sign across the sales floor on the far wall to her left. Exit to parking level 2. Perfect. Plenty of places to hide. She didn't hang around another second, grabbing clothes as she went, snatching more than one of each item with the hope that she'd come up with something that fit. Skirts, blouses, and even 2 hats. Her hands and arms were almost full, but she had room for one more item, the most important item, shoes. A pair of brown riding boots, to be exact. She scanned the pretty display and grabbed the pair she thought was closest to her size. She crashed through the exit door and ran onto a cement landing that led to the second floor of the parking lot. A staircase with yellow handrails was directly across from her. She zipped to it and started down, taking a quick glance back at the door. No sign of the rent-a-cop giving chase. She hustled down 2 flights of switchback stairs, where she found the main parking level. Emily heard music in the distance, and it was getting louder. Someone was coming. She threw herself against the wall, hiding behind a stack of blue and red vertical pipes. She waited. Seconds later, a vintage pink Cadillac drifted around the bend from the last row of cars and headed her way. It was cruising with its convertible top down and a song blaring on the radio. Seconds later, the car drove past Emily, revealing its driver, some Elvis-looking dude. He was singing along to the song, fully vested in the lyrics of Heartbreak Hotel. She checked the area again. No cars moving or people walking. She scrambled across the cement, making her way to the rear section where she decided to hide between the hood of a silver BMW sedan and the back of a midnight blue Honda Odyssey minivan. The van had a bumper sticker that proudly told the world that the driver's kid was an honor student at Camelback High School. Above the bumper, she saw a string of those annoying avatar stickers on the rear window that depicted a happy family holding hands. 2 parents, 5 kids, 2 dogs, and a cat. Some were partially faded and peeling away at the corners. Her mind flashed to a vision of her mom being tortured by the snake-like tentacles on the hovering medical table in the ship that took her. "Happy family? I'll bet," she said, setting the stolen clothes on the spotless hood of the BMW. She reached up and peeled the largest sticker from the window, tearing it from the grasp of the second adult. She crumbled it in her hand and tossed it aside, thinking about how her father had decided to abandon her. She moved to the clothes sitting on the BMW.
None of this would be happening, Dad, if you would have just worked things out with Mom. How could you do this to me? And Mom, she said, sorting through the stolen garments.
She put on one of the skirts, dark blue, knee-length, a little tight, but workable. She looked at the price tag. It said $194.95. A red stamp was printed above it that read clearance.
Figures, Em. You grabbed the crap that nobody wanted.
She tucked the tag and its yellow anti-theft security bar under the hem and out of sight. She felt a cold draft rise up beneath the skirt, tingling her uncovered crotch.
Better stay out of glass elevators, she said with a smile on her lips. Probably give an old creeper a heart attack if he ever looked up.
The first top that she tried on, a white silk sleeveless, was too small, but the second one fit nicely. She slipped her feet into the boots. A little big, but she didn't care. Anything was better than bare feet. Finally, she put on one of the hats that she'd grabbed, gray felt with a wide, floppy brim. She tucked her hair under the hat, then stood to check her reflection in the tinted window of the minivan. She looked decidedly non-Emily. A little ridiculous, fashionably ridiculous, but no more ridiculous than those women hovering over her in sacks, that's for sure. She adjusted the hat by tilting it at an angle, hoping to show some flair to help sell the role. Her ensemble made her look like the unassuming hooker that Julia Roberts played in the movie Pretty Woman, especially with no bra. Her full breasts and sensitive nipples would give everyone a show through the sheer top, but the floppy brim of the hat was perfect. It covered her face, but didn't look like she was trying to hide. She composed herself and walked out from between the cars with the confidence of a young, slutty suburbanite on the way to the mall to max out her daddy's credit card. Just then, a heavy-set security guard ran out from the same stairwell that Emily had used for her escape. He stopped, looked around, and then pointed at her.
Miss? Excuse me, miss? I need you to stop right there.
Shit. Busted.
Chapter 16. September 27th, 2014, 1:43 p.m. 2 days after his escape from custody, Derek walked into Best Buy with his head down and ball cap on, being careful to avoid the security cameras that he knew were mounted high in the four corners of the store. There was also another set hovering above the cashier area just inside the front door. He'd been off the grid ever since Emily had disappeared into thin air. He still couldn't make sense of what had happened, but his heart didn't care how or why she had disappeared. Just that she had. He'd slept in an abandoned warehouse at the entrance to the alley behind Glassford Street on the first night, then snuck into his assigned group home late the second night. He knew the home monitors would turn him in if they saw him lurking around after lights out, so he waited until the early morning hours to grab some of his clothes, take a shower, and make tracks before anyone realized he was there. He made his way through the cavernous store to the computer and electronics section in the back, pretending to be browsing for laptops. He'd dressed as low-key as possible, Arizona Diamondbacks baseball cap, jeans, crewneck t-shirt, and his trusty low-cut docs. Not that he'd had much of a choice, it was all he could find in his closet. Several items of his were missing, but there was little he could do about that. Not yet, anyway. He planned to take it up with the boys later.
May I help you?
One of the male blue-shirted employees asked. He was a plump, college-age guy with short brown hair, pinched eyes, a horrible case of acne, and cherub cheeks. His shirt was stenciled with the phrase, Geek Squad. His name tag said, Sales Associate Jason. Better than Welcome to Walmart, Derek whispered to himself, trying to keep from laughing. He did. He wasn't sure why, but he removed his baseball hat and ran his fingers through his hair. The clerk eyed Derek's spiked hair and forearms covered in tattoos, taking a step back with a concerned look on his face. Derek decided that he needed to diffuse the clerk's suspicion and bait him with a quick sale. He put a hand on the guy's shoulder.
My old man sent me here to pick out a new computer. Anything I want. I'm so over my old Dell POS. Damn thing is mind-numbingly slow.
The geek squatty looked relieved. Derek could tell he'd just changed his opinion of him from biker dude to spoiled rich suburban kid with self-esteem issues. "Looks like you have a little bit of everything," Derek said, looking around as if he was overwhelmed. "But I'll bet a sharp dude like you knows which one of these systems kicks ass, am I right?" The salesman nodded. "Right down here, we have a brand new MacBook set up." He walked a few feet past the glass display case, pointing to a raised stand where a silver laptop sat affixed by a length of aircraft cable encased in plastic. "My name's Paul. If you need anything, just let me know." Derek flashed a smile, pointing at the guy's name tag. "But it says Jason." Paul shrugged, then lowered his voice as he spoke. "I lost mine again. Boss made me wear this one today on account of Jason got fired yesterday. Sort of a punishment, I think, or a threat. I'm never sure which." "Your boss sounds like a total douche," Derek said, pressing keys on the keyboard of the display unit. Paul rolled his eyes, then gave him a thin smile. Derek knew he had him. "So, Paul, is this connected to the internet? I need to see how fast it is. I'm mostly going to use this to turn in my AP assignments online. They're killing me this year, especially advanced calculus. Physics? No problem. String theory is what I'm planning to study at Stanford." Paul flared his eyebrows. Derek was starting to have fun, busting all of Paul's preconceptions about him. Paul moved a step closer. "Yes, it's all set up and connected to our in-store Wi-Fi. Today's password is one word, all lowercase. Best Buy rocks." "I'm curious, what was it yesterday?" "Same," Paul said with an embarrassed look on his face. "And last week?" Paul glanced over his shoulder and then leaned in close to Derek's ear. "I shouldn't be telling you this, but it never changes." "Manager's idea?" Paul nodded. "Figures," Derek said, then grinned. "Thanks, dude. I got it from here." Paul held up 2 fingers, showing a peace sign, and gave Derek a friendly nod before he walked away and greeted another customer waiting 2 aisles over. Derek watched Paul interact with the other customer for a few moments, knowing he'd chosen the right place. If you were in an electronics store where the employees worked on commission, getting rid of a guy like Paul would have taken a flamethrower or a vial of Ebola. Derek cracked his knuckles, then went to work on the Mac. He was greeted by the security screen and quickly entered the store's password, then was taken to the desktop. The Safari browser icon was in the left corner, and clicking on it filled the screen with the home screen on Best Buy's website. He typed Google into the navigation bar and waited for the search screen to appear. It did. He entered Jim Miller, writer, Marine, Glassford Street, and pressed the Go button. His jaw dropped when he read the lead story about the 4th Street shootout and the naked red-headed girl, who he now realized was Emily. He didn't know anything about either of those 2 facts when he'd rolled up in the back of the police van 2 nights before. Derek didn't see his name mentioned anywhere in the story, nor was there anything about a police van with a hole in its side, or his garbage can assault on a proud member of the donut-eating squad. He read more of the story beats and learned that Miller had fatally shot several gangbangers before taking fire himself. "Pretty badass," Derek mumbled, thinking of Emily. She seemed enamored with the reporter, or maybe it was appreciation. Miller must have protected her, he decided. What else could it be? It only took Derek another minute of reading to determine which hospital they'd taken Miller to after he'd been gunned down. It was within walking distance. His luck was finally turning. He waved a goodbye to Paul on his way past the chubby tech who was busy pulling a sheet of paper from the outfeed tray of a laser printer. Paul gave it to the customer, then waved to Derek. Derek kept his head low and walked briskly out the front door of the store. He headed for St. Joseph's Hospital to give Jim Miller a visit. Emily froze, watching the mall cop heading her way across the parking level. She took a moment to consider her options. The guard didn't seem agitated or in a hurry. In fact, he barely made eye contact with her as his eyes scanned the area. She focused all her energy on him, trying to get a read, but she couldn't, not with his attention focused elsewhere. However, one thing was clear to her. His body language signaled this was a friendly encounter, so she decided to play it cool and not run. She was worried someone in the store had told the guard which clothes she'd snatched. If that were true, then he'd surely know who she was, especially with the grotesquely huge hat she was wearing. It was a giant sign that said, "Here I am." "Miss, sorry to bother you, but did you see a young woman run through here?" She let out the shallow breath she was holding in her lungs, thankful he didn't know about the clothes.
No, sorry, I haven't seen anyone.
It would have been just a few minutes ago. Red hair, no more than 20?
She shook her head. I just pulled up a minute ago.
Are you sure?
He asked, now only 10 feet away.
She would have been hard to miss. She's not wearing any clothes.
No, I would have remembered something like that.
He stopped in front of her, still looking around for the girl he was chasing. The officer was in his early 50s, tall, with cocoa skin and kind eyes. He wore a typical mall security guard's uniform, dark brown polyester pants and a light brown short-sleeved shirt with a fancy shield emblem stitched onto the sleeve that read, Morris Security Services, Biltmore Division. He finally locked eyes on her. A moment later, his happy demeanor turned sour. He looked confused. Emily's sixth sense kicked in, and she flashed on him. Then she had it. She knew him. She couldn't believe it. After all these years, another mall, another parking lot, same two people. It was Dwayne, the security guard with the weird little scooter who'd found her naked and dazed after her very first time jump in 1987. She ducked her head, trying to hide her eyes, but it was too late. He knew. She could sense his emotionally charged thoughts. All at once, in a single massive flash of information, she took in all he was thinking and feeling. She felt his kindness, his recognition, and, most of all, his disbelief. His mind was trying to reconcile the impossibility of the situation. Almost 30 years ago, in 1987, he'd discovered a naked, red-headed girl in the parking lot of Metro Center Mall on his very first day on the job. She'd been in trouble, and he'd helped her out. Dwayne had only told one other person about the incident, his buddy, Jim Miller. And now, here she was. Different parking lot, different mall, different decade. Sure, she was wearing clothes this time, trying to conceal her eyes, but he never forgot a face. It was her, and she hadn't aged a day. She finished her read the very next instant.
Dwayne?
Red? Is that you?
Yes, Dwayne, it's me. I need your help. Again.
Chapter 17. September 27th, 2014, 2:01 p.m. Jim hated the antiseptic smell of hospitals. His hospital room was too white, too noisy, and always too cold. The AC bills in these places must be astronomical, he thought. The early afternoon sun was overhead, leaving the room in a shadow. He preferred mornings when the sun hit the window at a low angle and sent a stream of warmth over his bed. He'd been in and out of consciousness for a couple of days, but he woke up feeling pretty good that morning, all things considered. One of the veteran female nurses wearing multicolored scrubs stuck her head through the door.
Mr. Miller?
What's up, Nurse Stella?
A detective is here asking to speak with you. It seems urgent,
she said with a long, drawn expression on her face. She seemed to be a tireless worker, but the years of stress hadn't been kind to her fading looks, or her personality, if you could call it that. Jim figured the stubborn, humorless woman was pushing 60 and close to retirement.
What did you tell him?
That you had a sketchy day yesterday and needed your rest.
Did he leave?
No. He's hovering around the nurse's station, slurping his coffee with a toothpick in his mouth, watching everyone like a hawk.
A vision flashed in Jim's mind.
Is he a tall, goofy-looking guy with a crazy mop of hair, like a clown, all gray?
That's him. You know this man?
Yes, he's harmless, sort of.
I can tell him to come back later, if you'd like.
No, don't bother. He's never going to leave. Go ahead and let him through. I might as well get this over with.
A few minutes later, a familiar figure walked through the door of the hospital room with a big, toothy grin on his face.
"Millsy," began the male detective. "Hey, brother."
Jim's heart lit up.
"Alice, you ugly son of a bitch. About time you showed up. How you feeling, old man?" "I've been worse." "I'm not so sure about that," his friend said, scanning the equipment in the room. He lifted the hospital sheet and took a look underneath. "Damn. It's hard to tell where you end and the machines begin, all these tubes coming out of you. Better than you looked after Kirkuk, that's for sure. Yeah, no shit. My face was hamburger. Hate to tell you, Jarhead, but it still is. Yeah? Fuck you too, Alice said, wearing a smile, showing off his dimpled cheeks and the coffee stains tarnishing his teeth. The two ex-Marines waited in silence for a moment, giving their joint memory the time and respect it deserved. Jim had saved Allison's life that day, dragging him to a medevac slick after an insurgent's mortar round had landed only yards from their forward observation position. Look, Jim, I just want to start by saying that the first thing I care about is that you're okay. I can't tell you how fucked it is that you made it through 11 months in the sandbox without getting so much as a case of crotch rot, and then 20 years later, you get hit by friendly fire on the streets of your own hometown. You're a decorated veteran, and this is what society gives you in return. It's a damned shame. As a patriot, I'm embarrassed. As a citizen of this great state, I'm appalled. As your friend, I'm sorry. You know I've got your back. I know that whatever you did, it was justified. Got me? Thanks, Alice, Jim said, seeing the look on his pal's face change. However, as a member of the Phoenix Police Department, you know that I must follow procedure and investigate. You left a pile of bodies on the street that night. It was carnage from the word go. Agreed. Before we get into the particulars, I want to ask you about the redhead. Do you have any idea who she is or what she was doing there that night? She's starting to show up on our radar just a little too much for all this to be simply coincidence. First, it was those restaurant shootings, then a grand theft auto, an assault on a cab driver, then the other night with you. She's like a rash all over our computers. Any ideas? Any idea why she was there or why she was naked? I'm sorry, I never saw a naked girl. You have to know something. I can see it in your eyes. I told you, I don't know anything about a naked girl. Why are you badgering me about it? Why don't you ask her yourself? I'd like to, but that's not an option. Why? Did something happen to her? We took her into custody, but she disappeared on the way to booking. Disappeared? You mean escaped? We're not sure. How can you not be sure? Either she escaped or she didn't. Nobody actually saw her escape, so we're calling it a disappearance, for lack of a better term, though she may have had help. Someone bust her out? No, another suspect was secured in the van with her, some former gangbanger we had detained earlier, but it was related to a different matter. Then the call came in about your little dust-up. Jim didn't respond, feeling that Alice had more to say. He was right. It's more like she vanished from the back of the wagon under, well, let's just say what could only be called unusual circumstances. Jim listened to Allison recount the details of Emily's disappearance, but his cautious nature told him to keep the earlier meeting at the cafe with Emily to himself. Sounds like a total clusterfuck to me, Jim said. 2 suspects vanish and you can't find either of them. Yeah. The press is sniffing around, and you know as well as I do that we're skating on thin ice already with the Citizens Oversight Committee. The captain is riding everyone's ass. Heads are going to roll on this one, I tell you. He's tasked me with the initial investigation before IA gets involved. I feel for you. Does he know we served together? Subject never came up. I don't see a reason to add it to the mix now, do you? Wouldn't be my first choice, no. Just don't want you to be accused of bias, conflict of interest type thing. I know, you're just watching out for my 6, but let me worry about that. You have your hands full already. Just get through this recovery already. I'm trying, bud. But regardless, I have to ask, Jim, why were you there? How did you get involved in all of this? I met a friend for a late dinner at my restaurant. When I went to lock up, I was ambushed by 4 West Side locos and held at gunpoint. Fortunately, a carload of gatos showed up and started spraying and praying. Gave me the chance to get the upper hand. That's when I snatched 2 of their automatics and took care of business. But there was no naked girl, I can assure you of that. Alice seemed satisfied and folded his notebook and slipped it into his pocket, along with the pen that he was using to take notes. The conversation turned to reminiscing about their time in combat together, and continued for another half hour before the nurse swooped in and gave Allison the boot. Chapter 18. September 27th, 2014. 2:26 p.m. Derek walked through the front door of St. Joseph's Hospital as if he owned the place. He located the information desk and gave the old woman seated behind it a friendly smile. She was at least 60, with keen eyes, blue hair, and a gentle way about her. Everything about her screamed grandma. "Excuse me, ma'am. My Uncle Jim is a patient here, recovering from multiple gunshot wounds. I was wondering if you might be able to tell me which room he's in."
I'm sorry to hear that, young man. If you could tell me his full name, I might be able to help you.
His name is James Miller. He was brought in 2 nights ago.
Derek waited while she tapped at the computer terminal in front of her, then picked up the phone and had a brief conversation with someone. She hung up the phone, then looked up from behind the counter and grinned. You're in luck, son. He regained consciousness only this morning. He's in room 312, 3rd floor. I've cleared it with Nurse Stella. She and I go way back. She pointed to her right. Elevators are down on the left. When you're on 3, just follow the overhead signs that say radiology, but turn right when you see the large waiting area with the row of vending machines. If you see pediatrics, then you've gone too far.
Thanks for your help. I appreciate it.
You're very welcome. I hope everything turns out well for your uncle.
So do I. Thanks again, Derek said, walking away.
He headed down the hallway toward the elevators, but he decided not to use them. He didn't want to run into someone he knew or someone who was looking for him, like law enforcement. He went past the elevator doors and found the exit door that led him to the stairs. It only took a few minutes to work his way up to the 3rd floor. He stepped out of the stairway and scanned for a sign that said radiology, but only saw plaques that directed him to oncology and cafeteria. He went back into the stairway and double-checked the sign on the wall next to the door. It said 3, so he was on the correct floor. He went back inside, planning to ask someone for directions. A mammoth 6'5" orderly with long, frizzy hair came walking toward him, pushing a service cart filled with bedpans and dirty linens. He looked to be of Samoan descent. His name tag said Keone, and he appeared to be in a trance, bent over the pushcart with his eyes glazed and fixed on the tile floor in front of him. Keone couldn't have been more than 30, but moved like an 80-year-old heart patient strapped to a walker. Derek waited to make eye contact with him, but the ward assistant never looked up or said anything. He decided to take the lead.
Excuse me, sir. Can you tell me where I can find room 312?
Keone didn't answer, nor did he change his pace or demeanor. Dead man walking was the thought that popped into Derek's head. He moved in front of the cart, stopping the attendant's progress.
Hey, buddy, you okay?
The man snapped out of his daze and gave Derek a piercing look.
What? Room 312? How the hell should I know? It's my first day. Find it your damn self. Now get out of my way before I run you over.
Derek threw his hands up and moved to the side.
Peace, brother.
Keone resumed his slow march, talking to himself.
People asking me for directions. What do I look like, a tour guide? God, this crap smells awful. They don't pay me enough. Screw Mila and her dad making me get a job. She ain't worth it. First flight out of here, and I'm gone.
Derek searched the hallway to the left, but found that the room numbers started at 350 and went higher from there. He went back to the area by the stairs and tried the other corridor. A couple minutes later, he found the family waiting lounge and a string of vending machines, just as the receptionist had told him. A few seconds later, he snuck past the busy nurses' station to avoid having to answer any questions and found himself standing in front of room 312. He took a deep breath, turned the door handle, and walked inside. A disheveled man was lying in the hospital bed. He looked like the person in the photograph from the internet article, but Derek couldn't be sure it was Jim Miller, not with only a profile view of his face.
What now?
The patient asked, turning his head. He shot an annoyed look at Derek.
Can't you people read? Cafeteria's to the right, down 2 more hallways. I'm not looking for the cafeteria. Then what do you want, kid? Are you Jim Miller, the journalist? That all depends on who's asking. My name's Derek. And? I know this sounds strange, but a friend of mine told me to find you. Oh, really? And who might this friend be?
Emily Hart? His face lit up. He sat up in bed, adjusting the IV line hanging from his arm. He waved Derek inside.
Emily? Is she okay?
Derek walked in and sat in the chair near the foot of the bed.
Last time I saw her, she was fine. Where is she? Is she here with you?
No, she's not. I don't know where she is.
Did she say anything else? Just that you're a writer, and I'm supposed to tell you everything. Then she just vanished. Holy shit. You're the kid in the van.
Yes, sir, I am.
How do you know about that? A detective friend of mine from the Corps was just here and started grilling me about Emily. He told me that you helped her escape. Derek shook his head. I didn't help her. She did that on her own. How? That's the really weird part. 1 second, she was there, and the next second, she was gone. All I know is she seemed scared and broke me free from the handcuffs before she left. That's it? Not much else to tell. She pleaded with me to go find you, and then disappeared in the blink of an eye. If that's true, how'd you escape? I think there was some type of massive electrical discharge before she disappeared because it left behind a smoking, scorched area where she was lying on the floor. It must have weakened the walls of the van, where they were thinner. I could see light coming through in spots. I kicked the burnt section out and took off when the van stopped. That's the last time I saw her. Jim's eyebrows were raised and his mouth hung open. He blinked, then swallowed. That's pretty goddamn unbelievable. Derek nodded. Unbelievable is one way to put it. Totally freaking insane might be another way to put it. Probably a little more accurate, too. Wait, Jim said, reaching for his cell phone on the table next to the bed. He picked it up and ran his fingers over the display. He held the unit out for Derek to look at. I took this from the back seat of a squad car right after Emily had escaped from it. Is this what you saw? That's it, exactly. Same charring. Do you know what's going on? No clue. Never seen anything like it, Jim said, putting his cell phone back on the table. How'd you end up in the van in the first place? Derek didn't answer. Look, you can trust me, kid. That's why Emily told you to tell me everything. Derek still wasn't sure. Jim pulled the blanket down, revealing pus-soaked bandages and drain tubes leading to collection bags under the bed. You see all of this? It happened while I was protecting that girl from rival gangs. I sure as hell wouldn't have risked my life for her unless I had her best interest at heart, now would I? That's true. If I'm a friend to her, I'm sure she'd tell you that I'm a friend to you. She comes across as having a unique ability to see people for who they really are. It's probably how she's been able to survive this long on the street. I'm sure that's why she sent you to me, so I could help you. But first, you need to tell me everything. Before Derek could answer, the door to the room opened. Millsy, sorry to bother you again. I know, you need your beauty rest, but there's something I forgot to ask, the visitor said. Derek spun around in the chair and saw a burly man wearing a wrinkled blue suit with a crooked green tie. Not exactly a fashion statement. He knew a cop when he saw one, though. He turned to face Jim, moving slowly so as not to arouse suspicion. He adjusted the baseball cap, tilting it slightly to conceal his eyes. Jim cleared his throat and held out his hand in the direction of Derek. He was looking at the visitor. This is my young friend Vincent. He's here to do a story on me. Jim pointed at the poorly dressed man and looked at Derek. Vincent, this is Detective Joseph Allison with Phoenix PD. We served together in the Marines. He's here investigating the shootout that I was involved in. Derek let out the breath that he'd been holding ever since the detective walked into the room. He appreciated Jim's quick thinking with the cover story and wanted to play along to help sell it. He gave the cop a look over his shoulder and nodded. Nice to meet you, Detective. The cop's easygoing expression changed to a look of confusion. Do I know you? You look familiar. No, I don't think so. Yes, I'm sure of it. I never forget a face. Chapter 19. Emily sat in the front seat of Dwayne's pristine Chevy Impala, surfing the internet on his cell phone as the security guard drove her to St. Joseph's Hospital to visit Jim. She leaned to the right and pulled the bottom of Dwayne's leather coat out from under her butt. He had given it to her before they left the parking lot, wanting her to conceal the sheer top she was wearing. She didn't tell Dwayne, but the main reason she wanted to use his phone was to see if she was in the news. She found a few stories, but nothing that mentioned her by name. Then she ran a search for Junie. Nothing recent. Her mind flashed a short memory clip of Derek. She shut her eyes and drifted inside of the vision, allowing herself a few relaxing moments to enjoy the heart-pounding electricity of his kiss once more. A few seconds later, the projector in her brain changed, showing a stream of vomit leaving her mouth and hitting Derek's shoes and pants. She snapped out of her blissful state. She opened her eyes just as a double thump rang out and then the car lurched. She grabbed the door handle to minimize the whiplash effect. Damn, Dwayne said with remorse. He looked into the rearview mirror. I tried to miss it. But I'm afraid I hit that bunny square on. Not much left of the poor thing.
It's just a rabbit. There's like 1 million of them per square mile in Arizona.
Still, it's one of God's creatures.
Now you sound like my mom.
You have a mother? I didn't know that.
I used to. She died.
I'm sorry. Recently?
Emily wasn't sure how to answer that. It'd been almost 30 years in calendar time, but just a few years in her time. She decided to keep it simple. It's been so long I barely remember what her face looks like.
That happens over time. I'm sure she loved you very much.
Yeah, we were pretty close when she wasn't nagging me about something.
You must miss her.
She wanted the conversation about her mother to stop. It conjured too many painful memories about that horrible night on the ship. Can we talk about something else, or just not talk for a while? I'm tired.
Sure, if that's what you want.
She kept her eyes on Dwayne's driving habits, just in case any more rabbits decided to play Death by Impala. His actions were controlled and purposeful, like his apparent view on life. Slow, steady, and straight on till morning. Nothing seemed to faze this man. Not a little old lady in a Dodge Dart who kept drifting between lanes, almost hitting everyone around her. Not a pothole the size of the Grand Canyon that he straddled between the tires without so much as a flinch or raised eyebrow. Not an asshole on a yellow and black Yamaha weaving in and out of traffic without a helmet on, zipping past everyone at something north of 70. She put his phone away in the compartment between the seats and leaned back against the headrest, taking in the splendor of the moment. She realized that this good-hearted man had an aura that was very much like Derek's, except for the cute, sexy parts, of course. Everything about him was ultra-smooth and gentle, like the way he tilted his head when he spoke, the slight grin that forever tugged at the corner of his lips, his rhythmic finger-tapping on the top of the steering wheel that seemed to match her heartbeat exactly, and his watchful but non-judgmental eyes that wrapped everyone in a warm embrace. He hadn't asked her for much either time they'd met, but when he swung his head and locked eyes with her, she could sense that was all about to change.
I'm sure Jim will be absolutely thrilled to see you. Hopefully he's awake today. When I stopped by yesterday, he was under heavy sedation, and Nurse Guard Dog wouldn't let me see him. She watches him like a hawk, but that's what he needs right now, someone to protect him for a change. He's been through hell and back.
Yeah, all because of me. I never asked him for help. That was all his idea. Dwayne put the turn signal on, looked over his shoulder to check for traffic on the left, then moved the car gracefully into the next lane.
You have to understand, young lady, that's who Jim is. In all the years I've known him, he's never once failed to step up when someone's in need. Sometimes that great big wonderful heart of his gets him into serious trouble, like now. But I guess it's all part of being a Marine and serving others. It's what makes Jim, Jim. You can never have enough friends like that. Trust me, they're few and far between, just the kind of man you want in the foxhole with you when the world comes to an end. She fiddled with the seatbelt, opening and closing the latch several times.
But still, what do I say?
Just give him a kiss on the cheek and thank him for protecting you. I'm sure just knowing that you're safe will be reward enough.
Okay, I can do that.
There was silence in the car as Dwayne waited for the light to change. When it did, he pulled forward and turned left, passing a bus stop on the right with at least 20 people crammed under the canopy. When we're done with Jim, I'm going to need you to tell me what's really going on here. My wife says I'm a total pushover, but eventually even I need to get something in return. You can't expect me to keep helping you unless you tell me everything.
Thank you for doing this.
You're welcome. I hope you know that I'm here for you, but there are limits.
I know, she said, wondering if the time had come. She needed to tell someone. Keeping all her secrets locked away was eating her alive. I'll make you a deal. When we get there, I'll tell both you and Jim, so I don't have to go through it all twice. It's a long story.
I'll bet, especially the part about why you haven't aged in 30 years. That, my dear Emily, is the first and foremost question on my mind right now.
I understand, she said, wanting to change the subject. This car smells new. He grinned and did a bobbing chair dance in his seat.
Just bought it last week, my first ever new car. I've waited a long time, and now I can finally afford something first class.
It's nice, but I miss your little scooter. Yeah, I kinda miss it too. But I'm the big boss now, so I have to ride in style.
Big boss? Like the manager?
Nope. I own the company that provides security for the shopping center.
Dwayne, that's so cool. But why are you still walking around the mall in uniform? Shouldn't you be in an office somewhere telling your cute little secretary what to do?
First, my wife Nora would never let me have a cute little secretary. And second, I'm a working guy, Em. I never make my boys do anything that I won't do myself. Besides, I only patrol on Saturdays. It gives me a chance to get out and enjoy the hustle and bustle. Can't stand to be cooped up in my office all day. The walls start closing in.
I hate malls. Nothing good ever happens there.
I can see why you feel that way. For everyone else, it's a wondrous place.
Wondrous?
He gave her a sly look, winking with his right eye. It all depends on whose credit card you walk in with. That's what my beautiful wife says right before she sets sail on one of her power shopping trips. At least we can afford it these days.
Must be nice, Emily said, remembering all the high-end clothes from Saks Fifth Avenue. She held her legs out in front of her, looking at her feet. I'm lucky I have a pair of shoes that fit.
Maybe when we're done today, my wife can take you shopping. Wouldn't that be nice?
She hated shopping. Her mother used to drag her along every time she went to the store, making it her least favorite chore back when she was living at home and living as a normal. Yes, that would be wonderful. Thank you, Dwayne.
Chapter 20.
Detective Allison brushed past Derek and stood next to Jim at the head of the hospital bed, never taking his eyes off Derek.
A reporter, huh? For what school?
Derek straightened his back, repositioning himself in the chair to stall for an answer. He kept the brim of his cap lowered to avoid eye contact with Allison, trying to think of something that he could say to Jim, something that would help sell the lie that Jim had just told to the Marine-turned-detective standing with his arms folded.
Actually, it's not for any school. I'm starting an online blog about recent crime on the streets of Phoenix. I figured, what better place to start than with the man who took down 2 rival gangs?
Allison paused, rubbing his hand on his chin.
Interesting. So, tell me, Vincent, if you're here to do a story, how are you planning to take notes? I don't see a recording device or a pen and paper. Then, there's the issue about the rival gangs. We never released that fact to the public. So, how could you—
I told him, Jim said with vigor. Just before you walked in, as a matter of fact. Allison hesitated. Then his face beamed as if he'd just had an epiphany.
Millsy, what the hell? Mind telling me why you're sitting here discussing classified information with a juvenile offender who's wanted for assaulting an officer with a garbage can?
Derek reacted faster than he thought possible when he heard the words assaulting an officer with a garbage can leave the cop's mouth. He snatched the bedpan from the foot of Miller's bed and sailed it at Allison's head. The pan hit its mark, plinking off the man's forehead, sending Allison crashing into the monitoring equipment beeping behind him. Derek bolted to the door in a flash, twisted the handle, threw open the door, and took off at top speed down the hallway and around the corner, where the door leading to the stairs was waiting for him. It was only then that he heard Allison's shouts from down the hall. Adrenaline does crazy things to a guy, Derek thought. He knew he was digging a deeper and deeper grave for himself every time he assaulted another member of law enforcement. But he had this thing about being in custody. He hated it more than anything in the world, except maybe country music. He hopped off the last step and hit the ground floor. He changed his carriage to a fast walk, casually opening the exit door and walking out. He went down the corridor, heading back to the geriatric receptionist who had helped him earlier at the front desk. 2 men in delivery uniforms were standing in front of her station with a bouquet of flowers in each hand. They appeared to be arguing about something. He scooted past her station, hoping she wouldn't notice him, but she locked eyes on him. He waved a goodbye salute at her. She flashed a subtle grin and a head bob in return. The main entrance was only 50 feet away, just past the espresso stand on the left and the gift shop on the right. He was almost home free, but then a brown and maroon-colored sedan came screaming into the front drive and hit its brakes hard, sending a cloud of black smoke billowing out from its tires. Stenciled on the side of the vehicle was the word security. Derek froze, wishing he'd remembered to change his appearance along the way. A second later, 2 towering black hospital security guards rose from its doors, each armed with a nightstick, a radio, and a holstered firearm. One of the men pointed at Derek.
There he is. You, hold it right there, the other guard said. Derek's eyes darted, scanning the area for an escape route. He only had two choices: run back the way he came and try to disappear after taking the stairs to a higher floor, but that might take him into the arms of an angry and bleeding Detective Allison. That left choice number 2, the connecting hallway on his left. He wasn't sure where it went. The signs along the ceiling were covered with medical terminology that he didn't understand, but then he saw the answer, a sign that said emergency. He knew there'd be an entrance door and, most likely, plenty of patients and hospital personnel. He figured he could blend into the crowd and slip outside without too much trouble if he could put enough distance between him and the 2 security guards who had just cleared the lobby doors. There might even be an ambulance parked outside that he could steal. He peeled out, pushing his legs down the first hall, then around a corner where he spotted another emergency sign hanging above him. He followed its arrows, continuing at high speed, dodging an endless string of hospital staff, food carts, linen bins, patients, gurneys, and a smattering of visiting adults who didn't have their children under control. Derek checked behind him, but didn't see the security team. He tossed his baseball cap into a trash container sitting next to the wall outside the entrance to the woman's restroom, then ran his fingers through his hair, hoping to eliminate any sign of hat head. It took 5 more corners and 6 more connecting hallways before he found the emergency entrance, where a huge waiting room was filled with downtrodden patients waiting their turn for service. He hit the brakes, sending his shoes into a skid along the freshly buffed tile floor. He felt like Scooby-Doo trying to navigate a slick corner in a Saturday morning cartoon. The tread on his shoes found traction, and he took off for the double doors on his right that led outside. The automatic doors were already open, thanks to a pair of EMTs hauling a screaming Indian boy inside on a wheeled stretcher. The kid looked to be badly burned across his neck, chest, and arms. That meant there would be an ambulance nearby. The revelation sent a burst of adrenaline into his system as he flew through the doorway and found the sidewalk outside. He ran 50 feet and made another right. An instant later, he plowed into a girl wearing a black coat and a fancy skirt. They fell in a heap on the sidewalk. Derek ended up on top, his face an inch from the girl's. Their eyes met just as a bolt of electricity shot through him. "Emily? Get off," she said in a weak voice. "You're squishing me." The moment was interrupted when Derek felt a pair of strong hands grabbing him from behind under his armpits, lifting him up and off of her. "Easy there, fella," came a deep, sonorous voice. Derek prepared to fight back, wriggling free of the man's grip and stepping away, fists up. "Derek, no! He's a friend! Stop!" Derek dropped his hands. His eyes darted left and right, and then back at the corner that he'd just navigated. "Emily, I have to jet. Security's looking for me. I think I lost them inside, but they'll find me eventually." He turned to run, but she grabbed his arm and pulled him close. Emily looked at her mountainous friend. "Can you help us, Dwayne? Please?" "Us?" "Yes, I'm going with him. This is the boy that kind of helped me escape from the police. Please, Dwayne, please, you have to help us." Dwayne hesitated, then shot a suspicious look at Derek before pulling a set of car keys and a cell phone from his pocket. He gave them to Emily. He didn't look convinced that he was doing the right thing. Dwayne focused on Emily. "You know where the car is parked. Take it west to the Harkins movie theater and hide inside. It's 10 blocks, just past the Goodwill store on the corner." Emily shook her head. "But I don't know how to drive." "I do," Derek said. Emily gave him the keys. Dwayne took a $20 bill from his wallet and gave it to Derek. "I'll take care of security. I'll call you when it's safe. What about some new clothes for Em? Don't they take clothes in trade?" "Do you really think we have time for that?" "Point taken," Dwayne said, forking over another 20. "Just leave my coat in the trunk." Derek snatched the cash from his hand. "I should probably tell you about the detective inside. I'm sure he's a little pissed." "What'd you do?" Emily snapped. "Bedpan incident." She rolled her eyes. "Was it Detective Allison?" Dwayne asked. Derek nodded. "I've met him before. He's Jim's friend, a real arrogant prick. I'll see what I can do." Emily stood on her tiptoes and gave Dwayne a hug, then pecked him on the cheek. "Thanks. I owe you one." "Actually, you owe me 3, my dear, and we still need to have that talk." "We will, I promise." He pointed at the parking lot. "Now go." Dwayne watched Emily and Derek take off across the lot, then began his short hike to the emergency entrance.
He made it around the southeast corner of the building, where he ran into 2 members of hospital security. They stopped, breathless. Dwayne waited for the men to notice his security guard uniform. They did. Instant credibility, he thought.
"Hey, pal, did you see a kid running through here? Tall, thin, with a baseball hat on?"
As a matter of fact, I did. I knew something was up the minute I laid eyes on him. Dwayne pointed them north, in a different direction from where Emily and her friend had just run.
"He took off that way."
The taller of the 2 men gave Dwayne a fist bump.
"Thanks, brother."
"Good luck." Dwayne waited a bit, making sure they took the bait. They did. He continued to the ER entrance and walked inside, wondering if he'd run into the detective on his way to Jim's room. Chapter 21. 22 minutes later, Emily sat next to Derek in the back row of the movie theater, just under the projectionist's window, waiting for the previews to start. They'd purchased 2 tickets for Dolphin Tale 2. It was the only movie due to start within an hour of their arrival at the ticket window. Well, it was that or some R-rated flick about walking with tombstones. Even if they'd been old enough to get in, she would have passed on the other film. The last thing she wanted to watch was anything that would remind her of her own troubles. She slid down in the seat with Dwayne's cell phone in her hand, feeling a lot more comfortable and inconspicuous in the pair of cheap jeans and the black top that she'd just purchased for $11.50 at the Goodwill store on the corner. She was in and out of there in just under 5 minutes, a new personal best for her. The theater was about half full, with parents and kids buzzing about, waiting for the late afternoon show to start. Everyone seemed to be laughing and smiling, without a care in the world. Normal life, Emily told herself, wondering when Dwayne would call. She checked the man's phone, making sure it was receiving a good cell tower signal. It was. Plenty of battery life, too. She felt a pair of smoldering eyes burrowing a hole into her cheek. It was coming from the left, where Derek was breathing. She swung her head to say something to him, but he leaned over and kissed her before she managed to get the first syllable out. Almost instantly, she felt the telltale sign of a jump countdown starting, the tingle deep within her spine. "No," she mumbled at him through the unexpected lip lock, pushing him away with a firm jab to the chest. He had set her senses on fire. That's why she couldn't touch him, let alone kiss him. It was too intense. Just looking into his eyes was almost more than she could bear, especially once the psychic connection was established and the floodgates opened. She broke eye contact with him and put her head in her hands, taking in several deep breaths in an attempt to stop the pre-jump process. A minute later, the tingle faded and flickered out. Emily needed to explain her time jumping to Derek, but couldn't find the words. How could she? There was little chance he'd understand. What had happened to her the night of the taking was beyond explanation or belief. So was her resulting condition and the special powers. Yet, it was her life. He'd certainly get upset or grow afraid of her and run for the hills. Not that she could blame him. She wished she could run away and hide from her own life, too. Sometimes she'd sit quietly in the shadows and let herself slip into a self-pity party. She'd pray for the blue light to come and swallow her whole, wanting it to send her to oblivion and beyond. Sure, she figured it was possible to blink out of existence, but only if her emotions warped out of control, reaching a level far beyond what any human could endure. She knew that if she ever achieved that altered state of emotional consciousness, the blue fire would surely come and end her misery once and for all. But her thoughts of vanishing forever were merely a fantasy, spurred on by the anguish swelling in her heart. Her will to survive was strong, stronger than she ever imagined. She didn't know how to give up. Reality wouldn't let her. Even so, her life wasn't all bad. It had its cherished moments, like now, with Derek. She relished his mounting desire for her and thought maybe she might be able to control the jump process to some extent if that's all she had to manage, but it wasn't. She was being bombarded with a tidal wave of information, probably due to his close proximity and her rising affection for him. Everything he was thinking and feeling was pouring into her synapses, burying her from the inside out. She glanced at him, but had to look away. In just over an instant, she received 1,000 powerful flashes from him, showing her his difficult upbringing and life of despair. He was just as broken as she was, abused and tortured, though in a completely different manner. Somehow, he'd managed to maintain a sense of calm assuredness, not giving in fully to the temptations of evil. There was a cool breeze of tranquility swirling inside of him, but it was mixed with mounds of torment and baggage. He was emotionally and spiritually compromised, suffering deeply in ways she never imagined. "Someone always has it worse than you," her mother's voice said from inside her memories. Now Emily understood what her mother was trying to teach her. Life is a series of disasters and poor decisions, each one adding to the next, molding us into something new, something other than ourselves. Emily knew at that instant that a future with Derek was impossible, even though she wanted it more than life itself. Two broken and desperate people can't be together. It would just make everything worse. "What's wrong?" he asked. "I thought you liked me." "I can't, Derek. I just can't. I'm afraid it's going to happen again." "What's going to happen?" "You know what I'm talking about. Don't act stupid." "You mean like in the van?" "Exactly." "What? Because of me?" he asked, pawing at her. "Yes. No, I don't know." She swatted his hands away. "It makes me lose control, and that's when it starts. I can't stand the pain, and I never know where I'm going to end up. I could land so far away that I'll never be able to see you again." "Trust me, I'd find you, no matter where you went." "It doesn't work that way," she snapped, wanting to tell him about her abduction and the time travel part, but held it all back. She didn't want to burden him with her problems. He had enough of his own. "What if you didn't lose control?" "I will. That's the problem." "Not if we had a six-pack or some Valium, right?" "That won't work." "Why?" "I'd be asleep." "At least you wouldn't disappear." She rolled her eyes. "There's no way I'm taking drugs so we can be together. Are you kidding me?" "Sorry, I didn't mean to upset you. Just trying to help." "Well, you're not, so stop pushing me. Please, just stop." "Whoa, bitch alert," he said, slouching in his chair with a pouty look on his face. He folded his arms, then turned and stared at the movie screen. They both sat quietly, watching a string of advertisements flicker across the screen. The awkward moment lingered, stretching into 30 seconds, then a minute. Soon, 5 minutes had passed. Derek broke the silence. "You mind telling me what's really going on?" "Yeah, I kind of do mind. It's just too embarrassing." "Why?" "I'll sound like a lunatic. You'll never believe me, and you'll probably hate me." "I could never hate you, Em. Ever." She shook her head. "No way. It's too awful. I can't even think about it right now." Derek's eyes sharpened. "So, that guy, Dwayne? What story were you going to tell him?" "You were going to tell him, right?" "I was." "Why him and not me?" "'Cause you're a boy. It's not the same. I mean, well, I kind of, you know." "No, I don't know." "Okay, then, be that way. You want to tell me why you were in that gang?" "Not really." "Why not?" He mimicked her voice and speech pattern. "Because you never believe me, and you're a girl, and well, you know." "You don't have to be a complete asshole about it," Emily said, wishing she could take back the insidious words that just flew off her tongue. She felt a hollow pain in her stomach and a lump in her throat. She hated herself for what she'd just said and needed to apologize. After which, she'd planned to explain everything to him, but she wasn't sure how to begin. She looked at him, but couldn't speak. He sat in silence, looking at her as well. Both of them were fixed and motionless, with 100 patrons seated around them, completely oblivious to what was happening in the last row of the theater. Their eyes melted together. Emily felt the psychic connection deepen. She was about to fall deep into the comfy, hot silence of his watery blue eyes when she was startled by the sound of an old-fashioned telephone ring coming from her lap. "Really? Now?" Derek snorted. She looked at the phone. Only a number was displayed, no name. "Probably Dwayne." "Who has a ringtone like that?" "Old people do," she answered. "I think it reminds them of the olden days," she said, choosing not to answer the phone call. She didn't want her moment with Derek to end, and that's exactly what would happen if she answered it. The phone stopped ringing. She relaxed. He grinned. Then, after 15 seconds, it started up again. Most of the adults seated in the 3 rows in front of them turned around and sneered. An obese, middle-aged woman wearing a bold, flowery top and a titled white beret held a finger to her puffy lips and shushed Emily. Emily shot a snotty look back, then stuck her tongue out. The woman scrunched her face, then flipped Emily the bird. Emily mouthed the word bitch. "Are you going to answer it?" Derek asked. "I really don't want to. I'd rather stay here with you and forget the rest of the planet." "Me too, but we can't do this alone." She paused, running through it in her head. She agreed, even though she didn't want to. She pressed the green button on the keypad before plastering it to her ear. "Hello, this is Dwayne's phone." Derek was growing tired of the eyes watching him and his girl. It's impossible to blend in and remain anonymous when everyone's focused on you. He decided to apologize, hoping the group's eavesdropping would end. "Sorry, it'll only take a second," he told the row of angry gawkers sitting in front of him, still twisted around in their seats. He waited to see if this simple apology worked, but the theater's first video promo sprang to life on the big screen. It appeared to divert their attention away with the thunderous roar of the Dolby surround sound commercial. Most of them spun forward to watch it. Derek planned to ignore the few who didn't. Emily sat bent over in the seat, using the index finger on her free hand to plug her unencumbered ear. Derek leaned in to listen to her one-sided conversation. He could hear most of what she was saying, even with the theater music blaring. "They did," she said as her eyes went wide. A look of fear played across her face. Then she set her jaw in a grim line of determination as she listened. "No, I understand. Okay, I can probably do that. Key under ficus, 4678, spells ghost. Yep, 23, 17, 58. Left, right, left. Then push hard and turn. Got it. Where? 333. I know where that is. Thanks for helping us. Feel better soon." She ended the call, her face energized with emotion. She spoke softly in his ear. "That was Jim. They took Dwayne into custody. Apparently Jim's cop friend called security, then went straight to their office and started checking the video feeds instead of chasing you. A camera caught us talking to Dwayne outside the hospital. When the cop went back to Jim's room, he found Dwayne sitting there. Dwayne told him we were hiding at the movies. He sold us out. I thought we could trust him. We can. Jim told me Dwayne winked at him and then pretended to play ball with the cop. He didn't have a choice since Allison saw him with us. As soon as the cops left, Jim called Dwayne's number from his hospital room. The cops are on their way here now. We gotta go." They hopped out of their seats, banging into the knees of the people seated in their row. They made it to the aisle, then ran down the stairs of the stadium seats to the landing in the middle. Derek wanted to use the emergency exit door to the right of the screen, but a group of disabled people in wheelchairs were in the way, blocking the aisle ahead. He made a U-turn around the stanchion wall separating the seats from the foyer and headed for the entrance to the auditorium. Derek blasted through the door first, then Emily. He grabbed her hand and led her, using a brisk walk, to the towering lobby of the 24-theater multiplex. The numerous concession lines were jammed with customers, and the smell of popcorn and candy was intoxicating. Overhead, movie previews roared on a slew of big screens. Derek scanned the lobby for threats, then studied the entrance, looking beyond the bank of entrance doors and through the 2-story wall of glass that bracketed the main ticket window. He stopped in his tracks when he spotted 4 uniformed officers and a curly-haired man dressed in a wrinkled suit arrive in a collective gallop outside, a few yards in front of the entrance. The man with the wild hairdo was talking on a handheld radio and his forehead was bandaged. "Shit! What?" He pointed. "Allison. And he brought reinforcements." "Now what?" Derek pulled Emily out of their line of sight, pushing her against the wall under the decorative arch that connected the south wing of auditoriums with the lobby. He moved around and stood in front of her. He peered around the corner, looking through a gap between 2 life-sized character cutouts standing a few feet away from him, facing into the lobby. An employee of the theater, dressed in a red suit and tie, went outside to meet law enforcement. Derek assumed he was the manager, based on the way he was waving his arms, pointing and shaking his head. The police were busy chatting outside, probably formulating a containment plan to minimize the risk of collateral damage. There were hundreds of people around, and they couldn't afford to start a mass panic. Derek was sure Allison and his crew hadn't seen them yet, otherwise there'd be more sense of urgency in their body language. He considered their escape options and came up with the only answer: diversion. He turned to Emily. "We need to split up." She clenched her teeth. "No, I'm not leaving you." "It's better this way. I'll draw their attention while you make a run for it." "No, Derek, no." "Yes, Em, it's the only choice. They're still trying to figure out which theater we're in. I'm sure they think they have the element of surprise, but we have the advantage. There are tons of exits to cover, and they don't have enough manpower, yet." Her eyes began to tear. "Please, Derek, let's just leave together." "I can't take that chance. If I get arrested, I go back to juvie. No big deal. But if you get caught, they'll figure out about your vanishing act and want to study you." "I'll just disappear if they do." "Not if they drug you. Then we'll never see each other again." He grabbed her face, cupping her cheeks with his hands. "Trust me, I'll be all right. I'm way faster than those old men out there. They'll never catch me." "Are you sure?" "I'm really good at this," he said, letting go of her. He took the cell phone from her hand. "They can trace this." He pried the back panel open and tore the battery from its compartment. He tossed all 3 pieces into a nearby trash can. He put his hand in his front pocket and pulled out a crumpled stash of money. He pried her fingers open and stuffed the leftover cash from Dwayne into her hand. "Here, take this." He pointed back the way they had come. "Pick any theater on the right side and use the emergency door next to the screen. If someone's in the way, knock them down. Don't stop for anything." She kissed him hard on the lips, then pulled away with a loud lip smack. "I thought that wasn't allowed." "You know, just in case." "Meet up later?" She grinned. "Jim said we can stay at his house, 333 Glassford. I'll meet you there at midnight. I've got to go take care of something for Jim first." She gave him another kiss, this time only a peck. "Tell me that you'll be there so I don't start freaking out the minute I leave." "I promise." She held up her hand with the little finger sticking out. "Pinky swear?" He wrapped his finger around hers. "Pinky swear." She let go and took off running. Derek used a casual walk, working his way into the lobby filled with mostly unaware patrons. A few of them had turned around to gawk at the collection of cops growing outside, but the majority were waiting in line with greenbacks and debit cards in hand, studying the menu boards above the sprawling refreshment counter. He planned to focus the cops' attention on the concession crowd, then run for the far exit door, leading them away from Emily. He walked to the front of the first line and swung his hand up, knocking a tray of drinks out of the grasp of a young soccer mom with 3 grade schoolers standing with her. The kids screamed. All 4 cups flew into the air, then their lids popped off and physics took over. Sticky soda jetted out and drenched several people, making them gasp. 2 middle-aged men and 1 teenage girl who was wearing a halter top and short shorts began cussing at him. Not loud enough, he thought, ignoring their verbal assault. He cut across the front of the remaining food lines, whacking popcorn tubs, nacho trays, hot dogs, cheese-covered pretzels, and more supersized drinks into the air. Finally, the crowd reacted loud enough for law enforcement to notice. The LEOs ran to the entrance doors, which was Derek's clue to make a beeline for the exit door down the far hallway. He began at a full sprint, praying that his assumption was correct about the cops not having enough manpower to cover all the exits. Otherwise, it would be a short foot race. He made it to the door and plowed outside. No cops. He was alone. He cruised down the cement wheelchair ramp, jumped the black and yellow safety handrail, and took off across the narrow access drive that connected the front of the theater with the back. He ducked under the sprawl of low-hanging branches from a Palo Verde tree and scaled the brick privacy wall that surrounded the theater's property. Next door was a sizable strip mall. The shopping center's impressive lineup of designer shops and chain restaurants stretched to the traffic light on the corner, a good 2 blocks away. He knew the center's buzzing parking lot would provide effective cover for his escape, but he needed to vary his path and not run. Play it cool, he reminded himself. A minute later, he came upon a drive-through lane filled with at least 30 cars waiting to place their order at an In-N-Out burger. He cut in front of a black and silver Humvee that had been decked out with off-road lighting, oversized tires, and a massive chrome-plated push bar mounted to the bumper. He expected the driver to be a burly mountain man or wannabe cowboy, but Derek was wrong. A slender female with hoop earrings was sitting in the driver's seat, chatting on a cell phone with her hair pulled back in a ponytail. Derek gave her a friendly, "excuse me" wave. She looked at him and responded with a single head nod, never breaking from her conversation. He crossed the pavement, dodging shoppers and cars, then veered inside a bookman's bookstore that anchored the midpoint of the center. He passed the checkout counter and sliced through a family of readers standing in front of a prominent book display featuring a series of novels called The Narrows of Time. He worked his way through the maze of book stacks and found the door to the stockroom. Derek kept his head down and feet moving as he ducked through the employee-only entrance and found the rear door of the store only 30 feet away. Once outside and standing in the back alleyway, he took a quick survey of the area. To his left, a well-built, uniformed man was standing at the back of his delivery truck, pulling the rolling door down with his right hand. A metal clipboard was in his left, but that's not what caught Derek's eye. It was the black, cylindrical pouch strapped to the right side of his belt line. Derek worried that it might be a can of mace or some other item that could be used as a defensive weapon. To his right, a shiny, 4-passenger Polaris Razor four-wheeler sat facing him. It was parked at a slight angle in front of the central garbage collection area of the mall. A clear plastic bag was lying in front of the middle dumpster, half full of crushed aluminum cans. Just then, 3 cans flew over the lip from inside the container and landed by the trash bag. Derek took off at top speed, reaching the ATV in seconds. He jumped into the driver's seat and found the keys in the ignition. He started the engine. An elderly man's head popped up from inside the metal dumpster.
Hey, stop! That's mine! Somebody help! Somebody stop him!
Derek pulled a quick U-turn and stomped on the gas before the balding, gray-haired old-timer, who was wearing a pair of ski goggles and an orange jumpsuit, could climb out. Derek zipped to the far end of the service drive and made a sharp left, skidding his way around the corner.
Now I'm styling,
he said, as the agile Razor carried him to freedom. Chapter 22. 10 minutes earlier. Emily tore across the movie theater's side parking lot, avoiding the front of the building where she figured additional squad cars would still be arriving on the scene. She made it undetected to a dilapidated building across the street that had only one tenant remaining, a neon yellow pawn shop with security bars covering its doors and windows. All 4 of the building's adjacent retail spaces were vacant with for lease signs covering their windows. She walked another 2 blocks before she ran into a boisterous crowd of at least 3 dozen protesters who were armed with signs and banners, ripping their employer over the lack of benefits. An anorexic-looking white woman with a lumpy nose and cherry-red lipstick was standing in front of the mob on a step stool. She raised a megaphone and announced that the transport bus would arrive in 10 minutes. Someone else in the pack mentioned they were being escorted to a union-sponsored free lunch near Glassford Park. Emily decided to join their movement and tag along. The private charter arrived on schedule, delivering the next shift of streetwalkers. Emily waited in line with the departing group and was the last to step onto the bus. She shuffled her feet down the middle aisle, passing row after row of weary demonstrators sitting in cloth-covered seats. The material's intricate blue and yellow crisscross pattern made her dizzy. She tried to get a read on some of the people she passed, but none of them would make eye contact with her. The back section of the bus was unoccupied, and she wasn't surprised. "Amateurs," she mumbled, eyeing the wet floor in front of the toilet. She took a seat in the last row, knowing she'd have plenty of privacy, given that the air was filled with a pungent odor seeping from the commode next to her. "I've slept in worse places than this," she quipped, turning her body away from the smell. She pressed her left shoulder into the back seat, allowing her to gaze out the window during the 15-minute crawl through downtown traffic. Her shoulders rocked with the gentle sway of the bus, and her eyes danced with the chaotic flashes of city life beaming off the window. The endless shower of colors and shapes were both hypnotic and soothing, almost as if she were sitting in a Midwest forest, admiring the changing of the leaves like she'd seen people do in magazines at the library. She wished she could live somewhere else other than Phoenix, but her condition wouldn't let her leave. She'd tried to run away before, but learned that Phoenix was her cosmic anchor point, transcending time and space. Each time she left town, the next jump would bring her back to this sweltering cesspool of humanity known as the Valley of the Sun. A few minutes later, her eyelids became heavy and closed on their own, sending her into a floating, carefree state, disconnected from the world around her. Her mind and her heart joined forces, trying to imagine what it would feel like to hold hands with Derek and walk through Glassford Park on a brisk autumn day. She waited for the imagery to come alive and flood her with pleasure, but it never did. All she could feel was panic, driven deep inside her by the constant onslaught of worry. She opened her eyes and sat forward in the seat. She sighed, realizing she couldn't relax. It had been too long, and too much had happened since the night of the taking. She hated those ugly beings, not only for ripping away her mom, her friends, and her future, but also for destroying her ability to dream wondrous thoughts. They had ruined her, tearing out a chunk that she could never get back. She knew that no matter how hard she tried, she would never fill that hole. It was too wide and too deep, leaving her a broken portion of her former self. She wasn't the same Emily. That girl was gone. All that was left was the Glassford girl, the town freak. She fought back a tear when her mind flashed a scene from long ago. It happened a few nights before the evil ship came and took her and her mom from the desert clearing. Life was good back then. She just didn't realize or appreciate it at the time. She remembered that her mom was standing in front of the freestanding oval mirror in her bedroom, fiddling with a new dress that she'd just purchased from the discount rack at JCPenney. Candy turned and looked at Emily, giving her a prideful smile before asking if the dress looked good on her. Emily couldn't remember the actual words she used, only that she snapped at her mother, cutting her deeply with a horrible remark. Emily felt awful at the time, but didn't bother to apologize, figuring she'd have plenty of time to make it right. If she'd only known that every second with her mom would be so very precious. At that instant, sitting in the last row of the smelly bus, Emily realized something. Her biggest problem wasn't the cops, the gangs, or the painful time jumping. It was the absence of simplicity, those tiny, insignificant moments when time stands still and lets you breathe. Truly breathe. "Never again," she said, vowing to appreciate those rare, harmonious times when everything around her felt warm and comforting, like her mother's two-armed hug after a turbulent day at school. Normal people had no clue how good they had it, never having to worry about blinking out of existence simply because some random creeper touches you. She thought about her BFF Stacy and her self-absorbed friends. She wondered if any of them could have survived a single night on the street. Would they have been able to sleep or even breathe, knowing that evil lurked around every corner? She decided that the answer was a resounding no. Not a chance. They would have totally spazzed out, wouldn't have lasted a day. Deep down, she was proud of her accomplishments and her resolve, but that wouldn't make her life any easier, especially now that Junie and Derek were involved. "Time to get moving, Em. Only 2 more blocks," she heard a woman say. It was her mother's voice, breaking through the edgeless darkness, chilling her heart. She stood up and walked to the front aisle and held onto the vertical grab bar while standing next to the portly Italian driver. The 300-pound man was wearing a set of earbuds and singing along to his music in Italian. She giggled at the black toupee sitting a bit off-center on his head. "Schrody would love that," she mumbled, thinking of her tabby cat playing with his cheap hairdo on the floor. It was all she could do not to snatch it from his head and shake it in front of his face. He can't possibly think that looks natural, can he? What a tard. She paused to gain control of her emotions, then tapped him on the shoulder and waited for the private chauffeur to look at her. He did, unplugging the right earbud. He adjusted the hairpiece and gave her one of those "oh shit" looks. Then he grinned as if nothing had happened. She tried to get a read on him, but couldn't for some reason. He was empty inside, or else something was blocking her. She decided that it wasn't that important, so she let the question go. "Can you drop me off here?" she asked in her most playful voice, fighting back a chuckle that wanted to burst free from her lips. She swayed her hips and batted her eyelashes, hoping to soften him up. It worked. He checked the side mirror, then pulled the oversized vehicle into the recessed area along the sidewalk that was normally reserved for public transportation. He hit the brakes and then plopped the door open. "Thank you, mister," she said, hopping down the steps like the teenager that she was. She stood on the sidewalk and spun around on her toes. He waved at her, then closed the door and drove off, leaving a cloud of smelly diesel smoke in his wake. She turned to face away from the driver so he couldn't see her in his mirror. She couldn't stop thinking of that ridiculous rug perched on his head and the embarrassed look on his face when he tried to level it. She started laughing. Just then, something occurred to her. After she'd come out of her last jump in the middle of the Saks Fifth Avenue store, she hadn't gone through her typical post-jump checklist. This revelation was rather disturbing because her checklist was what had kept her safe, kept her alive, and kept her sane for the past 2 years. Focus, Em, she told herself. Post-jump checklist. Clothes, food, place to stay. She erased the clothes from the top position of her to-do list thanks to Dwayne's earlier donation of $40 and her subsequent light-speed shopping spree inside the Goodwill store. Next up, food. When she concentrated on her belly, something else occurred to her. The last jump had not made her crazy hungry, like usual. Weird. Not only that, but she'd only felt sick for a minute or two and wasn't in too much pain when she came out of it. Even more strange. She walked along the street, wondering what was different. Something was causing the pre- and post-jump protocols to change, and she needed to figure out what it was. Maybe it had something to do with Derek. Maybe it had to do with the fact that something awesome, a kiss, had triggered the jump instead of something awful, like being shot at by a gang of street crawlers. She decided to handle item number 3 on her checklist later, because for now, she needed to turn her focus to the most pressing matter at hand. Grabbing a hot dog for herself, then snatch a sweet treat for her friend, Sheldon. A grin blossomed on her lips when she thought about one of her favorite places in the whole world. Barton Bar Central Library. Chapter 23. September 27th, 2014, 5:01 p.m. Detective Joseph Allison got in his unmarked Ford sedan, slammed the door shut, and banged the heels of his fists against the steering wheel, wanting to let out a long string of curse words, but held them back. He was livid, and it wasn't because the car he was driving was the ugliest shade of puke green imaginable. Somehow, the kids had gotten away. He had no idea how they'd slipped through his fingers, but they had. The boy, Derek Morgan, and the Glassford girl, whose name no one seemed to know, were an embarrassment to both him and the department. Eventually, it would be plastered all over the news. Then, heads would have to roll. To top it off, his good friend, Jim Miller, was in on it somehow. He was sure of it. Things weren't adding up. They were only little things, but collectively they mattered, like Jim's comments, his facial expressions, misaligned facts, too many coincidences, his obvious spin control. Allison had spent enough time in strip clubs to know when he was being gently worked and maneuvered to fulfill someone else's agenda. Usually, it was by a stunning beauty in a skimpy outfit, not some pus-producing ex-Marine. Yet, he couldn't arrest Miller because even though Jim probably helped the kids, he had no way to prove it. Plus, he didn't want to slap the cuffs on a man who'd saved his life. He needed to give Millsy the benefit of the doubt until the evidence left him no other choice. Duty, honor, country, he mumbled, trying to work through the dilemma. Then another phrase echoed inside his memory. Trust but verify. He knew what he must do. He took out his phone, hit the second number on the speed dial list, and started the car. He pulled out of the front parking area of St. Joseph's Hospital, where he'd gone back to after the debacle at the movie theater. Turning west on Thomas, then south on North 7th Avenue, he headed toward the Evans Churchill neighborhood. Yeah, Marie, Allison here. Listen, I need a search warrant on 333 North Glassford Street, residence of one James Miller. Yeah, you're right, that one. I know. He might be mixed up in this Glassford girl thing somehow. Obstruction, maybe, but nothing concrete yet. Have a uniform meet me there.
I'm heading over there now. I know it's Saturday. Get Judge Sandoval on the phone. He owes me big time from that hooker sting operation last year.
September 27th, 2014, 5:03 p.m. Emily snuck past the main entrance of Barton Bar Central Library and headed for Sheldon's computer area while the attendant at the front desk was busy checking in a family of 4, a demanding dad, a complaining mom, and 2 loud kids under age 5. Toddlers can be quite the distraction. She knew this from experience, having snuck into Barton Bar so many times that she'd lost count, which was odd given the fact that making lists and keeping count were her thing. Only so much room inside the brain, she decided. The hard drive is getting full. Gotta prioritize, Em. On her way to the library, she had decided to change out of her Goodwill clothes in case the cops from the theater had a bead on her. She was able to sneak into one of those giant 2-story workout places where only the finest people pretended to get their sweat on. All she had to do was wait until the muscle-bound freak at the service counter was busy flirting with 2 girly girls dressed in designer workout gear. Then she slipped right in. The power of pretty, she decided, watching the 2 girls. Or, like the disgusting street dwellers called it, the power of the pussy. Emily had been an uninvited guest of LA Fitness a few times, but its clientele never ceased to amaze her. How can women wear that much pink? And who the hell puts on all that makeup before a workout? What a waste of money. Not just the clothes and makeup, but their monthly fees. Everyone around her appeared to be in their 20s and already in perfect shape, and seemed more interested in using the place as a social club instead of an exercise facility. She wanted to grab the 2 chatty girls by their ponytails and scream at them to try living on the streets for a while, but she didn't. It's not their fault they're pretty and rich, she told herself. Anyway, she had gone straight to the women's locker room, where she ducked around the corner and waited until she was alone. It took only a few minutes to pop open a few unsecured lockers and find what she was looking for. She changed clothes, leaving her previous ensemble as trade with the unsuspecting girl who would soon open her locker and find that her clothes were gone, replaced by some rags from the Goodwill store. She made her way through the stacks of the library, looking forward to seeing Sheldon and catching a little peace and quiet at her familiar computer station. She could finally be herself for a while, even if her stolen green shorts and Lenny Kravitz t-shirt didn't match the simple pair of blue sneakers she was wearing. What did it matter? Clothes are clothes, and she couldn't care less what anyone else thought of her outfit. "Hiya, Sheldon," Emily said, crinkling the plastic on the package of Twinkies in her hand. She'd purchased them on the way to the library from a mom-and-pop grocery store with the money Derek had jammed into her hand at the theater. Sheldon looked at her with his bright blue eyes and let out a powerful, high-corner smile like the cartoon character Mr. Grinch. A second later, his eyes were glued to the Twinkies. Typical, but that didn't matter to her. They had a mutually beneficial relationship. She brought him sweets, and he let her use the computers in the back and stay after hours if she wanted. Of course, it never hurt to flirt with him. Brownie points, she told herself. "Hey there, Red," he said, eyeing the sponge cakes. You really know how to make a guy feel special." "Only the best for my Sheldy," she said, giving him a seductive shimmy, peeling and unwrapping the package like how she imagined a striptease dancer would work a banana on stage. Sheldon's eyes went wide. Emily stopped her seductive dance. "Just messing with you, sweetie." She tossed the package on the desk in front of him. "Do you mind if I—" "Station 9, he said, snatching the snack off the surface. "Now, get out of here before you get me in trouble." "Thanks, stud." "I wish." Emily walked the row of semi-private cubicles. Sheldon always gave her one of the 2 furthest in the back. They were the most secluded, which she liked. It kept the creeper's eyes in check and let her catch a nap if needed. She sat down in front of a terminal and was hit by a wave of fatigue. She didn't bother to flip the computer on. Instead, she pushed the keyboard out of the way, put her head down on the table, and fell asleep 2 heartbeats later. Emily floated in a vivid, intense dream. She was outside her body, soaring high above the city of Phoenix. Below her lay a landscape of flickering city lights, each one representing someone she knew from her past. Everyone she'd ever been connected to, whether they were living or dead, was accounted for in the sea of luminescence. She saw every person as a single point of light, each with their own luminosity and color. The deeper and more intense her connection with them, the brighter the light. The more superficial and fleeting the bond, the dimmer the glow. Across the blanket of lights was a flickering beam of blue. It was pulsating through the roof of a shopping center in the northwest part of town where she'd grown up. She could sense that the fragmented beam was Stacy's group of pretentious high school friends from long ago. An instant later, she was hovering around the blue beam like a helicopter on a rescue mission. 2 seconds later, her location changed again, as if someone had just changed the channel. This time, she was circling a building that was glowing in purple. She recognized the structure. It was her mother's old house. Emily searched the area for her mother's light, figuring it would be the brightest, most beautiful light in the entire city. But she couldn't find it. She called out for her mother using her dream voice, but there was no answer. She didn't understand. Everyone else seemed to be accounted for, but why couldn't she find her mother? Then, not far from the purple hue, a wide flood of yellow light shot up to the sky and ignited a growth of billowing clouds in the night. The yellow beam started to flash with the cadence of a strobe light. At first, Emily thought it was her mother, but then realized it was Stacy, her BFF from the neighborhood. She knew in her heart that Stacy was showing her the way home. The light pulled at her, wanting her to fly to it. Her heart answered, yes. Emily angled her arms, trying to change her course to soar into the light, but couldn't. Something took control of her body, turning her around and taking her in the opposite direction, towards downtown. She bent her body to reach back for Stacy's light, but it grew dim and disappeared behind her. She looked ahead, wondering where she was going next. Something zoomed her forward like a shooting star, sending her across town and then stopping her in an instant. Below her was a red-hot, fiery light in an alleyway. She knew who it was. She tried to look away, but her eyes refused. It was Flaco, the West Side loco with whom she'd had 2 very intense run-ins. Then, her course changed again, swinging her body around as she descended and flew over Glassford Park, where hundreds of neon green lights were burning. She realized that, aside from the colorful nodes around her mother's house, the park had the heaviest concentration of light. It was her true emotional epicenter. Maybe that's why she couldn't leave town. The park had a hold on her somehow. Emily could see Master Lou, Junie, Sheldon, Parker, Dwayne, Jim Miller, and Derek, plus hundreds of other souls. Thinking of Derek made her blush, even in her dream state. She wondered if an intense wave of emotion could send her into a jump while she was asleep. She'd had plenty of nightmares since the night of the taking, yet never once had she woken up to find that she'd jumped. But what about a lucid dream of ecstasy? She'd never enjoyed one of those, but with Derek in her life, anything was possible now. She'd done a lot of reading about time travel, quantum entanglement, and astral planes, and she was beginning to see how it all applied to her. A thought was forming. It was important. It was the answer of all answers, the one she had been searching for since the night of her abduction. She was ready to understand. She needed to understand. But then, a man's voice penetrated her subconscious, coming through from the world of reality. The interruption slowed the vision, just as it was about to reveal the answer. She grabbed at it, trying to hang on to the scene, but it melted away and faded to black. She snapped out of her dream. Chapter 24. Emily, wake up. Hey, come on, wake up. You can't sleep here. No, she said, feeling someone tugging at her arm. She smelled a strong scent of pound cake and vanilla icing. Her neck was sore, and her cheek hurt where she'd been resting it on the computer desk. Emily, my anal retentive boss just came and chewed me out about letting people sleep here.
He never used to care unless it was a smelly homeless guy, but now he's on the prowl for normal people. Apparently they've decided to start enforcing some old directive. I'm sorry, but you have to get up and get moving before he comes back." She sat up, stretched, and yawned. "It's okay, Sheldy. I understand. All I needed was a cat nap." "That was some nap." "What time is it anyway?" "It's 11:15. 4 hours is more than a nap." "I must have needed it." "Almost closing time anyway." "Did you say 11:15? Shit!" she screeched, suddenly wide awake. She stood up in a flash, sending the chair scooting across the floor behind her. Jim's restaurant closed at 11 p.m., and she'd made a promise. "You okay?" her lanky friend asked. She wrapped her arms around him and kissed him hard on the cheek. "Thanks for always having my back." "What?" "I'll explain later. Gotta bolt." "When will I see you again?" he asked, holding 2 fingers on his cheek where her lips had touched him. "Soon, I promise." Emily headed to Evans Churchill and Jim Miller's restaurant, the 4th Street Cafe and Eatery. Jim told her on the phone earlier to retrieve his stack of Emily files from the office safe in the restaurant, then find a safe place to stash them. He thought the cops might be onto him. If his instincts were correct, they'd eventually obtain a search warrant and search the diner. He couldn't let those files fall into their hands. She walked fast, rolling her hips like one of those fast walkers in the Olympics. It only took her 15 minutes to get to the bottom of the stairs that led to the garden by the diner. She took a moment on the sidewalk to reflect. This was the exact spot where she and Jim had been ambushed by a group of street thugs just a few nights before. A tightness grew across her chest, and a twinge of pain took hold of her throat. So much had happened between then and now, she could hardly believe it. She'd watched Jim shoot. God, she couldn't even count how many people he'd shot. 4 locos, and what was it? 4 more gatos? Her skin shivered. Ugh, she was definitely not fond of this spot and was ready to leave. She climbed the stairs and stood in front of the restaurant. It was dark and quiet, all closed up for the night, just like Jim said it would be. She took a deep breath, erased the vision of the gangbangers, and walked to the door. Jim told her that the key to the restaurant was under a potted ficus tree near the entrance. The problem was, there were 7 potted trees by the front door, and honestly, she didn't know which one was the ficus. They all looked the same to her. She dug around and found the key under the 4th tree she checked. She stuck it into the keyhole, opened the lock, and went inside. Emily expected to hear the beeping of the alarm as soon as she stepped inside and have to use the disarm code Jim had given her, but she didn't. She figured the night crew had forgotten to arm the system before they left. With Jim laid up for months, the staff was probably taking lots of shortcuts. Then, she felt something creeping inside of her, icky and gross. Then she felt dumb and girly for using the words icky and gross in her own mind, but it was an eerie, unsettling feeling that made her skin crawl. It felt familiar, but she couldn't place it. Emily shrugged it off and assumed the sensation was an echo effect from the anxious moment she'd just had on the sidewalk below the stairs. She couldn't blame herself for getting spooked by the memory of those 4 assholes pointing guns at her head. She walked through the dining room to the back office, recalling the combination to the safe Jim had given her over the phone. 23, 17, 58. Left, right, left, he'd told her. Then push hard and turn it to the left until it clicks. When she arrived at the back office and saw a cigarette smoldering in an ashtray next to the safe, the answer about the creepy feeling came rushing into her. She heard a noise behind her, and without turning around, knew it was Rob, the manager of the restaurant who had leered at her the night she had eaten there with Jim. She turned around and met his maniacal, soulless eyes. Her second sight went into overdrive, latching on and opening a free-flowing conduit for the psychic stench to float across and ooze into her. Emily fought back the all-consuming blackness, knowing that she was tapping into the mind of a depraved killer. He'd done it before, and he was planning to do it again. To her. He had a baseball bat in his hand, and he was patting it in his palm with a sadistic smile on his face. She looked around for something to use as a weapon, but there was nothing within reach. She felt the countdown start in her spine, but it was just the initial tingle. She needed to stall for time and allow the jump to come. Well,
"What do we have here?" he said. His eyes grew wide, just as his mind sent a torrent of disturbing images at her. Each killing was more horrendous than the last. The bloody images faded, freeing his mind to send her a message. It hit her like a runaway train. He was about to attack. She set her feet, then charged him, hoping to surprise him with her fists. But he was ready, taking a step back and swiping the bat hard, striking her on the side of the neck, just below the ear. The blow sent her flying headfirst across the room, crashing into the filing cabinet next to the wall. She dropped to the floor, chest first. Dizziness and pain swelled in her head, growing beyond measure. She wanted to open her eyes, but couldn't. The mounting pressure and throbbing agony was too much. Where was he? Was he going to hit her again? She tried to get a read on him, but her gifts weren't working. Her mind was distracted by the pain and couldn't focus. She was helpless. She curled into a ball to protect herself. Emily wanted to call out to him to stop, to tell him that she'd do anything he asked, but her lips wouldn't move. She couldn't find the strength. The only thing she could do was scream in silence, waiting for the end to come. "Oh God, don't let me die. Not here. Not like this. Please, somebody help me." She heard footsteps and then heavy breathing. He was close. "Little Red, did you know that your friend Jim, that arrogant, self-righteous asshole, called here from the hospital today and had the nerve to fire me? From his hospital bed. The fucking prick. After all I've done for this place? Making him all that money. And for what? To be treated like a piece of dog shit stuck to a shoe? I think not. So, I decided to come here and rob the place. Collect my severance pay in person. But then, fate stepped in and delivered you to me." She threw her elbow back and caught his arm, knocking it away. Emily flipped over and curled her arms around her knees, forming an even tighter ball. The jump was still mounting inside of her, but the process was moving slower than expected. She figured it was being delayed because of the intense pain and dizziness bombarding her senses. She asserted her will, pushing her way through the pain until she found her logic. It was still there, buried by the hurt and humiliation. She uncovered it, which led her to her voice. Her vocal cords were weak and shaky. "Get away from me, you sick, twisted bastard." She heard a belt buckle clink, then the wisp of leather being removed from its belt loops. He touched her again, this time working his hand under her arm. She couldn't stop his advance. He was too strong. She screamed in pain, uncoiled her body, then used her fists to fight him off. She swung her arms blindly, hitting him 3 times in the process. He grabbed her wrists and jumped on top of her, pinning her arms to her chest. His BO was rank and sickening as drops of his vile sweat touched her forehead. His foul breath washed over her face. "Fight all you want, my precious little flower. No one is going to be here till morning, so we have all night to play, and play we shall." She relaxed, pretending to surrender. "Please, mister, I'll do whatever you want. Just, please, don't kill me. I beg you, I'll do anything." "Ah, my flower has finally blossomed, ready to receive the gift that I bring for her tonight." He wrapped his belt around her wrists and cinched it tight. Then he let go of her and climbed off. She felt a rush of adrenaline kick in. She managed to open her eyes and then tried to climb to her knees, but he punched her in the cheek. She flopped onto her side and hit the floor, sending another penetrating jolt of pain and pressure into her head. A suffocating darkness closed in around her from all sides. Her mother's voice called out to her, "Don't sleep, Em. You must fight. Don't give up. Don't give in." Emily wanted to make her mother proud, but there was nothing left to fight with. Her eyes shut, and she passed out, wondering if she'd just taken her last breath. Chapter 25. September 28th, 2014, 12:28 a.m. Derek leaned against the wooden gate on the side of Jim Miller's house, taking in the scent of cedar. The downtown neighborhood was quiet, other than the dog that was rapid-fire barking down the street. Derek was tucked away and out of sight, standing in the shadows next to an aluminum single-engine fishing boat sitting on a trailer that was parked in the dirt to the left of Jim's driveway. He stuck his head around the side of the boat to survey the street and neighboring yards for signs of movement, but he didn't see any. "She should have been here by now," he mumbled, trying to decide what to do. If Emily was running late and he took off now to go look for her, they might miss each other. But what if she wasn't coming? What if she forgot or decided to stand him up? Chicks had blown him off before. Why should Emily be any different? She's a street girl, and that kind of life makes it tough to have plans and see them through. He really didn't know her that well, so anything was possible, especially with her mysterious vanishing act. Granted, she wasn't like any girl he had met before, but what did he really know about her? He didn't know which shelters she preferred, how old she was, where she was from, what happened to her family, how she ended up on the street, if she went to school, or anything really. He just knew Emily was incredibly sexy, had a big heart, and made him tingle whenever he was around her. There was something about the way she looked at him that made his insides run gooey. That was the only descriptor he could come up with, gooey. She seemed to have the ability to look past his hardened exterior, past the layers of shit, past all the broken pieces floating around inside, and focus on the minuscule amount of good that remained. He didn't like himself much, but she seemed to, and that gave him hope for himself and for his future. He wondered if she thought of him as much as he thought of her. He would never admit it to anyone, but she was consuming him. All of his thoughts, his dreams, and his fantasies. She had carved a lasting imprint on his heart, making him want to be a better person. Her closeness was important to him, and it felt amazing and right. He hadn't felt that way, ever. There was something between them, something profound and unbreakable. He knew it, she knew it, and he knew she knew it, and she knew he knew it. Then his alter ego took over. "Jesus, what's wrong with you? Quit being such a pussy," his lips said to the night air. "Getting gooey over some girl you met, 3 times? Get a grip, dickhead." But the truth was that he'd never experienced anything like this before. She was different, all right, and making him a little insane. Even if he tried, he knew he couldn't stop what he was feeling inside. "Where are you, Emily Hart?" He decided to give her another 10 minutes, then call it a night. He really didn't think she'd stand him up, but maybe he needed to face the facts. She might just be another run-of-the-mill whack job living on the streets. You can't fix crazy. September 28th, 2014, 12:41 a.m. Emily's body screamed in pain. Not the kind of pain that happened after a jump, but injury-type pain. The left side of her head was throbbing, and she felt an intense pinching. No, it was a cutting sensation on both of her wrists and both of her ankles. Her butt hurt, and her back was aching. Her throat was dry, and she couldn't swallow. She took a deep breath, but found she could only take air in through her nose. Then she felt it and remembered. The creeping blackness, Jim's restaurant. The sense that something besides the alarm was off. The burning cigarette, the disgusting, twisted perversion bleeding into her from behind, wafting like a foul stench from the manager. Scratch that. The former manager of the 4th Street Cafe and Eatery. Rob, the rapist. A baseball bat to the side of the neck, the groping, and a punch in the face. Her jaw was sore, and she couldn't move her lips. She put it all together. Her lips, the cutting against her wrists and ankles, her aching butt and her sore back. She was bound to a chair, and her mouth was taped shut. She almost let out a whimper, but stopped herself just in time as a wave of thoughts and ideas came steamrolling into her mind. Stay still. Stay calm. He doesn't know you're awake. Come on, Em. Think. Remember the ship. Remember the experiments. You're strong. You can do this. Think it through. You're a warrior. You're a survivor. He doesn't know who he's dealing with. Wait for the jump. It'll come. Then bust him up when time gets slow and you get fast. He deserves to die. Her insides churned, making her emotions grow. Soon, the tingle in her spine began to take root. Finally, she thought. She heard movement in the room. She kept her eyes shut, pretending to be asleep, all the while listening and using her remaining senses. She could smell his stench as the air moved across her face. He was close. Damn close. No. She tried to flash on him, but he wasn't registering on any of her channels. He must have been distracted, looking away. The jump was coming, but she needed more time. Hold it together, Em. Just a few more minutes. She heard footsteps behind her. Then the pervert started whistling a happy children's tune. Hush, little baby. It made the tiny hairs on her arms and neck stand on end. His footsteps circled her. Once, twice, 3 times. All the while he continued with the sinister whistling. Her heart was beating so hard she thought her chest would explode into chunks. Each thump rattled her eardrums and pressed against her temples. Then the whistling stopped, and he spoke. "There's no need to try and fool me, little flower. I can tell from the way you're breathing that you're awake. Welcome back, my precious." A hand pressed against her cheek, then a finger dug into her skin. She felt a stinging pain across her lips when he ripped the strip of tape from her mouth. She opened her eyes. He was standing in front of her, wearing only a pair of boxer shorts and a sadistic smile, and his eyes were on fire, driven with pure evil, sizing her up for his version of playtime. She was in a storeroom, not much bigger than her bedroom in her mother's house. The shelves around her were stuffed with canned goods and restaurant cleaning supplies. Rob raised a chef's knife, its glistening, serrated edge only an inch from her right eye. She opened her mouth to scream, but he slapped her across the face, then pressed his hand over her mouth, gripping her cheeks with his powerful fingers. He sang the same tune that he was whistling, using a soft, gentle, fatherly voice. "Hush, little baby, don't say a word. Papa's gonna buy you a mockingbird. And if that mockingbird won't sing, Papa's gonna buy you a diamond ring." His eyes turned black when the song was over. He held the tip of the knife to her cheek. "Now, sweet little baby, will you be good for Papa if I take my hand away from your mouth? No screaming now, okay?" She nodded. He let go of her. The jump tingle was now moving up her back. "Almost there, Em. Hang on." "Thirsty," she rasped, trying to buy time for the countdown to finish. "Water, please." She looked at him with desperation. "Oh, I'm sorry. How rude of me. I got so wrapped up in your lullaby that I must have forgotten." He reached to the shelf next to him, taking a glass of what looked like lemonade. "I fixed you something refreshing." He held it to her lips, turning the glass up. She gulped. It was lemonade, taking half of it down her throat before she noticed an odd, bitter taste that had been masked by the sweetness. His smile turned even more evil than before, if that was possible. "That should do the trick," he said. "A special concoction prepared by a chemist friend of mine who loves sweet little babies too. Very fast acting. Your special night would have gone a lot smoother if you hadn't fought back. But since you did, baby needs medicine to help her stay calm." Her heart sank. He'd just drugged her. It only took seconds for her vision to blur and her head to swim. The drug was overpowering her senses, just like he'd promised. She could feel the chemicals taking her emotions away, sending the jump tingle back into the shadows of oblivion. Rob put the knife to her throat and drew it lightly across the flesh, not breaking skin, then traced a line to the nape of her neck. "Let's move you to a better position, shall we? That way we can both enjoy this properly." Emily lost her will to fight as tears started to flow from her eyes. She was trapped, unable to stop this man. All she could think about was her mother, lying on the floating medical table in the ship, helpless to stop her captors and their evil intent. That's what she was, helpless. Despite all her gifts and all her powers, she was completely at the mercy of a monster. Chapter 26. Derek ran down North Central Avenue, leaving St. Joseph's Hospital and Jim Miller behind him, sleeping in his hospital bed. Emily had never shown up, and he'd almost given up and gone home, but something stopped him from walking away forever. He decided to go have a talk with Jim Miller and find out more about the errand that he had sent her on. He'd snuck into the hospital and gone up to Miller's room, where he found Jim sedated and groggy, but Derek managed to keep him awake long enough to extract the information that he needed. Jim told him that Emily was supposed to grab a stack of sensitive files from the safe in his office after the restaurant closed for the night, but it shouldn't have taken her more than 5 minutes. Derek took off running at that moment, praying that everything was okay. A million flashes of horror coursed through his head, making his heart swim in its own sea of torment. He fought them back, trying to stay positive as he pushed his body to its limits. He crossed the walkway bridge, his legs and lungs burning. He turned left on Roosevelt, then left on 4th. Come on, you can do this. Don't stop. Ignore the pain. Breathe. Push through it. After what seemed like days of running, he found the restaurant, stopped, and leaned forward, hands on his knees, gasping for air. The restaurant, which was actually a repurposed house, was dark and quiet. He took in 7 more gulps of air, then ran through the gate, up the garden path, and looked through the front windows. The dining room was dark, but there was a faint light coming through the set of double doors that led from the dining room to the kitchen in the back. He tried the door. It was locked. Shit. Then he remembered the conversation he'd overheard Emily have with Jim in the last row of the movie theater. Key under ficus, she'd said. What the fuck is a ficus? He looked around the front porch. There must have been at least a half a dozen potted trees. He searched in, around, and under each plant, but couldn't find a key. She must not have put it back. Maybe she never left. She might still be inside. She could have fallen asleep, or she left and took the key with her. He knocked with his fist, pounding on the metal frame holding the glass in place. Emily, are you here? It's me, Derek. Emily! He put his ear to the glass and listened. He heard a clanking and crashing sound beyond the entrance, then only silence. He banged on the door again. Emily, let me in. It's Derek. He saw movement inside, a shadow passing in front of the dim light near the back of the cafe. Someone was inside. Why wasn't she answering him? A wicked sensation cut across his shoulders and invaded his spine, charging the hairs on the back of his neck. All the earlier flashes of horrors now joined forces in his mind, making his stomach turn sick. Something was wrong, terribly wrong. Emily was in trouble. He picked up one of the potted trees and hurled it at the front door. Its dirt-filled base shattered the glass into a million pieces. He went inside. Emily, where are you? Answer me! He heard someone groaning in pain over and over. It was coming from the back. Emily, I'm coming! Hold on! He called out as he hustled through the dining room toward the kitchen. He heard more groans. They were muffled, but getting louder. He bolted into the kitchen. It was filled with shadows and only dashes of light from the electronic displays in the room. He looked, but she wasn't there. He passed through the kitchen and ran into a short hallway that ended at a door with the word storeroom stenciled on a nameplate. The light in the hall was on, and the door to the room was shut, but he could see light bleeding through the gap at the bottom. More muffled cries. Derek scrambled to the door and threw it open. His heart nearly stopped beating. Emily was naked and bound spread eagle against a set of metal shelves. Her wrists and ankles were tied to the vertical shelving supports with string and duct tape, and there was blood dripping from cuts on her collarbone, her ribs, her arms, and the insides of her thighs. Her cheek was red and swollen. Her eyes flared at him, and she tried to say something, but the duct tape covering her mouth was doing its job. He couldn't understand her words, but she was obviously frantic. He stepped inside, ready to run to her, but stopped when he remembered the moving shadows that he saw before he broke into the restaurant. A thought flashed in his mind. The movement couldn't have been Emily, not if she was bound to the shelves. Someone else was here. Derek heard it before he saw it, a grunt and a rush of air from his left. He ducked instinctively as a baseball bat whistled over his head, smashing into the doorframe. He backpedaled out of the storeroom, down the hallway that led back to the kitchen, but the guy was on him in a heartbeat. The attacker lifted the bat over his head and swung down in a vicious chop. Derek dodged the blow as it skimmed past his head and smashed into the tile floor with a thud. Derek closed the gap and threw his body at the man's chest, knocking him to the floor. He landed on top of the kidnapper, then grabbed the bat with both hands. Twisting his body, he wrenched the bat free with leverage. Derek continued his roll, stopping next to the wall. He stood up and moved over the man, then let loose with a powerful swing. The man put his right forearm up, stopping the blow from reaching his face. The guy screamed when his arm snapped in half at the impact point. He clearly wasn't used to being on the other side of a beating. Derek was seeing red in his thoughts, driven by pure rage. He swung the bat again, this time at the man's head. His opponent threw up his other hand in a feeble attempt to protect himself, but the club crashed through his fingers and connected with his forehead, just above his nose. His head made a cracking sound like a walnut. Derek felt a rush of adrenaline coursing through his body. It amplified his already furious rage. Finish him off. Do it now. He drew up the bat to hit him again, but stopped when he heard Emily's muffled cries from the storeroom. Derek held his pose while looking at the pitiful excuse for a human being lying at his feet. The man's face was bloody, and he looked to be out cold. For good measure, Derek stomped on his chest, using every ounce of energy he had remaining. He heard ribs crack and an air rush out of the man's lungs, but his chest was still heaving. He wasn't dead, not yet, but the broken man certainly wasn't going anywhere. Derek flew down the hall to Emily. Emily watched Derek come tearing into the room toward her. She couldn't believe it. She'd been so scared. Rob had been toying with her for what seemed like forever. He sang to her while making shallow cuts on her skin, then taking the blood and... he was the sickest, most twisted person she'd ever met, and she'd met some maniacal, deranged people. A few of them were otherworldly beings who took the term maniacal to an entirely new level. The drug that Rob had given her had kept her woozy and pliable for his bidding, and, combined with the blow to the neck and the punch to the face, it kept her from forming a jump. Derek ripped the tape from her mouth and kissed her with the passion of 3 lifetimes. His touch ignited her, charging her body with a deluge of new energy. His affection, his closeness, his raw emotions were somehow helping her senses clear, as if their connection was ridding her body of the chemicals keeping her sedated and calm. Her body began to bubble with a surge of energy and emotions. The power of his kiss cut through the drugs, her wounds, and hit the base of her spine. He pulled away from her mouth. "Emily, holy shit, I knew something was wrong when you didn't show up. I knew you wouldn't blow me off. What did he do to you? Did he?" "No, he was going to, but you got here in time." She fought back a swell of tears that were ready to burst from her eyes. "And yes, you're right. I would never blow you off. Now, could you please get me down?" She motioned to the left with her head. "On the shelf next to me." Derek took the bloody chef's knife and cut her free. She fell into him. He lowered her to the floor, cradling her in his arms. She looked into his eyes and once again felt all of him, all his emotions in one massive burst. But this time, he felt different. He wasn't calm and cool. He was on fire, filled with rage and anger, a jumbled mess of intensity that poured straight into her body. His touch, his arms around her, she felt a jump building in her spine. She knew it was going to be a massive jump, and she wasn't going to be able to stop it either. "Derek, you have to get away from me. It's about to happen." "You mean?" "Yes, I promise. I'll come find you." "When?" "I don't know, but the power inside of me is building quickly." "Please, Em, don't go. Please."
Pain surged into her forehead. This jump process was moving much too quickly. The energy building inside of her was far too great. She had little time. "I'm sorry, Derek. I wish I could stop it, but I can't. Not when it's like this. Now you know why we can never be together. I might hurt you. I might never come back. Now, get away. Please, get away from me. It's coming." He kissed her again, then stood up. Emily watched him back away into the hall that led to the kitchen. He opened his mouth to say something, but time froze. All the chemically restrained emotion of the past few hours coursed through Emily's body and released in one colossal rush. She curled her body and prepared herself, knowing the pain would be unbearable. She prayed she didn't go too far into the future. Otherwise, he might forget all about her and move on with some other girl. A moment later, the blue fire consumed her, and she jumped. Chapter 27. 7 minutes earlier. Detective Joseph Allison was in his car watching the front of the 4th Street Cafe and Eatery. He'd been parked there for the past 30 minutes, staking out the diner. While he waited, he passed the time by thinking through the puzzle that was the Glassford girl and how his friend Millsy was involved. His earlier search of Miller's house had yielded virtually nothing, only a single digital image of a red-headed girl on a computer tablet. Allison had seen that same photo before, on the TV news. Morgan and the girl were on the run, and if Miller was helping them, then there was a reasonable chance they would turn up here. It'd be a good place to crash for the night and fire down some grub. Just then, he spotted his suspect, Derek Morgan, confirming that his hunch was spot on. The delinquent was trotting down the sidewalk in front of Jim Miller's restaurant, then stopped and bent over at the waist with his hands on his knees. For half a second, Allison thought about jumping out of the car to go throttle the kid right then and there, but didn't. Sure, Morgan deserved an ass-kicking for the injury he'd inflicted with the bedpan and for the garbage can assault of an officer. But Allison was parked across the street and 50 yards west of the restaurant. If he approached now, he'd spook the target, leading to a track meet with a teenager that Allison would surely lose. A voice inside of him told him to hold position and see what would happen next. Oddly enough, it was Millsy's voice. Miller was quoting himself from back in the days when they were in the Corps and part of the same recon team. "Let it play out. We'll know when to move." Those were the exact words Millsy would use when their unit found themselves in a sticky situation. Allison had the tendency to rush into things with guns blazing. Miller, on the other hand, showed tremendous patience, thinking every situation through until it was time to act. When he did, Miller would punctuate the decision with a decisive act of intense violence. Allison watched Morgan go through the front gate of Miller's diner, up the path, and onto the porch. That was Allison's cue to move. He decided not to call for backup, just in case his read on the situation was off. He'd already suffered 2 embarrassments in one day, and couldn't afford another one, not if he wanted to keep his shield. He got out of the car and drew his weapon. He moved closer to gain a better view, staying in the shadows while Morgan searched the area around the porch for something, picking up and moving the potted trees, looking for a note or a key. Possibly contraband. Morgan pounded at the door and waited a few seconds before calling out for a girl named Emily. Allison filed the name away, assuming it was the name of the Glassford girl. He moved another 10 feet closer. The kid beat the door again and followed it with more yelling. After a long pause, Morgan smashed the glass with one of the potted trees and went inside the diner. Let it play out. Make sure the girl is there too. Then corner the suspects and take them down. He spent the next several minutes working his way up the path. He made it to the smashed door and stood on its threshold. He listened for activity. There were 2 voices inside, one male and one female. "Derek, you have to get away from me. It's about to happen." "You mean?" "Yes, I promise I'll come find you." He smiled, knowing that the female's voice was probably that of the Glassford girl. The girl named Emily. He felt like calling Millsy to yell at him for aiding and abetting wanted criminals, but instead,
He eased through the front door, avoiding the glass to keep his presence unannounced. Allison stopped for a moment to listen, making sure that every decision he made going forward would provide him with a tactical advantage. Too many unanswered questions surrounded these two kids, and he vowed not to underestimate them again. He took another step forward, and then a powerful sensation hit him. His eyes went out of focus, and his feet felt like they were stuck in molasses. A moment later, a wave of dizziness weakened his knees right as a charge of electricity crawled across his skin. He took a few seconds to gather his senses. Then, 2 beats later, everything returned to normal. He thought his blood pressure medicine might be the culprit again, though it hadn't happened since the doc last adjusted the dosage. He snuck across the dining room to the double swinging doors that led to the kitchen and went inside. He checked the room, but there were no signs of his suspects. He walked to the rear of the kitchen and leaned around the doorway. He checked the hallway. What he saw made his heart skip a beat. The Morgan kid standing over a man's body with a bloody baseball bat in his hand. Derek wanted to swing the bat and crush the head of the rapist lying at his feet in the hall, but didn't. God knows he deserved it for what he had done to Emily. This sicko was the reason Emily had just vanished again. He dropped the bat and returned to the storage room. He stood, looking at the black, smoking area. It looked just like what he had seen after Emily vanished from the back of the police van. He flinched when he heard someone behind him clear his throat. Derek spun around with his fists at the ready, expecting to see that the slimy asshole had gotten up from his beating, but he didn't. It was Miller's cop friend, Detective Allison, with his gun drawn. It was aimed at Derek's face. The cop was using a typical shooting stance, wide-legged with shoulders hunched. "Don't you fucking move, kid." Derek froze, working through the situation in his head. He'd already gotten away from this man twice that day. He wondered if he could do it again. Before he could finish the thought, Allison pulled the trigger and sent a round that shattered a gallon-sized jug of pancake syrup sitting on the shelf next to Derek's head. Derek bent over and covered his ears. The sonic blast from the round leaving the chamber made his ears ring. He cried out in pain. "Hands up! On your knees!" Allison yelled. Okay, Derek said, dropping to the floor, hands above his head. He pointed at the bloody victim's body with only his wrist and his finger, never moving his arm. "But I'm not the one you need to be arresting. It's that guy." "And why's that? Looks to me like you just committed aggravated assault while in the process of committing felony robbery. Add to that 2 counts of assaulting a police officer, 1 count of escaping custody, and 2 counts of evading arrest, and it looks like you have a shitload to answer for. Where's the Glassford girl?" "Who?" "The girl named Emily." "I don't know any Glassford girl," Derek answered, realizing how truly fucked he was. If he said anything about Emily, he'd get her in trouble. If he kept quiet, he'd certainly get popped for attempted murder. He wasn't sure what to do other than protect Emily, and the only way to do that, his only play, was to shut the hell up. His gang training kicked in, and he knew what to say when the cops have you dead to rights. "I don't answer questions, and I don't consent to searches. I invoke my right to counsel." "Look, I've got her and you on video. The charges are mounting, my young friend. You'd better speak now while I can still help you. Keeping quiet will only make things worse for you." Derek knew that cops are allowed to lie to you in order to trick you into incriminating yourself. His training kept him calm and focused. "I don't answer questions, and I don't consent to searches. I invoke my right to counsel." "Okay, Morgan. If that's the way you want to do this, it works for me. Either way, I'm taking you in. Now face down on the floor and put your hands behind your head. Nice and slow. Don't test me, kid." Derek believed him. He got to the ground slowly and carefully, as ordered. Chapter 28. November 30th, 2014, 4:38 p.m. 2 months later, Dwayne walked into Jim Miller's hospital room and put down the blue vinyl gym bag that he carried in over his shoulder. The afternoon sun slanted through the blinds of the hospital room window, throwing a zebra stripe pattern on the thin white blanket covering Jim's body. He was still recuperating from his gunshot wounds, though infections had slowed his progress. I hope it was worth it, Dwayne told his friend, thankful his favor was now complete.
Me too, but those files couldn't fall into the wrong hands.
I understand, just didn't like having them in my house, especially after my arrest.
Sorry about that.
Not your fault. Besides, they really didn't have anything on me. The city-paid vacation did me some good.
Vacation?
Dwayne nodded. The food wasn't bad, and I got plenty of sleep. Nora was a wreck, though, but I knew it would all work out. As long as the kids still had their mother and my security staff stepped up, I wasn't worried.
Regardless, thanks for keeping the files safe for me and Emily.
Can you imagine what would have happened if Derek hadn't gotten there in time?
I shudder when I think about it. That poor girl. She tried to warn me about Rob. I should have listened. In the end, what happened was my fault. For sending her there, and for not listening when she told me he was a sick, twisted fuck. How the hell did I miss it?
Don't beat yourself up over it, bud. Rob is obviously very skilled at keeping his true nature concealed. Predators like him have years to perfect their skill set.
I'm not letting myself off that easy. She trusted me, and I led her right to him. When I think back, I knew he was an odd duck. Something was off. I should have sensed it. Trust me, it won't happen again.
Good thing the evidence corroborated Derek's story. Otherwise, his life would be very different right now.
Have you heard anything from Em?
Nothing, Jim answered, leaning against the hospital pillow. Me either.
I just hope she's healthy and happy, wherever she is.
I'm sure she is. She's a tough little thing.
She's pretty damn amazing when you think about it. After all she's been through, somehow she manages to keep it all together. She's resilient.
I don't think I could handle 1/10 of what she's had to deal with. I'm sure my spoiled kids couldn't either. Nora, maybe. She's another one that won't take crap from anyone, especially me. Emily was cut from the same cloth, I think.
She's one special young lady, that's for sure. I can see why Derek is fond of her.
He's not the only one. I think we all have a soft spot for Little Red. How many markers did you have to call in to get Derek a reduced sentence?
All of them, plus I gave out a couple.
He's lucky.
Even so, a year in Durango Juvenile DC ain't exactly a cakewalk, but it was the best I could pull off.
I'm sure he's appreciative.
Deep down, I think he's a good kid. Emily sure likes him, and I know now that she's a damn good judge of character.
At first glance, he's not exactly the kind of young man you want your daughter bringing home for dinner, but we all know looks can be deceiving. There's a lot more there, I think. But regardless, not many men would have stepped up for Derek like you did.
Least I could do, for her and for him. Since I dropped the ball for her, she needs Derek around to help protect her. He's certainly capable. So far, he's done a far better job than this old broken-down Marine.
Dwayne sat in the visitor's chair, wanting to shift the conversation away from the sympathy party Jim was starting. What time is dinner around here?
It started 10 minutes ago, but it's wicked meatloaf night. Last time I ate it, I spent the next 2 days on the shitter.
You want me to run down to the cafeteria and get you something without mystery meat?
Actually, I could go for a double-double from In-N-Out. Something hot and greasy sounds good right about now. You just need to wait a half hour until Nurse Ballbuster goes home for the night. Hate that bitch, but the blonde that relieves her is damn fine.
A little hottie?
Jim nodded, and then some.
I'll bet she makes sponge baths interesting.
I wish. The drugs they have me on for the sepsis have made me useless and bloated, like a body just pulled from the river.
Dwayne laughed. Damn shame, brother.
You should probably know that Allison was in here earlier. I know how much you hate that man.
Still sniffing around about Emily?
Yep, he's never going to let it go. I've tried to throw him off the scent a couple of times, but he's like a hungry tick on a dog. Once he's locked on, he never lets go. I cringe every time he shows up here.
Then you might want to open the bag I brought. There's more than just a stack of files in there. Might help take the edge off.
Oh, really? Jim said, unzipping the tote. He pulled out a pint bottle with a label that read Arizona Iced Tea. Now we're talking, Jim said, unscrewing the cap. He took a 2-second swig. Damn, that's good. Been a while.
It'll help kill all those bugs inside of you. And probably take out your stomach lining, too.
Jim took another swig, then held the booze out for Dwayne. There's plenty to go around.
No thanks. Nora would have my ass if I came home smelling like alcohol. She'd think I stopped off at a bar on my way home.
I hear ya. So tell me, what's it like being married to a woman who can kick your ass and then stitch it up afterward?
It's never dull, though I try to sleep with one eye open.
Jim laughed. I can imagine. He put the cap on the bottle and twisted it, then tucked it inside the bag and zipped it shut. Okay, buddy. I trust your take on things, so give it to me straight. Tell me what you really think.
About what?
Emily.
You mean when she disappears?
Yeah, big picture. You've seen the files. The evidence is compelling, even if it doesn't make sense.
Dwayne thought it over for a few seconds, trying to find the proper words. He didn't want to sound insane.
My best guess? I think she travels through time. Whoa, not what I expected to hear.
What, were you expecting me to say alien abduction or some other such nonsense?
No, though Emily did mention that to me once, along with vampires who eat cheeseburgers.
I'll bet that was an interesting conversation.
That's one way to put it. So, time travel. How did you come up with that?
Look at the facts. You have pictures of her from 1985, 9th grade. I met her in 1987 in the middle of a parking lot at Metro. Like I told you before, she just appeared out of nowhere.
But you didn't see it, so how do you really know?
Nah, man, I didn't see it. But I'd just driven by that spot a couple of minutes before. I went by there on the way to scoop up a few traffic cones from where they were painting lines. Then, on my way back, there she was. Her eyes were closed, and she was out cold. There's no way she could have walked there and fallen asleep in the time it took me to get those cones and cruise back. And the pavement was boiling hot. Her feet would have been blistered.
Could somebody have dumped her?
I guess so, yeah. But I should have seen a car driving away. Plus, if that did happen, why wouldn't she have wanted me to call the police?
She did the opposite. One of the first things out of her mouth was, "No cops."
Good point.
Uh-huh. Then there's that 9th grade picture from 1985. There's no doubt in my mind that's the same girl I found in the parking lot. The same girl I had in the front seat of my car just 2 months ago. Put that all together with the missing persons report from 85. All your other pictures from what? 92, 97, 02, 05, all the way up till now, and we're talking about 29 years, my man. 29 years, and she hasn't changed. So you tell me, given everything that's happened and all the evidence you've collected, what makes more sense?
At this juncture,
nothing does.
Dwayne threw his hands in the air. My point exactly.
Other than Emily has a rare genetic disorder that keeps her cells from breaking down and aging, that was the original theory I was working on. If that were true, then I thought a government research lab was snatching her and performing experiments, which is why she disappeared for a while.
And what? They returned her naked?
Yeah, it was a stretch, I know, but it made sense on some level, yet it couldn't explain the charred areas left behind after she disappears, or how they managed to get to her while she was in custody. Then there's what Derek told us he saw her do. Vanish twice in the blink of an eye.
That too.
Like I said, it made sense on some level. I thought Derek might have been hallucinating. Drugs can play tricks with your mind, trust me. When I first woke up in ICU, the painkillers they were pumping into me were making me see devils everywhere. Jim put his hands on the side of his head with index fingers pointing up. You know, red faces and horns on everyone.
Must have been some good shit.
You have no idea. But I hadn't considered that she might be a time jumper. It does seem to fit the evidence better. You have to admit, though, your idea is even crazier than mine.
Hey, crazy is my middle name.
I'm sure Nora would agree.
Dwayne nodded. Especially after she found the files and read through them. I had to calm her down at first, then we talked through it. We both came to the same conclusion. Emily only moves forward through time, never backward. Otherwise, she'd be able to go back and fix things that were going to happen, keep herself out of all these bad situations.
I can't believe what we're considering here.
I know. It's completely nuts, Dwayne said.
But it does seem to fit.
Yeah, if you use a hammer to make it fit.
Jim laughed. Now, if we continue with your assumption, then I suppose the charring could be from whatever is powering her jumps. Some type of electrical discharge, which might also explain what happens to her clothes. They get cooked off in the process. Do you think her jumping is technological or biological?
Bio. Because if she were using tech, she'd be able to control it better. The facts indicate that she can't.
So, what triggers it?
Stress, pain, emotions. Could be any or all three. Can you imagine?
Jim rolled his eyes. A teenage girl with her already out-of-control hormones and emotions, and she's living on the street? You think she'd just get a minimum wage job somewhere and keep it simple?
I don't know about you, but I've never had a job where there wasn't plenty of drama and stress.
Plus, with the new employment verification requirements of the feds, I doubt anyone could legally hire her. As a business owner, I know. The paperwork is beyond ridiculous. She's basically an undocumented worker.
You mean she's an illegal Alien? I thought we weren't going there.
We're not. I just couldn't resist. You just left it laying there.
Clever.
Hey, I try, Jim said. When you're stuck in this bed day after day, you try to find humor in anything you can. Keeps you from strangling somebody. But you're right about Em. I'm sure the last thing she wants is to be part of the system. Someone would notice that she was born in 1985 but hasn't aged. Red flags would fly across the board. Plus, it's hard to build a resume when you can't stick around very long. How could she ever provide references or have her employment history checked?
Good God, what a mess.
Yes, the USS Emily leaves quite a wake.
December 1st, 2014, 6:01 a.m. Derek opened his eyes in the darkness and knew one thing. He had to get out of this place as soon as possible. He loathed his detention cell, feeling the walls inching closer with each passing day. It was only 8 feet wide, 14 feet long, with a single window set high in the wall just below the 12-foot-tall ceiling. He was lying under an olive-drab army surplus blanket on a thin foam mattress set on a platform built into one end of a rectangle. At the other end was a stainless steel toilet and sink unit next to the cell door. There was a pair of worn sci-fi paperbacks next to his bed, but other than that, nothing. No desk, no chair, no lamp. He'd forced himself to read through both of the novels in the Narrows of Time series 11 times and was tired of reading the same drivel over and over. Science fiction wasn't his thing, but that's all he had access to. Someday, he planned to track down the Arizona author and set him straight on some of the technobabble crap that made zero sense. Plus, who has a character with the name Cleesby? The light bulb in the ceiling came on with a metallic clack, and from outside his cell door, out in the unit, he heard the corrections officers enter and start their morning routine.
Rise and shine, boys. All detainees on the unit in 5 minutes for head count. Breakfast in 10. Points will be deducted for lateness or disturbance. You know the drill, gentlemen. Follow the rules and you'll have a good day.
Derek had been following the rules for a little over 8 weeks since he'd been inside, but he'd had enough. Sleep wasn't a problem, but his dreams were. Non-stop Emily. When your girl is missing and you can't go in search of her, your mind turns in on itself, conjuring up an endless list of what-if scenarios. None of them were good. He'd learned the hard way that it's impossible to erase the emptiness when you have nothing to do all day except think. The day before, on the yard, he'd heard 2 of his fellow juvenile delinquents talking about a new program that might lead to early release. He had to check it out. He was going crazy living inside a cinder block tomb. His cell door clanked and rattled as it was unlocked remotely.
Detainees may leave their cells at this time, said the same CO who'd made the good morning speech.
Derek threw water on his face and hurried out to the unit where he located the guard.
Officer Jameson, I need to see Director Chase after breakfast. Would you put in a request for me, please? Good morning to you too, Morgan. I guess I can do that. I'm thinking you have a reason. Yes, it's about the new wilderness program. I heard about it and want to sign up. Never figured you for hoods in the woods. Anything to get out of here sooner. If you ask me, it's all a bunch of hokum, just a way for the state to save money. They'd rather throw you in the woods for a month and call you rehabilitated than feed you in here for a year. I don't see what learning how to start a fire with only a stick and your pecker can do for a kid like you, but what do I know? I'm just a working man stuck in here day after day with all you fine, upstanding citizens. Well, I'll put in the request, Morgan. Now get in line, head count, then breakfast.
After his meeting with the director, Derek was escorted to the detention center's schoolroom. He was almost happy, if it was possible to be happy behind bars. He'd been admitted to the Wilderness and Remediation Program, called WARP by the state and Hoods in the Woods by everyone else. There was one spot open on the next rotation, and Director Chase told Derek he could have it if he kept his nose clean for 2 more days. Once enrolled, all he needed to do was make it through 27 days of wilderness therapy in the Superstition Mountains east of Phoenix, and he'd have his sentence reduced to time served. He ran the date calculation in his head. His new tentative release would be Monday, January 5th, 2015. Yup, Derek thought. It is possible to be happy behind bars, but only when you know you're getting out. He started to whistle. He didn't know why. His lips just puckered and let her rip. The guard gave him a sidelong stare, but Derek didn't care. In less than a month, he was going to be out. Then he'd go find his Emily. Chapter 29. Emily heard a bell ringing, but she ignored it. She rolled over and tried to go back to sleep, but couldn't, even though she wanted to return to the wonderful dream about her high school, Dysart High, in the western section of the Phoenix metro area. She tossed side to side, trying to get comfortable, but it eluded her. Her bed no longer felt soft. In fact, it no longer felt like a bed at all. It was more like she was lying on dusty, moldy carpet instead of in a bed in her mother's house. The pinging bell rang again, smashing through the layers of her consciousness. Emily's mind and body paid more attention to the unique but familiar sound. She connected to reality. It was a school bell. A school bell? She brought herself out of dreamland, and her conscious self took over. Her head felt like there was an angry herd of elephants stomping around inside her skull, and now the pain was spreading to the rest of her body. Then, in a flash, it all came back to her. Rob the rapist, a bat, a punch, the knife, torture, blood, Derek's rescue, the jump. Shit, she'd jumped. That meant she was nude. But this time, for some reason, she hadn't woken up immediately. She'd slept. She knew she'd slept because she'd dreamed about her mom, about home, about high school. She heard a key in a lock, a door opening, and a woman's shrilly voice talking to someone. Emily opened her eyes. She didn't know where she was. Her surroundings didn't register. Then, the fluorescent lights along the ceiling flickered on, showering the area with light. Her mind began to process the scene. She was lying in a spacious room with a wall of dirty windows on one side and school-themed posters on the other. Rows of wooden desks filled the space in front of her, and a clock on the front wall told her it was 7:15. An older woman wearing a pleated skirt and a peach-colored blouse entered the room, followed by a bubbly blonde girl in a cute little cheerleader's outfit. The uniform was black with red trim. There were red and white letters on the front that read, Demons. No way, Emily thought. It can't be. The Dysart Demons? My high school? Apparently, her jump had taken her from being a captive in Jim's diner to her high school on the west side of town. She screamed in silence at her body to get up and run, but it refused. She was too weak. She couldn't move. Not yet. Neither the woman nor the girl had made eye contact with Emily, probably because they were too busy chatting with each other to notice there was a naked teenager 20 feet away. The older woman stood by the chalkboard with her hands on her hips. No, Mandy, I've already told you. You need to give me this week to set the fundraiser schedule. We'll probably have a bake sale soon, but it's only the first day of the semester. You need to let me settle in and get organized. But Mrs. Thompson, my mom needs to know. She wants to put in for time off at work, but can't do that until she knows when she's supposed to help, the girl said. Emily had a teacher by the name of Mrs. Thompson for homeroom some 30 years earlier in calendar time. She tried to remember what the woman looked like, but her brain wasn't functioning correctly. All she found in her memories was a smell, lavender. Her teacher's face was a silhouette, blank and featureless. Mandy shifted her feet to the left, giving her a direct line of sight to Emily's position on the floor. Oh my God! The girl screamed before covering her mouth with her hands. Mrs. Thompson froze for a moment, clutching a stack of papers to her chest. Then she turned to the student. Mandy, go to the office and get Nurse Betty and Officer Rodriguez. Tell them I have a student who's been assaulted and needs immediate medical attention. Moments later, students began to stream into the classroom behind Mandy and Mrs. Thompson. As each one saw Emily, their face registered various degrees of shock and confusion. Emily forced herself to get up and cover herself with her arms. She looked at her body and understood what the teacher meant. There were runny patches of blood on her arms, legs, and torso from the cuts Rob the rapist had made with the knife. She figured the side of her neck had a nasty bruise on it from the bat, and her cheek looked swollen from the punch. She felt like hell, and certainly must have looked like hell. No wonder this woman thought she needed medical help. She did, but she wasn't going to hang around Dysart High to get it. Mrs. Thompson threw the stack of papers on her desk, grabbed an oversized wool coat from the rack by the door, and crossed the room in a flash. She opened the garment and wrapped it around Emily. "Thank you, but I can't stay," Emily said, brushing her away. She ran between 2 rows of desks, heading for the door. She shoved several gawking teenage boys out of the way and bolted into the crowded hallway. Emily had yearned for her old life countless times over the past 2 years of chaotic time jumping. There were days when all she wanted was to be a normal teenage girl and go back to high school. She wanted to hear the bells ring and go to class, but this wasn't what she had in mind. She saw a plump, red-headed girl in the hallway carrying a musical instrument case and a book bag. Emily grabbed her by the arm. "What's the date today?" "What?" the girl asked, pulling away with a look of shock on her face. "The date! January 5th. What year? 2015? Who are you?" Emily tore down the hallway past the stunned students, ignoring the lewd comments from the boys and the screams of the girls. She pushed open a heavy metal door and ran into a stairwell. She knew she could get clear of the school without any problem. She'd come out in much worse places before. Her post-jump checklist was the only thing on her mind. Clothes, food, place to stay. First up, clothes. She hoped the basketball gym and locker rooms were still in the same place as they were when she attended this school. January 5th, 2015, 9:47 a.m. Derek twisted in his seat while his long-winded probation supervisor, Officer Eric Gritchens, droned on and on. Derek wanted to remain alert and listen to the conditions of his early release, but his focus drifted elsewhere. He studied the ancient clock on the wall behind Gritchens, watching the second hand advance 1 tick at a time. It seemed to be moving slower with every glance, as if it were a fading metronome winding down. He brought his eyes back to Gritchens and nodded, pretending he was taking in every word the man was slinging. He let his eyes run out of focus when his mind drifted to thoughts of Emily. He couldn't help but worry about her and wonder where she was. Was she safe? Healthy? In trouble somewhere? Had she been looking for him, or had she moved on? The questions were endless, and so was Gritchens' speech. It was pure torture. It took every ounce of self-control in Derek's reserve not to leap across the desk, wrap his fingers around the man's throat, and crush his windpipe. He wanted the soapboxing to stop. He needed it to stop. He couldn't take much more of this drivel. It was worse than having to suffer through the long-winded soliloquies in the 2 cheesy science fiction novels that he was forced to read in his cell. Gritchens' diatribe was about the duties and responsibilities of rehabilitated juveniles, as if Derek gave a shit. Finally, the man was done. "You've been assigned to the group home at 27 Monte Vista Avenue up in Encanto Park. You'll be going to school at Arizona State Preparatory Academy." Derek raised his eyebrows. "They let kids like me in there?" "Kids like you who score extremely high on state aptitude tests, yes." "So that's what those were for. I thought Director Chase was just torturing us." "Unfortunately, no. That's how you ended up with me. You're the second graduate to go from WARP to what we call ACE, Accelerated College Entry. It's a new remediation and rehabilitation pathway that the Department of Corrections has developed for at-risk youth. Our shiny new governor feels that it's in the community's best interest, which really means it's in his best political interest, that you become a productive member of society. To that end, he's launched this pilot program to mark the start of his new administration. According to your test scores, the best way for you to do that is to finish high school and get accepted into college. You're above average in math, but you're off the charts in all your verbal and reading skills. That's where you need to focus your effort. English, literature, and whatever else the school counselors recommend. But you'd better stay on the straight and narrow. Don't fuck this up, Morgan. You only get one crack at this. If you come through the system again, there won't be a second chance. You know what they say, fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice.
Got it, Derek said, praying the preaching would stop soon. Good. Now, do you understand the terms and conditions of your early release probation? Yes, sir. Let me hear you recite them, so I know you understood each and every topic that I've covered here today. Derek's heart sank. He should have been paying attention. Shit. Then, it all came to him. He didn't know from where, maybe his subconscious, but the words streamed out of his mouth. From the time I leave here, I have 12 hours to show up at my group home and check in. I have to attend school for at least 35 hours a week, starting tomorrow morning at 8:20 a.m. I have to attend mandatory homework sessions at my group home at least 10 hours a week. The sessions run from 3:30 in the afternoon until 6:30 in the evening, Monday through Friday. I have to be in the house by 9:30 p.m. every night until the end of this school year and follow any other rules of the house not otherwise specified by you. I have to check in with you every Monday at 1:15 p.m. for 45 minutes. If I break any rules, I go back to Durango and serve another 6 months minimum. Not perfect, but close enough. If you have any questions, call me. Here's my card. Gritchins gave him a black and white business card. That's my cell number. Call me day or night. I shouldn't have to, but thanks. Now, let me be 150% clear. Do everything you just told me, and your life will be back on track. Step out of line, and you won't like the consequences. Do you feel me? Roger that. Straight and narrow. Yes, sir. Here are your release papers and personal effects, he said, handing Derek an oversized manila folder with a bulge in the middle. Thank you, Officer Gritchins. Durango won't be seeing my ass again, that I can promise you. I'll do whatever it takes to keep me out of that shithole, Derek said, opening the pouch and pulling his wallet out. May I go now? Gritchins pushed a clipboard across his desk. It was holding a form with a carbon copy sheet underneath. Just sign at the bottom stating that you understand the terms of your early release, and yes, Morgan, you may leave. Derek stood up, leaned over the dented and scratched surface of the metal desk, and signed the release form. He looked at Gritchins. Thank you, sir. I'll see you next Monday at 1:15. Yes, you will, or you'll see a patrol car coming to take you back to Durango. Derek left the room without looking back. He had things to do. First, he had to check in at the group home. Next, he had to find Emily. And to do that, he needed to go visit Jim Miller at 333 North Glassford Street to see if he knew her location. Emily fastened the buttons on the coat that Mrs. Thompson had wrapped around her, making sure her body was properly covered, then ran from the parking lot by the administration building of her old high school. She crossed a patch of spotty brown grass and hid in the shadows of a 2-story building that she did not recognize. The school's property had changed since she'd been a freshman all those years ago. There were a few new buildings mixed in with the old, and it was disorienting. However, 50 yards from her was a building she did recognize, the gym. It looked ready for a new paint job, but she still found its run-down exterior comforting. She watched from her hiding place as 2 school security guards came out of the gym and ran toward the building that she'd just exited. Now was her chance. Emily went across the empty quadrangle and slipped inside a door on the south side of the gymnasium. Once inside, it wasn't difficult to stay hidden, just avoid the sound of coaches' whistles and basketballs thumping off the hardwood floors and concrete walls. She found a door that opened to a hallway that led her to the girls' locker room. The dressing room and showers had been remodeled since her days as a freshman, but they still smelled the same, sweat socks and moldy towels. She rifled through a few of the lockers until she found everything she needed. A hairbrush, deodorant, toothpaste, toothbrush, a baggy pair of sweatpants, a long-sleeved shirt, and a pair of yellow running shoes. She took the coat off and stood at a wash sink in the bathroom. She looked in the mirror and gasped. Her hair was twisted, matted, and sticking out at crazy angles. Her neck was indeed bruised and her cheek swollen. She looked like a homeless girl who had been kidnapped, tortured, almost raped and killed, consumed by blue fire, then jumped through time. She fired the hot water, dispensed a glob of hand soap, and began the cleanup process, paying special attention to the wounds across her body. The soap stung when it hit the gashes in her skin, but she pushed through it. She put on the clothes and focused on her post-trip checklist. Clothes, check. She took another couple of minutes to look through the backpacks strewn around the locker room for the next item on her checklist, food.
She found a brown bag containing a ham sandwich, a bag of Doritos, a ding-dong wrapped in aluminum foil, and a juice box, which seemed to her more like a lunch for a third grader than a high school girl. But it didn't matter. She took the food and scarfed it down. The sack lunch reminded her of her friend from the shelter, Junie. She wondered how she was doing. The memory made her change her to-do list, adding Junie into the mix. She left the locker room and walked casually past the football stadium and track, through the varsity baseball diamond and handball courts, and across North 129th Avenue. She hopped a block fence and lost herself in the suburban neighborhood directly adjacent to Dysart High, Rancho Mirage. Next on the checklist, place to stay. She knew exactly where to go. Jim Miller's place at 333 Glassford. Then she changed her mind. Next up, find Junie. January 5th, 2015, 11:42 a.m. The telephone rang in the central squad room of the Phoenix Police Department. Detective James Allison opened his eyes, whipped his feet off the credenza sitting behind his desk, and spun the chair around to face the phone. He leaned forward and grabbed the receiver before the next ring, but fumbled it when he tried to switch hands. It landed on an uneven stack of manila folders, rolled off the pile, and bounced on the laminate surface. He corralled the handle between his hands, then picked it up and put it to his ear. He cleared his throat, hoping the caller wouldn't detect his recent catnap.
Allison here, klutz of the day.
The male caller laughed.
Sounds like you're playing phone soccer again,
a familiar voice said. It was the duty sergeant, Mark McAllister.
Sorry, Mac. Been one of those mornings. Didn't get much rack time last night. Yeah, I can hear it in your voice. Sleeping at your desk again?
He put his free arm out and away from his body, stretched it, and yawned.
Just needed to rest my eyes for a bit. It's this damn case I'm working on. The Glassford girl? 10-4. You really need to put it down once in a while. Get a fresh perspective in the morning.
That's easy for you to say. The chief is all over my ass.
That's why I'll never put in for detective. My old lady would shit a Winnebago if I let myself get saddled with the hours you keep, not to mention all that stress. 1 heart attack and 2 titanium stents jammed inside my arteries are enough, thank you very much. That's why I fly a desk all day. Allows me to be front and center promptly at 6 every night for dinner. Well, some of us don't have that luxury, or a warm body waiting for us at home. So, what can I do for you, Mac? Got an urgent call, line 2, some school teacher at Dysart High.
Why is she calling here? That's not our jurisdiction.
Let El Mirage PD handle it. They're the ones who sent her to Central Dispatch and they routed the call here. I was told to patch this to you directly.
Why is this woman being dumped on me?
Don't know and don't care. I'm just the messenger. You want the call or not?
Yeah, sure. Put her through. The line clicked, then connected. He heard breathing on the other end of the line.
Detective Allison, Phoenix PD. How may I help you?
Please tell me that you're not going to send me to someone else. I've been transferred 3 times already, and frankly, I'm getting a little sick and tired of it. What kind of operation are you people running down there?
I'm sorry, ma'am, but I need you to calm down. Can you do that for me?
Calm down? You try waiting on hold for 20 minutes while person after person tries to decide where to send you next, then have to tell your story over and over to each officer who isn't listening in the first place. It's enough to drive a woman to drink.
Yes, it can be frustrating, but I'm here to assist you. Let's start with your name.
Mrs. Dorothy Thompson. I'm a teacher at Dysart High School in El Mirage. You know where that is, right?
I'm familiar with it, yes.
I demand to know why you people haven't sent anyone to investigate. My principal called this in hours ago.
I'm sorry, ma'am. Investigate what?
The teenage girl I found in my classroom this morning. She'd obviously been assaulted. She was bloody and bruised. Don't you people investigate sexual assaults anymore? Or is it not a serious enough crime for you?
No, Mrs. Thompson. We take all crimes seriously. Tell me exactly what happened.
I opened my classroom, and there she was, naked and bloody. She looked so scared. It broke my heart to see her like that. I sent one of my students for help and then covered her up, but she took off running before anyone arrived. I'm worried for her. I hope she's okay.
Is she there now, or did someone take her to the hospital?
What? Are you deaf? I said she ran away. Nobody's seen her. She looked like she was beaten, and there were cuts all over her body. Someone needs to help her. I don't understand why you people refuse to help. This is what we pay our taxes for. We can't have our girls being assaulted on campus, and nobody lifts a finger to do anything. What kind of world do we live in?
I agree, ma'am. I'm trying to help you, but you need to focus and stay calm.
How old is she? 16 or 17, hard to tell for sure. Her hair was a mess and her face was swollen, and all the blood. I was in shock and not really paying too much attention to all the details. I just knew someone had hurt that poor girl and I needed to help her right then. Did you recognize her? Is she a student? That's the whole point. I don't know. She seemed vaguely familiar, but I wasn't exactly thinking straight at the time. The last thing I expected to see when I opened my classroom door this morning was a naked girl covered in blood lying helpless on the floor.
I can imagine. Now, could you describe her for me?
Slender, maybe 5'6", 120 pounds, blue eyes, freckles. Oh, and she had bright red hair.
If Allison hadn't been paying attention before, he was now. He tapped the pad on his laptop and the screen came to life. Mrs. Thompson, I'm sorry to interrupt, but are you at a computer right now? I'd like to email you a couple of photos to look at.
Yes, Detective, as a matter of fact, I am. I'm in my classroom. My school email address is my first initial and last name. No dot, all one word.
Hang on, let me send these to you. Allison found the school's domain name to complete her email address and sent her 2 pictures of the Glassford girl. One image taken by Jim Miller when the girl was sitting in the back seat of the police cruiser, and another from the overhead camera in the Italian restaurant. Okay, sent. They should be coming through any second. Let me know when you see them. A minute later, she spoke.
Okay, I have them.
Is this the same girl? There was a long silence. Allison thought she'd hung up. Ma'am, are you still there? Hello?
Yes, I'm still here.
Is something wrong? He asked her, hearing a series of shallow breaths coming across the connection.
I just need a minute. My heart is beating 100 miles an hour right now.
Take your time. No rush. Breathe in and out and try to relax. It'll help you focus.
Okay. I'm feeling better now. Thank you.
Do you recognize her? We think her first name is Emily.
Oh my God, that's it?
The rapid-fire breathing resumed, only at double the rate from before. I need you to please remain calm, Mrs. Thompson. We don't want you to hyperventilate and pass out.
I can't believe it. How can this be?
How can what be?
The girl in the photos. It's the same girl, all right. The same girl in my classroom this morning. I'm sure of it. And there's something else. It just came to me when you said her name. You see, I've lived here all my life, right here in El Mirage. Been a teacher at this school since the fall semester of 1980. You probably won't remember this, but I do, like it was yesterday. This girl looks exactly like Emily Hart, the girl that disappeared with her mother a long time ago. She was a freshman at the time, and in my homeroom class. I remember how devastated I was. And now she's here, in my classroom, naked and hurt? How can this be?
Chapter 30. January 5th, 2015, 12:05 p.m. Jim Miller was sitting at the kitchen table in his Roosevelt Row bungalow, sipping his midday coffee and watching the birds hunt for worms in his backyard. He was still adjusting to the rhythm of everyday life. He was grateful to be home doing the little things on his own terms and his own schedule. He loved the peace and quiet of his house and had been itching to get back to a normal life, but complications from the multiple surgeries and resulting infections kept him in the hospital far longer than he would have liked. He wasn't sure which was more onerous, being shot multiple times by members of the Phoenix Police Department or suffering through months of bad food and even worse jokes from physicians trying to put a positive spin on what was a shitty situation. It was no fault of the police, of course. They had just been doing their job. They'd arrived late to a gun battle and simply reacted to the situation, catching Jim in the crossfire. However, he could have done without the disingenuous doctors and their stale platitudes. Then there was Nurse Ballbuster. He didn't miss that witch for a second. His secret nickname for her was Helga, from Helga's House of Pain. He laughed, then turned his attention to the worn folder containing everything he knew about Emily Hart. His cell phone buzzed on the table. He picked it up and looked at the display. It was Allison. He slid his thumb across the screen. "Hey, Alice, what can I do you for?" he asked, slurping another swig of coffee. "I know who she is. We have a positive ID. Her name is Emily Hart." Jim spit out his coffee, then wiped his chin. "Come again?" "The Glassford girl. Her name is Emily Hart, and she's back. Showed up this morning at a high school on the west side. I just finished an interview with a teacher who swears that she recognizes her from one of her classes. But get this, not a recent class. The witness claims this is the same girl who went missing with her mother back in 1985.
January 5th, 2015, 2:45 p.m. Emily hitchhiked her way across town and found herself on the sidewalk across the street from the front entrance of Pueblo Middle School in downtown Phoenix. She decided to try the school closest to the homeless shelter that she knew Junie and her mother liked to stay at most of the time. If Junie wasn't at this school, then she'd head to the shelter and try to locate her there. Students had been pouring out of the brick facade school through the elegant sculptured columns and down the sprawling steps for the past 10 minutes. Emily was about to give up when she saw something that lifted her spirits: Junie's electric smile and adorable pigtails. Junie was in an animated conversation with two girls her age, probably about boys. Emily couldn't believe it, but Junie must have been 3 inches taller than the last time she'd seen her. She watched Junie say goodbye to her friends, walk outside the front gate, then head in the direction of the Central Phoenix homeless shelter. Emily sped across the street, her heart dancing inside its cage. "Junie! Junie!" Junie stopped, turned around, and squealed, "Oh my God! Em!" She ran to Emily and jumped in the air. Emily held out her arms, making sure to catch her friend. Junie's pencil-thin legs wrapped around Emily's waist, and her arms squeezed her neck tight. The hug constricted Emily's chest, making it difficult to breathe. She whispered in Junie's ear, "It's good to see you, baby. I've been worried about you." "Oh, Em, I missed you so much. It seems like forever. Where have you been?" Junie let go and slid down Emily's body. She looked up, staring at Emily's cheek. "What happened to your face? Did someone hurt you?" "Yes, I'm fine. I fell. It's a little swollen, but not a big deal. How are you? How's your mom?" "My mom? Well, she's the same. She tries, but yeah, we're back in the shelter again. I have to be there by 3:30, but I wanted to stop and get ice cream first. Want to come? I have $5 I can buy." "Yes, I'd love to." Emily took Junie's hand and they walked down the street, swinging their arms with playful excess. "So, you're in the same shelter, Central?" "Yeah, but we moved out for a while. Mom got a boyfriend, but he turned out to be a real douche. No surprise, right? At first he was okay, but then he started coming home totally drunk and she would get really mad. It seemed like all they would do was fight every night. It was awful, Em. I would tell them to stop, and they'd both start yelling at me and tell me to go to my room. He must have gotten tired of the yelling too, because he left one night and never came back. Mom laid on the couch and cried for like 3 days. A week later, she started getting high again, and Mr. Donaldson at the bakery fired her, and, well, we ended up back in Central. When was this? A couple months ago?" She pulled Junie close, wrapping her free arm around her. She squeezed her with all her love. "I'm sorry, Junie. Hang in there. I promise things will get better. You just have to be strong." Emily let go, and they continued their trip, still holding hands. "You look really good, sweetie. I feel like an old lady saying this, but I can't believe how much you've grown." "Shut up! Now you sound like my mom. Well, when she's sober, which isn't much lately. You need to try to cut her some slack. She's doing the best she can. But she's so sad all the time. She must have loved him a lot. Love can do that. Makes you feel all warm inside, or it can make you crazy and do dumb things, like drugs. I'm never letting a boy do that to me, ever." "You say that now, but trust me, it'll happen, just like with your mom. Love finds you. You can't hide from it or control it. What she probably needs right now is for you to be there for her." "I know, Em. It's just so hard. She's supposed to take care of me, not the other way around." When it comes to your family, you have to be supportive and love them no matter what, especially when they're sad. Sometimes, I just think it would be better if she'd just OD already and get it over with." Emily stopped, ripped her hand free from Junie, and grabbed her by the shoulders. "Don't you ever say that! You hear me? Never! Moms aren't perfect. They make mistakes just like everyone else. But she's your mother, your only family, and she loves you. But listen to me. I would give anything to be able to hug my mom again, just one more time. Anything. But I can't. I can never go back to how it was before. So don't ever say that." "I'm sorry, Em. I didn't mean it," Junie said, with tears in her eyes. She threw her arms around Emily. "Please don't be mad at me." "I'm not mad. You just can't think those thoughts. Promise me." "I won't. I swear. I'm so glad you're here. I wish I could hug you forever." "I know, baby. Me too." Junie cried in her arms, sending a river of tears down Emily's neck. Emily wanted to join her for a long overdue cry, but stopped herself. She needed to be strong for Junie. "I wish I could have come back sooner and saved you from all of this." "Don't ever leave, Em, please." "I'll try, but sometimes we don't always get to do what we want. But I'm here now, and that's all that matters. How about we go get that ice cream?" A minute later, Junie's tears stopped and they broke their embrace. They resumed their march with interlocked fingers. "I know a place over in Evans Churchill where we can get a yummy ice cream cone," Emily said. Then it occurred to her that she wanted Junie to meet Jim. "And I have a friend I want you to meet. He lives right over there on Glassford." "A boyfriend?" "No, he's just a friend. He's older, but I think you'll really like him. He's one of the good guys." 30 minutes later, the girls were walking and making slurping noises with their ice cream. Junie picked Rainbow Swirl, half of which was now smeared across her face, and Emily went with chocolate. The frozen, velvety texture rolled across her lips and tongue, sending a flurry of chills down her spine. She tried to remember the last time she had ice cream, but couldn't. "Appreciate the simple things," she reminded herself. They finished their dessert just before rounding the corner onto North Glassford. The house numbers told Emily they were a block from Jim Miller's house. "Crap," Emily said, seeing something a few hundred yards ahead. It was Detective Allison. He was pacing back and forth, talking on his cell phone. She stopped and grabbed Junie by the arm, tugging her backward. "What's wrong, Em?" Emily held a finger to her mouth. "Shh, follow me." She pulled Junie into a nearby doorway. "Uh-oh," Junie said. "I know that look." "What look?" "That one. The Emily knows what's good for Junie look. The one that comes right before you tell me what to do and then disappear for a year." "I know, I'm sorry, but I can't take you to see my friend Jim." "Why not?" "Cops." "Seriously? Where?" Junie asked, darting her eyes around the street. "They're in front of Jim's house and might be waiting for me. I need you to walk away right now. Go back the way we came and get to the shelter." "Emily, what's going on?" "Please, just do this for me. I can't get you involved in this. I need you to be safe." Junie folded her arms across her chest. "Okay, but I swear, if you disappear on me again, I'm never going to talk to you, ever. I'll come find you, I promise." Sadness filled Junie's eyes. "It's just not fair." "No, it's not, but you need to go, and I mean now. Your mom's probably already wondering where you are anyway." "As if she'd even notice," Junie said, sniffing and wiping her eyes. "Remember, you promised." Emily nodded, watching Junie disappear down the street. She snuck along the front of the shops ahead of her and stepped into a store called Turnbuckles. She smiled at the old man with slicked-back gray hair sitting behind the counter. "Can I help you with something, young lady?" "No, just looking," she said, pretending to be interested in the front window display while she kept an eye on Detective Allison. Derek approached Jim Miller's house from the east. He was about 200 yards away when he saw Detective Allison pacing back and forth on the sidewalk next to an ugly green sedan. Derek slipped into spy mode, changing course to stop at a crowded bus stop. He stood alongside the waiting commuters, trying to blend in. Allison was on his cell phone, and the conversation looked heated, probably fighting with his wife or girlfriend, Derek decided. A moment later, a middle-aged man, who Derek assumed was Allison's partner, arrived at the car carrying a weighted bag of fast food, Jack in the Box. The two men got in the front of the car and dug into their meals. The whole scene had stakeout written all over it. Shit. He needed to get off the street and out of sight. He scanned the area and saw the perfect spot, a leather shop with a huge display window covered in hand-painted lettering. It would provide him with cover and a clear view of Detective Allison. He changed direction, crossed the street, then made his way to the target. He slipped in the front door, turned to his right, and there she was, standing in front of him, Emily Hart. Emily felt Derek's essence flood into her a split second before he spoke. He was back to his old self, a deep ocean of calm covered in teenage boy cuteness. His energy jumped the gap between them, sending tingles coursing through her body. "Emily, holy crap, what are you doing here?" Derek asked, giving her a hug. Emily expected him to try to kiss her, but he didn't. She wasn't sure whether to be relieved or disappointed. Neither felt right.
I was coming to see Jim. Didn't expect to see you here.
I was looking for you, actually, hoping Jim had some answers. He looked through the front window.
But there are cops, yes, I know. The same guy from the theater.
And his partner. Her eyes took control, admiring Derek's boyish presence as he watched the watchers across the street. Her heart changed its rhythm and ran soft, making her insides melt into warm jelly. He turned to her.
Where have you been?
Emily wanted to tell him, but couldn't. Not in some random store. She needed the timing to be perfect, and this wasn't it. She glanced at the service counter. The old man was busy picking something out of his teeth and didn't seem too interested in anything else. She looked at Derek.
It's complicated.
It always is. She shrugged, giving him an "I'm sorry" look.
You're never going to tell me, are you?
He said, rolling his eyes.
I will, just not here, not now. What about you?
He hesitated, looking through the front window again before turning back to her. In jail? And in the woods? In jail, in the woods. Like you say, it's complicated. She smiled.
It always is.
Derek's eyes gathered their focus, staring at her cheek. He put his open palm across her tender skin. Her smile disappeared. She looked away.
Shit, Emily. What the fuck? She pulled away. I really don't want to talk about it. Tell me who hurt you. I'll go beat his ass.
You already did, she said, before she could stop the words from exploding across her lips. She held the rest of them back before they told Derek that she had jumped ahead in time, and this was the same injury inflicted by the sicko in the restaurant. If she weren't careful to pick the perfect moment to come clean, he'd never believe her, or he'd think she was a wacko.
Derek, it's really, really complicated. Right now, how about we focus on getting into Jim's place without the cops seeing us?
Damn it, Em. Why won't you trust me?
I do trust you. This just isn't the time or place, okay?
Fine, Derek said, scooting past her on his way to the service counter. Emily followed.
Hey, dude, is there a back way out of this place?
The old man nodded at Derek, then pointed.
But only employees are allowed back there. How many employees do you have? One, including me?
Then I guess you won't mind, will you? Derek said, grabbing Emily's hand. He tugged her around the open end of the service desk, through the door marked Employees Only. They found the rear exit door 20 feet away. It led to a narrow parking lot that ran parallel to Glassford Street. 10 minutes later, Emily had let Derek haul her around the block, where they'd found a low-lying greenbelt area that, based on distance and direction traveled, was adjacent to Miller's house. They cut across the water retention basin, keeping an eye on the house numbers stenciled in black spray paint on the wooden gates along the way. Emily assumed the numbers were location markers for the gas company's roving employee tasked with pulling meter readings each month. She worked through the descending sequence in her head, calculating which gate was Jim's.
Number 333 should be the fifth one from here.
He nodded, then sidestepped a mound of miscellaneous trash, lumber, metal, and bulky household items that had been piled behind one of the houses. There were 7 more piles ahead of them.
What is all this junk? I'm guessing it's time for the city's uncontained trash pickup, she said. A virtual gold mine of recyclables. Won't be long before the pickers sweep through to grab all the good stuff.
A minute later, a powerful static charge rippled through her body. It carried with it an intense feeling of dread that penetrated her bones. She focused her skills, trying to get a bearing on the new sensation. It wasn't coming from Derek. The source was ahead of her, in the direction of Jim's backyard. She stopped walking, throwing her hand out to get his attention.
Wait!
He turned.
What? Something's wrong.
What do you mean?
I'm not exactly sure, but we should slow down until we know more.
How do you know this?
It's hard to explain. Trust me, I just do. There's trouble ahead.
Derek changed course, ducking and working his way along the 5-foot-tall block fence that encompassed Jim's backyard. Emily mirrored his movements. Derek stopped moving, held up his hand, and looked over Jim's fence. Emily did the same. A well-built man in his mid-20s with the chiseled physique of a bodybuilder was 100 feet away, creeping behind Jim's outdoor barbecue island. Everything about the stranger was off. Orange-hued tanning salon glow, Short-sleeved blue plaid button-down shirt, slightly too short green athletic shorts, white crew-length socks, black shoes, and a metal briefcase. It looked like he'd dressed from the closets of 4 different people, all colorblind and fashion-oblivious, and then stolen a lawyer's briefcase for good measure. The man looked around the yard, sending his eyes in their direction. They both ducked behind the fence. Emily felt a jump tingle start in her spine. She snuggled close to Derek and whispered into his ear, "That's no cop."
"Yeah, no shit, Em,"
he answered in a soft, quiet tone.
"You ever seen him before?" she asked.
"Nope, and I'm sure I'd remember him. That's not something you see every day."
"I'm getting a weird vibe from him."
"Me too, and so is probably the rest of the neighborhood." Emily began her breathing exercises, trying to soothe the countdown building in her spine.
"You okay?"
Derek asked. She shook her head, but didn't answer. She needed to focus her energy and thoughts to suppress the jump process. She didn't understand why the mere sight of Orange Man initiated the countdown. She needed to stop the buildup before it grew past the point of no return. She figured that she had a handful of seconds remaining before she'd lose control.
"Focus, Em. Focus.
Equal breaths. Find your center. Find your calm. Peace comes from within. Reality is self. Nothing else matters." Chapter 31. Derek rubbed her back with one hand and squeezed her trembling hand with the other. He seemed to know she was in trouble because he didn't say a word. He began breathing in symphony with her, like an expectant father in the delivery room, empathizing with his wife's labor process. She could feel his inner strength travel across their physical connection and enter her body. It dug in, providing a rudimentary backstop, helping her to wrestle control from the mounting jump. A few seconds later, the tingle began to wane. She slowed her breaths and let her shoulders relax.
"Better?"
he asked in a comforting voice. She looked at him and nodded.
"Thank you. That helped."
Derek let go of her and returned his attention to Orange Man. She did the same, peeking over the fence. The man put his briefcase on the ground behind the barbecue and opened it. It was no ordinary briefcase. Inside the top of it was a gleaming chrome surface filled with swirling contours of gray. She thought it was some type of display unit or possibly a control console, but the metal looked alive. The bottom of the case didn't seem to contain anything. In fact, it was shadow black, like an empty void in space. Orange Man touched the middle of the oscillating display unit, pressing both his index and middle finger against it, then made a clockwise rotating swipe. The shadow base began to change color from all black to gunmetal gray. A bulge rose from its interior and changed shape a dozen times, eventually morphing into an all-white, right-angled shape. Emily's mind churned through possible explanations, but one thought kept rising to the top. The case was reconstituting matter, creating the object out of thin air. The shape began to change again, this time flickering twice before revealing more detail along each of the 2 sides. A hand grip formed near the base, and some type of elongated tube materialized from the other. Orange Man grabbed the device and turned it over in his hand.
"It looks like a gun," she whispered. "I think you're right, but what does it shoot?"
The base began to move again. 3 snake-like tentacles swirled up and out of the recess, connecting to the grip of the newly formed weapon. Emily realized that the colors, shape, and movement of the tentacles were a dead match to the technology used in the medical torture chamber on the ship that abducted her and her mom in 1985. She covered her mouth to suppress the volume of her unexpected gasp. It worked, though she couldn't stop her hands and knees from shaking. The sight of the familiar tech had supercharged her senses, reactivating the jump process within her body. Orange Man didn't look anything like the sick, deformed beings that she remembered seeing beyond the translucent walls in the ship. Nevertheless, the technology was unmistakable, suggesting he was a co-conspirator in her abduction and transformation. It was also probable that the heinous beings had returned from their long sabbatical and were searching for her, most likely to finish the ghastly experiments they started long ago. A radiant ball of blue energy surged through the tentacles and landed in the center of the handheld weapon, as if to deposit fuel into the gun. A moment later, the tentacles retracted into the bottom of the briefcase and disappeared into the nothingness. A satisfied look came over Orange Man's square chin and prominent cheekbones as he held the device in front of his eyes for what she assumed was a readiness inspection. Derek looked at Emily, his eyes infused with excitement. He mouthed the words, "Holy shit." She needed to warn him. "That's one of them." "Them who?" "Them. The ones who took me and my mother. They did horrible experiments, changed me, which is why I vanish when I get emotional." "And you chose this moment to finally tell me?" "I never expected you to actually see one of them. At least now you'll believe me." "So, let me get this straight. This guy abducted you?" "And my mom." "And hurt you?" She nodded. "Someone needs to make him pay," he said, as the expression on his face turned from exuberance to an angry scowl. She grabbed his arm. "No, Derek, please, I beg you." He pulled away, creeping along the fence to the right. He kept low until he was next to one of the uncontained trash piles behind the neighboring fence. He grabbed a broken pool cue that was lying with the rest of the junk and returned to Emily. He looked over the fence, then shot his eyes at her. "He's on the move. You stay here." "You can't. We don't know what that weapon does," she said, trying to take the club from him, but he was too strong. "Look, we don't have time to debate this. He doesn't know we're here. Right now, we have the advantage. Hang back and let me handle this." "But this isn't your fight." "The hell it isn't. I can't let you get involved in this. This is my problem. He's probably here for me anyway." "Then you're definitely not going," Derek said, hopping the fence. Emily followed, taking only seconds to scale the fence. Orange Man was indeed on the move, with his back to them, just stepping around the far side of Jim's house, gun in one hand, briefcase in the other. Derek looked back at her and whispered, "I told you to stay back." "No way, I'm coming with," she answered, splitting her focus between following Derek and trying to perform breathing control exercises to slow the jump process. She didn't want to disappear until she knew Jim and Derek would be okay. Then an idea hit her. If she was able to jump at precisely the right moment, then Orange Man might follow her across time and space, leading him away from the people she cared about. "Grab that shovel," Derek told her, pointing to a rusty, short-handled spade with a D-shaped handle. It was lying flat on the ground next to a mound of dirt with clusters of weeds growing on it. She took the shovel, then returned to her position behind Derek as they moved to hide behind the L-shaped barbecue island. "What's the plan?" she asked. He traded the pool cue for the spade shovel. "You stay here while I go brain this fucker." "But—" "No buts. As soon as you see me go around the corner, count to 10, then use the pool cue to break the window in the back door and get to Jim. Then run to the cops out front on stakeout. They'll protect you." "What about you?" "Trust me, he'll never see it coming." She nodded, unable to think of a better plan. He kissed her hard on the lips. The jump tingle exploded inside of her, rising up her spine and filling her chest. He pulled away, with a goodbye look in his eyes. "I love you, Derek," she whispered, without thinking. He hesitated, but didn't say anything. He didn't have to. She already knew. A moment later, a trio of gunshots rang out. 2 bangs in rapid-fire succession, then another one a split second later. Derek stood from behind the barbecue and ran square into a punch. He flew backwards and landed on his back. Emily cocked the pool cue and rose up to attack. "Easy, Em, it's me," Jim Miller said when he made eye contact with her. He was standing on the other side of the island with a pistol in one hand and a ready fist in the other. Derek got up from the ground, rubbing his chin. "Sorry, kid," Jim said. "Didn't know it was you." Beyond Miller, Emily saw the Orange Man lying motionless in a patch of dirt. Blood had pooled around a single gunshot wound to his forehead and 2 in his chest. His handheld weapon and the briefcase were lying next to him. "In the Marines, we called that a Mozambique. 2 to the chest and 1 to the head," Jim told her, with pride in his voice. "Is he dead?"
Oh yeah, dead like week-old roadkill.
Then why is he moving? She asked with fear in her voice, pointing at the intruder. Miller took 2 steps closer to the perpetrator and fired, emptying the remaining rounds from his magazine into the area just under his nose. He then swung around and kicked the assailant's gun away. Derek joined Miller, standing watch over the man, holding the shovel in a ready position.
What about now? She asked with attitude in her voice.
Let's hope so. I'm out of ammo, and the rest of my mags are inside.
Derek picked up the strange-looking weapon, bouncing it in his hand.
It hardly weighs anything. Not sure what it's made out of.
He gave it to Jim.
They heard a loud banging coming from the front of the house. Thump, thump, thump.
Miller, you in there? Talk to me, a man at the front door said.
Jim cocked his head and his face went blank, as if he was searching for an internal voice recognition system. His expression changed, indicating a match, but he didn't seem too happy about it.
Alice, is that you? Yeah, Millsy, it's me. Where are you? I'm out back. We're coming to you.
Jim looked at Derek and Emily. You need to be empty-handed when they arrive. We don't want them getting the wrong impression. Derek and Emily dropped their implements. The latch on the side gate rattled, then the hinges squealed. Footsteps raced closer, pounding at the dirt and grass along the side of the house. Emily slid her hand inside Derek's, wrapping her fingers around his. She whispered into his ear, "It's happening." "You mean?" She nodded. "I'm sorry. Can't you stop it like before? It's too late." "How long?" "Couple minutes, tops."
Everyone freeze, Allison commanded as he came around the corner with his gun drawn. His partner swung around and took a flanking position, weapon in a firing position too.
Easy there, Alice,
Jim said, holding both guns over his head. He nodded in the direction of the orange man.
Threat's been neutralized.
Who is he? Allison asked while his partner moved to cover the stranger.
No clue. He was armed and preparing to breach my home. I took him out. It's a legal shoot.
"It's glowing!" Emily screamed at Jim, seeing the advanced weapon pulsate a red color from its center. It began to sizzle and crackle with blue flashes of light along its frame. Miller flinched, dropping it to the ground.
"Back away,"
he told everyone. They did. The group watched the gun melt into a blob of white goo. Then it hardened, cracked, and disintegrated into a plume of dust. "Not dead! Not dead!" Emily yelled, seeing the orange man roll to his side. His face was a bloody hunk of shredded meat, but somehow he was still alive.
"How the hell?"
Jim snapped. Orange man groped blindly for the briefcase and managed to slap his palm flat against the bright chrome surface before Allison and his partner emptied their weapons, pumping round after round into the man's chest. Eventually, Orange man stopped moving. The briefcase began to hum. Then it sizzled and cracked before a bolt of blue energy leapt from the chrome surface and connected with Orange Man's arm. Emily's mouth dropped open. She knew what was about to happen. In less than a second, Orange Man was completely covered in a lattice of blue lightning bolts, crisscrossing his skin from the center out. He arched his back, then curled into a fetal position. There was a flash of light and a crack. Then he was gone, leaving only a body-shaped patch of scorched earth. "Oh my God!" Emily screamed, feeling the jump process move into its last stage. "That's what happens to me! That's what I saw happen to my mom! Over and over and over again!" The briefcase was still humming and crackling with the blue energy. She moved away from the group, wanting to protect them when it was her turn to be consumed by the blue fire.
"What the hell is going on here?"
Allison's partner asked Emily. Emily had no words. All she could do was point and try to remain in the present long enough to see what was going to happen. A blazing red light appeared in the center of the case's control surface, then swarmed its exterior with rapidly shifting lines of energy. The red glow became more intense as the sizzling, crackling, popping, and humming grew. The case began to shake violently, skipping on the ground like a jumping bean. Just then, time began to slow down for Emily. She knew the time jump was only seconds away. The briefcase detonated in slow motion for a 2-second count. Then, everything around her stopped moving in mid-event. She could see the effects of the blast's shockwave spiraling outward, lifting dirt and debris into the air. The back of Jim's house was being compressed by the compression wave, and it was about to hit the men. But that wasn't the worst part.
Shrapnel from the metal briefcase was also traveling in all directions, as if it had been propelled from a fragmentation grenade. Dozens of jagged pieces were on a collision course with Derek, Jim, and the cops. Emily only had seconds to make changes to the scene before she vanished. There wasn't time to move anyone far enough away to be safe from the explosion. They were all going to feel it, one way or the other. She ran through the debris field, touching the metal shards to alter their course. Emily started with those headed for Derek, then Jim, working quickly to protect them. But there were too many pieces remaining and not enough time. The cops were going to be torn to shreds unless she came up with another plan. Emily zipped to Allison and his partner, hitting them both with a powerful straight arm to the chest. Her super strength, while time was slow, would surely leave a deep bruise or possibly a slew of broken ribs, but she didn't care. It felt amazing to unleash her fury on the men chasing her, even though she was actually trying to save their lives. The blue fire came, and so did the pre-jump pain, sending her to the ground in a ball. She rolled across the yard to get as far away from the men as she could before it was too late. "Derek!" she screamed, stopping her roll and looking at his beautiful face through the fiery cloud of blue that was engulfing her. A second later, she jumped.
Okay. Whew. That was intense, and what I'd call an explosive ending to the first book. I just hope I didn't jam my wrists too badly when I slammed them into the men's chests. I hope you continue listening, because this story gets even wilder and more dangerous in the 2 books remaining in this saga. Don't forget to like and subscribe so the author can keep posting his books on here. Thanks for all your help. Until next time, keep your head down and your feet moving. It's what I do every minute of every day. Okay, gotta run. Ciao.